What's going on? Conscious Crew is your favorite breakdown commentator. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we get into this riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform, you guys already know what to do. Go ahead and run them likes all the way up. Thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Also, if you want to donate to the platform, you can do so at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/ConsciouzTV. And of course, that's conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the channel. All donation information is in the description box below, as well as scrolling from right to left in red and white at the bottom of the live stream. Shout out to my baby mother, Queen Sister, for the old nasty piece of child support check earlier. I ain't even been live in a few days, baby, and y'all just be throwing coin on the king, and I love that for us. Queen Sister says, for your dedication to the people. Love you, Miss Wisdom. Thank you, baby baba. And once again, all donation information is in the description box below, you guys. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the king is in fact king. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact let the line. Just let them whores know that we're out live and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, gang? You guys know I can't talk about no queer ass shit without two super queer ass motherfuckers. What's going on, Bubs the God? Tell these folk where they can find you at and what you got going on.
Yes. What's going on, Conscious Crew? Hope everybody's doing well on this evening. Of course, y'all can find me here, Bubs the God, Instagram, Cash App, Consciouztv for now. But yeah, I'm ready to get into the conversation. No shade.
And remember, put in the note, Bubs, if you're going to send him coin through my Cash App, his Cash App is down right now. So put Bubs or else I will spend his coin. And Deshaun, Bubs still waiting on his 40, boo. What's going on, y'all? Hey, y'all. Hey, Ian Gardner. Hey, PD. Hey, Joseph. Hey, everybody. Hey, my style spot, Stevie. Hey, y'all. Hey, we got the old nasty piece of reckless logic in the building.
Yeah.
New wig, new mic, new camera. Huh? This bitch always trying to come through brand new.
Yeah.
And still be on the same old shit.
Shut up,
hey, where they can find you at.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the Land of Breakers Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. And let's get straight into this video. Alrighty, guys, my name is Reckless Logic. My YouTube channel is Reckless Logic. What you see on the screen once this banner goes down, that is how you're going to spell my channel. It is spelled with logic with 2 C's at the end. Thank you.
On period. And you just kind of made your debut back to YouTube. I didn't realize how long it had been since you gave up content, but I think in one of them tabs, I don't know whether it's the live tab or the video tab, it said a year ago.
Probably, yeah. It's been roughly like a year.
That's crazy.
Gary.
Well, Reckless just gave out.
I think it's also because me and you speak all the time. So even if you don't see me on content, we talk all the time. So it's like a okay. Yeah, I still see the video.
Well, speaking of content, he just gave y'all a nasty piece of Baddest USA review over there on the Reckless Logic YouTube channel. So make sure that you guys go and check that out, honey. Get him into that old nasty piece of algorithm. Well,
Yeah.
we're here, honey, to get into some things. And before we do so, hold on, I'm gonna take both of these hoes down. Let me say this without no interruption, because see, baby, that they trying to get it canceled out here. We about to review the content of a content creator, okay, by the name of SaySo Tv. Now, SaySo Tv is controversial, especially amongst the LGBT community, because he has very unique views and opinions. He gets accused by some of having internalized anti-queerness, of being misogynistic, of being pushing too much heteronormativity. And so his content, it makes the blogs at times, and it definitely gets across the desk of people who have some opinions about his opinions. Others will say, hey, SaySo Tv calls it down the middle and speaks his motherfucking mind, and you pussy ass bottom hoes need to just get the fuck over it, bitch. Okay, we want men, not you lady boys. All right. So, it's an audience for everyone. Now, my personal opinion is I like SaySo Tv. I think he's a really nice guy. And I feel, okay, and feeling is an opinion. I feel he means well, but meaning well doesn't mean that all things are, intent versus impact, right? So there are definitely things that I disagree with when it comes to my boy. And I have offered him a seat over here at the Consciouztv platform because I'm interested in conversation. I feel like sometimes when I listen to him, I understand where he's coming from, and he does make great points at times. And then there's other times where, like today, I don't agree. But I also want to make it clear that for me, I can't speak for the other content creators who are here today. They can speak for themselves. I'm going to speak for CTV. For me, I want to be clear about the fact that even if I'm disagreeing with SaySo, I don't want that to be conflated with I don't like him, because I do like him. But I also don't have to agree with him all the time just because I don't like him. So any criticism that comes from me tonight will be a critique and a opinion about his talking points, not him as a person, not him as an individual. I don't know him as an individual to dislike him or to hate him, etc. It's literally just content for content and opportunity to have conversation, etc. So that is my disclaimer. Now let me bring up the bubs and the reckless. Any disclaimer y'all want to give tonight, or y'all want to go first?
Reckless can go first. I'll go last. If Reckless has a disclaimer.
I ain't got shit to say. I ain't got near piece of disclaimer. Only thing is proceed with caution. That's it.
Okay. I share the same sentiments as CTV. For those of you who don't know, I've done a few reactions to SaySo Tv's commentary, and the exact same thing. I don't know him personally to discredit or to give commentary on who he is as a person. I don't know him personally. I don't hate him. You would have to unalive my family in order for that type, that hatred to come through. But again, it's about your talking points. You know what I mean? So, and for those of you who've been watching me and seen me do these reviews, you already know, and I feel like SaySo Tv knows that as well. It probably would be easier for him to call our commentary hateful, because it would be easier. But again, we're talking and speaking to your talking points. And just like CTV, I invited him to have a conversation as well, and that did not happen. But I know there's going to be a video response eventually. So, yep, that's my disclaimer.
All right. Styles by Stevie says, wait a minute. Didn't he vote for the orange one? I don't know who the hell that man had voted for. The only man I keep up with is my man. So I don't be in that man. I don't be all up in that man draws a bit. I don't know who the hell he voted for. I would hope he didn't make that choice. But I can't confirm or deny that.
He should vote for Kamala.
Baby.
That's true.
So let's begin. So SaySo Tv did a video titled "Why Tops Can Do This But Bottoms Can't, Unpopular Truth Must See," and he was responding to I don't know whether this person had retweeted a clip from a video he did, and this user had captioned it over on Twitter, I'm assuming is what had happened. And this is what the Twitter user said. And once again, I don't know what the video was about that the user Zion is referring to. But this is what he said. Why I retired from bottoming long ago because y'all F words literally tried so hard to act like straight men. Apparently, bottoms need to make men value them, quote, by performing actual modesty, but tops have no obligation to stop being sociopaths who think taking D means it's okay to undermine someone's personhood. Like, huh? Y'all morals, psychology is toxic and functionally dangerous. So basically, what Zion was saying in short was that SaySoTv has a habit of pretty much saying that practically tops can get away with promiscuity and whorism, but bottoms should be a lot more conservative and modest in their sexual conduct. And he doubles down on that in this video, even though he kind of contradicts himself too, but I don't think he realizes when he be contradicting himself. But he doubles down on that point in this video. We'll get into that point in a minute. Before I go forward, does anybody have anything to say about what Zion just said? Both of y'all are muted.
Okay.
Go ahead, Red.
So for me, it's the at times when SaySo speaks, some of his talking points, I'm like, okay, I can understand what he may mean or what perspective he has. I can understand it. But where he typically goes wrong is that he's always so willing to
Hold on. The instructions were, do you have an opinion about what Zion said?
No.
Okay. Bubs, do you have an opinion about what
I can, as far as what Zion says, I can agree with that. Again, when we look at the book Blame It on the Dress, there is a section there where it talks about how the quote unquote feminine aspect is conditioned to value men. Like when we look at gay corn, how the focus is always on the man, on the member, on what is happening. So it's about pleasing the man according to his perspective, or the masculine energy in that situation. So yes, it's easier for what Zion is saying is for these tops to go out here and just slang and bang and throw they zick around everywhere. And that's okay. That's cool. They get cool points. They get experience points, all these other things. But if a person who also is a man, but decides that he likes to have his prostate played with and massaged and hit,
that would be
type
reckless.
of stuff,
that would be reckless.
Then he's a whore. There's something wrong with him, because now we're reducing someone down to quote unquote the elasticity of their fucking hole. And then on top of that, there are people who take real big things and they shit go right back like this. Not everybody who is getting slutted out or banged out or doing these beat down is open like this. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, if a top can do it, so can a bottom, because at the end of the day, y'all are men, and men are hypersexual in this country, right? In this environment, in this society, right? So, but then he equates it to women. So, girl, and like CTV said, as we play the commentary, y'all gonna understand where he's coming from. So I think Zion really hit the nail on the head. It's just a shame that unfortunately for SaySo, he's always the poster child for these things. He feels like Queen Latifah, and set it off. Cleo, girl, getting hit from a shotgun in the back, pistols in the front, SMGs from the damn right, damn AK-47 from the left, a grenade underneath, and a nuke at the top. So interesting.
Yeah, I have to agree with Zion. Like, I find this whole connecting people's humanity to their body count to be very dehumanizing, and it's very antiquated and outdated, both in the gay community and in the hetero community. If you are a sexually fluid person and you enjoy expressing yourself sexually, and that's how you go about getting your dopamine and serotonin and your endorphin hits, it is what it is. It ain't hurting nobody. I would just hope that all people, whether you practice promiscuity or hypersexuality or whether you're modest, just be responsible and reasonable. But it just seems, I'm just really over this whole valuing people based upon how many men have and have not been in a hole of a person or not. It's just really crazy. And I don't think I would be as cringed out with the standard if it at least applied both ways, but of course it never does, and that's always what bothers me, is that there's always this lopsided, disproportionate application of these type of standards, and it doesn't go both ways. So yeah, I totally get the frustration. Okay, so let's get into now SaySo's response, girl, because he opens up swinging. So here we go.
Oh yes.
Here we go, child.
That our own community members think that
It's a little low.
Are so different from a heterosexual man.
Hold on. Let me turn the volume as high as your octave is when a man is in your hole.
Last time a nigga was in my hole, bitch, was in 2013.
And that wasn't too long ago.
Girl, bye.
We are both males.
Okay, he paying bills over there, honey. And I think, hold on, let me see. Did I speed this up? Let me see if I can speed this playback up a little bit, because
Put on 1.5.
The nigga's a part of the LGBT community that he's supposed to be some soft sucker ass nigga with no morals, no standards.
Okay, is that too fast for y'all, or can y'all make out what he's saying?
I can make
out what he's saying.
Okay.
Just because the nigga's a part of the LGBT community that he's supposed to be some soft sucker ass nigga with no morals, no standards. And if we think anything alike like a straight man, then we're patriarchal. We're trying to be like straight men because we just can't be nothing like a straight man because you ain't nothing like one, because you're like want to be a girl, right? So because you want to be a girl, you can't fathom that there's niggas in this community that don't want to be a girl. So because I don't want to be a girl, I'm trying to be just like a straight man. Like y'all don't know y'all have no ability to accept people for who they are. Y'all try to box people in whatever y'all perceive already. And that's where y'all always fail at with a real nigga, because you can't comprehend a real nigga because you can't fathom him.
Reckless, I can see it all over your face. Anything you have to say so far?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Girl, like, first off, he came out swinging. First off, he already set the foundation of his core. We're all males, which means that we're all men. But we also have to address the issue of what I was going to say, which you end up saying, which is interesting that you stopped me, girl, is that, girl, the issue is that he's willing to apply all the pressure to the feminine presenting entities or the bottoms or the trans people, anything feminine based. He's willing to apply the pressure there, but he's so willy-nilly about the masculine presenting dudes and how they present and how they show up and the way that they move. And we need to also address the femophobia and the transphobia that's there, because the reason why people outside of yourself and also outside of your man look at you as patriarchal, because you're the closest thing to a Kevin Samuels that we've seen ever since he done kicked the bucket. On the queer side of things, you're willing to say that we're all men, we're all this, we're all that, but yet the distinction is that when it comes down to the feminine beings, and just because they receive, they're the ones that have no morals and no character and all of these other things. But you're not willing to apply that same logic and same metric system to the top. Girl, what?
I'm gonna tell you another cringy thing that comes out for me when it comes to these doubles, and we ain't got into the thick of it yet, because like y'all gonna do stuff. But what's interesting to me is that the part that SaySoTv doesn't say out loud when he's rooting for bottoms to get what they want in terms of, oh, I want a relationship and I want a relationship to a masculine man. And then he gives the standards like, okay, y'all have to be modest and y'all need to have boundaries and y'all need to have some discipline and y'all need to learn how to stand up for yourselves and y'all need to not be so easy. The quiet part that he's not saying out loud, and this applies for both bottoms and women, is that when both play the game to the T, they still end up with a trash box of a man. They still end up cheated on, skeeted on, out of wedlock children, out of wedlock infidelities, STDs from a lack of discipline on the top's part, on the dominant part. So I be understanding why people be like having an issue with the way he frames the conversation and the way he frames his talking points because they're not loaded and informed enough with the full reality. And to Reckless's point, like it forces his thoughts to be like very one-dimensional, and then they end up falling flat when you consider everything else that comes with what he's saying and the rest of the reality thereof. So
context.
Yeah. All right, back to
wait, one last thing, because you said something that reminded me, because I want to say this. It's also the fact that can we also denounce this notion as if SaySo is this masculine dude?
Can we not get there yet?
Okay, girl,
we literally only 60 seconds into the man commentary.
He ready to swing back too. He said nigga came out swinging. I'm about to start swinging too.
He already got the whole FBI indictment. Let us get.
Well, I'm gonna start doing this shit on bitch. You know, when gays do this shit.
Let the content build the case for you so it makes sense. For you to follow it up, be like, okay, now I'm saying I'm reckless. Let the content build upon itself. All right, let's like.
Oh, girl.
Reckless.
Dude is really loving himself and confident, and he just so happened to be gay, bisexual, still masculine, still identifies as a man, still likes to play sports, still likes to do man stuff, still likes to provide, still like doesn't want to be a girl at all, doesn't want to be a F-bomb, doesn't want to, you know, be sensitive and soft all the time. You know, like that doesn't mean that a nigga wants to be straight. That's just who he is. And y'all can't accept that shit. And that's annoying. We already go through enough being told we not man enough and less of a man by straight community, and then the niggas in our own community do the same shit. And y'all wonder why y'all not getting real men. Because ain't no real man fucking with no nigga with a mindset like this. That means that you're gonna be fucking with me and you're gonna be literally looking at me like I'm not equal to any other man? Just because like that nigga straight, he's more of a man to me. Are you fucking serious? Like, no, y'all are silly with that.
I'm not sure if he's reading the same post that we're all reading of Zion, because I didn't get that from what Zion said. I'm going to put it back on the screen. I mean, I just didn't get that from him. Anybody got anything to say so far about what SaySo is emoting?
But the gag is that when he sits up there and says that it's enough that we in the queer community have heterosexual men saying that the gay men, including the masculine ones, right, the ones who play the sports, the ones who do the masculine things that society deems that, or the traits or the activities that you need to do in order to be considered masculine, you're in a way and in a sense doing the exact same thing in the community when it comes down to feminine gay men, because feminine gay men are still not men. You equate them to women. And I hear this a lot. Oh, well, why would I want to be with a feminine man? I might as well be with a woman then. But at the end of the day, and I think someone in the comments said it, there are people who are versed too, who can take the dick and give it. So does the context change for them? And even when he speaks about, as you will hear later on, about the whole emotional aspect of it, and the fact that if someone is receiving something, they are the ones that are being more emotional. My question would be, well, what happens if your bottom nigga goes out and tops somebody else? Would that still be considered cheating emotionally, or will he get a pass because now he's using his dick as opposed to his hole? Do you get what I'm saying? And to your point, I mean, a lot of times I do think that when there is commentary in reference to SaySo's talking points, I do believe he gets triggered because he's the talking points that he brings up, he uses that a lot, especially when he's giving his reaction to people's reaction to him. Like you said, are you listening to what the damn post said? But I think because they used his face and the things that I guess he kind of already deals with on YouTube, like you said, he just came out swinging as opposed to like sitting with himself and trying to understand the context and nuance of it all, so that when he gives his response, it's a well-balanced, well-versed, no pun intended, response, as opposed to, oh, y'all say y'all want masculine ass nigga, like demeaning the feminine individuals. And no shade. Yo nigga is masculine, but he is a bottom, so he's the one receiving the dick, so wouldn't that make him the woman?
Climbing up Mammy Mountain.
That's it.
So then the next part, apparently bottoms need to make men value them by performing sexual modesty, but tops have no obligation to stop being sociopaths. The reason why we don't have an obligation is because y'all don't enforce it. If y'all was to make niggas give y'all the treatment that y'all deserve, like taking y'all on dates, getting to know y'all without giving that booty up, then we'd be doing it. to get that booty at least. You know what I'm saying? But y'all don't even make that hard at all. Y'all give it up too easily. A nigga don't have to do nothing. Don't have to work it. Don't have to work for nothing. Don't have to work on himself. Nothing. That's what that means. When you allow someone.
I'm sorry, one last thing. If that is the case, then are you having conversations with tops and telling tops, look, if a bottom decides they want to give you the ass on the first date, you already know not to fuck with them. Just be like, nope. Or tell the top to be like, no, I want to get to know you better. That emotional part that's reserved for the bottom or for women, he has to tap into that as well, because it's a relationship. Emotions are going to be a part of it, and you need emotions in order to strengthen your relationship. So again, instead of putting all of the responsibility on those who are receiving the dick, talk to the ones who are the ones that's giving the dick. Because to his point, they're going to do all these things not because they want to get to know you, not because they care about you, not because they want to build with you. They're going on dates. They're doing all these things because they want to smash. And then even the one in SaySo TV's previous lives that I think I did a review on about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, he speaks about how, oh, well, y'all saying that y'all don't want tops that's inexperienced. Y'all want tops that's experienced. Y'all want tops that can sling motherfucking dick. But as it was shared with me, girl, you can still learn how to please your partner by actually being intimate with one person, because everybody is different. Some people gonna like that pound town, and some people like me gonna like that slow, passionate, in your face, in your mouth, talking to you, grinding, love making aspect. It's about knowing your partner. So if these men could learn how to have dick discipline, which means that yes, I may want to smash, but I'm trying to get to know you, I'm going to control myself. Because if the person is giving up the booty and the nigga takes the booty, both of them are complicit in that. So if the top really wants to find a quote unquote bottom that's worthy, then find a bottom that's going to get to know you, as opposed to trying to smash, because everybody's been conditioned to fuck on the first date. Everybody's been conditioned to give quote unquote the booty up, because again, if you give the booty up, that's how you wonder or figure out if a nigga like you or not. In my own situations, I've had individuals try to give me the motherfucking booty, and in my head, I be wanting it. See, I got good dick discipline, but it's like, no, I want to build with this person, and I want to know who I am being intimate with. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's some double standard there, and I feel like if SaySo were to focus on those double standards more, were to become more balanced, I promise you, he would probably get better reception from those who are bottoms or those who are feminine. And on top of that, not everybody who is a bottom is fucking feminine, because your nigga is a masculine bottom. So
I mean, I think it's also just the superficiality of trying to connect like masculine and feminine to sexual orientation, because they don't have anything to do with anything. You can have a top who's very sensitive, fragile, low self-esteem, who's very emotional, who's very soft. You can have a hard pressed ass bottom who's very physically aggressive, who's very etc., but plays the bottom position. I don't, it's, and this is the issue with the heteronormativity framework, is because we're like conflating a lot of shit that really exists independently of each other. Like, sexual orientation is one thing. Whether you're masc or femme is a whole nother thing, because you have masculine bottoms, you have femme tops, you have trans women who are tops, who may present in energy like, when we be talking about things as if like everything is in one pot, it's not in one pot. Everything is not in one pot. And this can't be the premise in which we approach what the hell is going on and what's wrong with our community. At the end of the day, I think the better argument to really focus upon is the fact that the entire LGBT community is tore the fuck up. And that the community generally is uninformed and hasn't done the shadow work as it relates to scathing off the residue of heteronormativity, self-hate, patriarchy, because queer men have internalized patriarchy the same way that every other man has, because when we were all coming up, our parents and community didn't really distinguish us from other men. So we got the same socialization around sexuality, around sowing your wild oats, around not having no sexual discipline. We got programmed that way as well, whether you were on the bottom aspect, whether you were on the top aspect, whether you were on the verse aspect. So trying to act as if woman and or bottom just inherently should be more disciplined than what they are, and to call the way that tops, whether gay or straight, operate as the way we're hardwired. I think that's another issue that I have with his argument, is because what he doesn't know that he's referring to is socialization. The way that he speaks about the mask and the femme, and or the woman or the man, and or the top or the bottom, he speaks from this perspective of like, this is innate behavior. It's not innate behavior. All of this is learned behavior. And we know this because we haven't consciously chose to unlearn it. We are just being. And so to that point about tops needing to like, it's not inherent. We should be applying the same standards to tops as well. If there is, because I'm not even saying I'm pro standard, because I'm just like, I mean, I don't really feel that there really is a standard. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I know for me, when I meet someone, I'm not determining how likable they are based upon their body count. Matter of fact, I've never even asked someone what their body count was. I've never even asked a man how many partners he has or hasn't had, because I know that it doesn't motherfucking matter, because I know that you can be grounded and together and whole and have been a whore or have been a housewife. So it doesn't matter to me how somebody is getting down in a playtime, because it's your time to play with. And if that's how you choose to play, then that's how you choose to play. I'm not immature enough to, think of someone's value based upon how they have conducted themselves sexually. So it's irrelevant to me. Reckless, I see you. You're getting cold over there.
You put on his cheetah-licious princess. Come on, bitch.
Any thoughts?
I want you guys, because I'm not going to fully address it now, but I want you guys to stick a pin in what he said just now, not too long ago, SaySoTv, when he said that when he went on his rant, he was talking about the whole equality thing. How is it that now you guys are saying the whole, if we think like straight men were patriarchal, and he linked that with the talking point of, if like, why is it that you guys saying that we're not equal to straight men just because we're gay or something like that? And that's the problem with community. I paraphrased it, by the way. Stick a pin in that. You can continue.
To go around here and stick their dick in all these niggas, and just because you horny, you allow him to because you don't care. It's just dick and it's just a good experience real quick for you. Well, then that's the reason why. Tops, we give a fuck and we hold y'all accountable to it. And that's what y'all don't like. Y'all don't like that y'all don't stand on business. That's just like women being mad at men for them getting to cheat. But women, if they cheat, a nigga don't fuck with them no more. There's very few men who allow a woman to cheat on him and he still go back to her. Very few. Most men are wired by nature that if a woman or a person that you fucking, a receiver of penetration, if your hoe gets fucked by another man, that's territory taking. To us, that means you no longer.
And that's what I meant by like he calls what actually is socialization and socialized behavior, and conflates that with biological, like it's innate or it's natural. It's not natural. That's learned behavior based upon the social construct of patriarchy.
Because if that's the case, then open relationships wouldn't be a thing, or like
polygamy, orgies,
right? Like
you wouldn't have female adult stars who are married and are also wives as well if this was the way that men innately felt. It's just not true. This is socialized behavior,
right? And then look, because even then, like, he'll say statements of yes, all men, and then he'll also he'll say things like all men, or he'll say men, talk about in general or something like that, as in this is the natural thing for men, and but then he'll also, in a different breath, he'll say something that contradicts what he said. Because if you're saying that all men do X, Y, Z, then why are there cases of some men doing the opposite? then it's not all men. Then that lets you know it's not innate. And that lets you know that it's not just this hardwired thing, because if it's hardwired, guess what? It would be hard and wired.
And again, I want to pose my question to say so. If I'm pretty sure you're gonna watch this, but here's my question. I hope that you answered in your response again. Like, what happens if your bottom goes out and instead of bottoming, he conquers someone else's hole? Would that be okay, or do you feel like there will still be a part of you that would feel hurt and betrayed by that? Because at the end of the day, whether you are giving the dick or whether you are receiving the dick, you're cheating on your partner. That's the problem. That's the issue. You shouldn't be out here cheating on your partner. So at the end of the day, regardless of whoever is doing it, it's still wrong. That should be the main focus. Why are you out here fucking other niggas when you're supposed to be with me? Do what I'm saying? And again, double standard. I can go ahead and take my dick out and I can go fuck as many people as I want, because unlike a hole, in a sense, because it's being stretched out, you can't tell that my dick been through something unless it gets a STD or STI, because again, a top is not exempt from receiving STDs or STIs. Regardless of who's at a higher risk, they're still a risk.
Because hello, like, where are bottoms getting the STDs and STIs from?
And then let's also push and really harp on that point, because he's a bisexual top, which I really want to key in on the bisexual part.
Alpha top.
Alpha top. No, but I really want
to no, a apex. Top.
Oh, apex. The top of the animal girl. I'm an
apex versatile.
I'm pretty sure, girl. But here's the thing: when it comes down to it, like, I really want to key in on the bisexual part. Okay, we're talking about STDs and STIs and all those other things. Okay, cool. When it comes down to the bottoms, they're the ones, quote unquote, easiest for them to receive STDs, STIs, and y'all are just damn near immune to STDs and STIs because the fluids and stuff are not getting inside you. And like he said, 80% of it you can get rid of if you just wash it off and take a piss. Then you have to also explain, Mr. Bisexual, how is it that women who have sexual intercourse with bisexual and or heterosexual men, how do they receive? Because the thing about it is that, to people's point, is that if a person's bisexual and to you, they're receiving quote unquote STD or STI from X person, how are they also transmitting that to a woman? If that's the case, which means that you can transmit diseases or anything that is that you can catch an infection, whatever it is, from also having sexual intercourse using your genitalia, aka your dick. Like, things can be spread either or. So trying to use this idea of just because there's a hole and you are more likely to catch disease, that's the reason why. That's the whole Kevin Samuels red pill talking point. Girl,
your talking points are always going to fall flat when you literally are just applying shit one dimensionally. Like, anytime that you just get into any argument and you are projecting a construct onto a people, the issue is going to be the construct. The issue is going to be the construct. But what I do agree with SaySoTv on is, because I be having to listen twice in order to try to understand where SaySo be coming from. And I think what he's also trying to say is that niggas ain't shit. And he is going to say that at some point, that y'all know these niggas ain't shit. I agree. They ain't shit. That's why I am polygamous, because I know it takes one ain't good shit nigga plus 3 in order to make one half decent ass nigga. So I agree there, but I think what he's saying is that you have to teach people how to treat you. I agree with that. I do think that because me and Reckless we have been hard off in these conversations due to watching Love Island, and we are watching the mammification jump out of people, and we are watching how people kind of unconsciously set themselves up to be played with and to be hurt. And with that being said, but see, the difference in what I'm about to say and what he's about to say is that he's only saying that's the case for bottoms. I'm saying that if you are somebody who want a relationship, you should treat people how you want to be treated, period.
Thank you.
If you are a top who's seeking romance and you have had your time sowing those wild oats, you should have no hangups about a bottom who's seeking a relationship, but also has spent their time sowing the hell out of those wild oats as well. For whatever reason, because let's not act like I don't know not one motherfucking top whoever took let me not say that. What I will say is that SaySo also, when it comes to this top conversation, like he giving niggas way too much. Because on one hand, you can't argue that, oh, tops, they, you know, tops have a standard, and then on the same timeline in the same video say top, like niggas ain't shit, and we know that niggas ain't shit. Like, so the reality, so let's lean with what's more true out of both of those statements, which is the niggas ain't shit is more true than the niggas are shit statement is true. And with that being said, SaySo got to realize, girl, you gotta choose a motherfucking side, because you do be babes, you are adorable. You are adorable, but you do talk out of both sides of your neck. And it keeps your commentary from being full, because now the conversation could be, hey, I think to Bug's point on earlier, if niggas ain't shit, and once again, he was whistleblowing to the bottoms about the tops. Y'all know these niggas ain't shit. This is why y'all gotta have a standard, and y'all can't be letting these niggas get up in y'all hemorrhoids like that. And y'all gotta, y'all gotta really punish these niggas, when they acting up, and y'all gotta, y'all gotta hold y'all for it if y'all want to get something quality out of these niggas. Okay, cool. I'm with all of that. But the problem is, it's like you also, and maybe because you're a top and you don't know that you have a inherent bias because you're a top, so of course you unconsciously caping for tops, but you can't have this conversation with niggas ain't shit, but put the burden on bottoms to flip and dip and cartwheel every which way just to get something out of a man, when you're also saying that the men they're trying to get something out of ain't shit. So so your commentary needs to lean more into calling tops out, because as I said earlier, both women and bottoms, as he would like to call them, the receivers of penetration, have been damn near Stepford wives, but yet have still had to deal with infidelity, have had to deal with DV, have had to deal with STDs, have had to deal with all this crazy shit that comes, because it also doesn't just come down to closing your legs to get a husband. If y'all are also not applying the pressure and providing the wisdom and the accountability that should come with those who play the dominant role, then baby, we ain't nowhere halfway done with the reality of relationship dynamics, because I might have closed my legs and played Mrs. Patty Cake to get a man, but if the way y'all have continued to socialize these men is that ultimately I'm the one that should think that I'm lucky because I got a husband, and y'all didn't give a fuck about the way that y'all groomed these niggas, then I got a husband, but I got a raggedy ass husband. I got a cheating ass husband. I got an abusive ass husband. I got a thieves ass husband. I got a selfish ass husband. I got an emotionally unavailable ass husband. I got a reckless ass husband, a stupid ass husband, an entitled ass husband, a narcissistic ass husband. So where does accountability come into play at for the dominant after the so-called submissives have done everything they needed to do to get a husband?
Where the hell is my husband?
Because if you agree that this is already a man's world, and clearly SaySo does, then we know that men are carrying around a privilege as a result, which he acknowledges in this video. So then how much more accountability needs to be applied to the dominant if they're already in a situation where they got a head start in the system because the system revolves around them?
Yep.
Where's the incentive for, I mean, like, how can it make sense for the dominant not to be held to an even higher standard than the submissive does when the dominant is the one with the privilege? And he even agrees to that. He agrees to that. But let's keep listening.
Us to be fucking with. Like, you didn't give it up to somebody else. Like, I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to have nothing to do with you no more. I don't own you no more. Like, so y'all got a problem with the fact that we want to have ownership of what we decide to sleep with, and not ownership in a toxic, negative, controlling way. Ownership in a, you know, this is, I'm speaking for this. You know, this is mine. You know, this is my piece. Like, this is my bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't gonna shame nobody for not wanting to share their whole. If you sit up here trying to say, because y'all share dick with niggas, with other bottoms, that we supposed to share ass with other tops, oh, you can't tell other people what they supposed to tolerate just because you tolerate the shit. No, you make sure you tolerate what you want.
But y'all do, because to your point, if bottoms are easy, it means all you niggas are doing as tops is sharing ass with other niggas. Like, this what I'm saying. It don't make no. It don't. I'm just gonna press play.
You don't tolerate what you don't want to tolerate, and stop expecting people to lessen their standards because you don't have any. But when it comes to women, a woman will take back a man after cheating 5, 10, 20 times. And I was like trying to figure out what that was. Well, first off, before I even get there, this is my point. The reason why, what's the difference between men and women with that? Because men have pride, ego. We cannot even, like, that really hurts our soul when we find out that somebody dipped in our hole. Like that, I mean, we feel like that's completely different from just us cheating. Because for us, it's just, you know, we just sticking our dick in something. When we feel like somebody allowed somebody inside of them, we feel like that's deeper. Like, you got emotions for them or something. Like, that's different. That's not the same, you know?
Girl, shut.
So we just, hold on. So we're just going to then excuse all the men who have a whole family on the other side of town, or who have a side piece and have all these jump offs and sneaky links. It seems like you niggas get just as attached and get just as emotionally involved and get just as sidetracked and dizzy as y'all are claiming the feminine does in a relationship, or because of their inherited nature.
Lord, now, for one, I want to say this, girl. For me, like, SaySo does seem like he's a likable person. It's just his talking points to be like, you have me confused. Yes. Right. So the thing when it comes down to him is this, and this, the reason why, and I'm gonna go back to a little bit of what I said before, I'm gonna bring it all together. The reason why, when it comes down to why, when men like himself speak patriarchal, that's why you align to straight men, is because it's a mindset, it's a philosophy, and it's an idea that doesn't give room for other people. Now, what he just spoke about, he just said, why is it that when women or feminine beings want to forgive men for their mistakes or whatever they did, cheating and stuff like that, it's because people try to give you a little bit of humanity. They try to look past and try to work past those things. But the issue is that y'all don't do that when it comes down to being reciprocated. And here's my thing when it comes down to values and ethics. Your values and ethics does not come from things that you can't do. They come from things that you can do, but I have a lot of respect for myself and other people not to do it. Like, the reason why motherfuckers don't steal and they have a value or ethics when it comes to not stealing is because when they are afforded the opportunity of stealing, guess what? They don't do it. That's where your values and your ethics come in at. So a lot of times, I guess when he thinks that he's trying to wrap up and gather all of the feminine beings or the receivers or the women or whatever, the trans people, whatever you want to put in that box, is that you're also saying a lot of things about yourself. And we're gonna get a little bit later. He's gonna mention and also expose himself again when it comes down to this whole equality thing. Y'all keep that in your mind, because he had a whole issue about quote unquote, oh, when it comes down to us, you guys don't look at us as real men because we're not straight and you think we're not equal to X, Y, and Z and yada 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 yada.
I think he already got to that part.
Oh, he already got to that point. So let me just hammer that bad boy real quick, because I had to go get my jacket. It was getting cold in here. I think it's interesting that when it comes down to say so, as in your talking point, is that you are having issue with a system or the same metric that you want to apply to other people. Because when other people don't see you as a real man because you are not straight, you take issue with that, but you don't take issue with having that same thought process and applying that to other bottoms or people that are receivers or the queer or the feminine beings within the community. Because you're on one end, you're saying that we're all males or we're all men, quote unquote, unquote, but then on the other end, you take issue when people don't want to make you equal to another man that may have a different sexual preference, but you are happy, or you're so, I'm gonna say it, you're happy to announce, because at the end of the video, he also says as well, he's happy to announce that, we're not equal. And you do have separate standards. And so my thing is this, I think people don't realize what words that they're using. Okay, cool. If we're not equal, then that means it means I'm above or I'm below you. And you already said it's a man's world. And also we can also tell by the talking points is that if you're receiving, that means you're more than likely not above. So if I'm not equal to you, that also means that we are below you. And so it's easy for you to fathom the idea of a person that receives or the feminine being below you, but yet when other people, aka heterosexual people or people outside of yourself, view you as being not the same as a straight man, even though you're masculine, you take issue with that. But the same heteronormativity that you're trying to push within the queer community is the same thing that's being applied to you. And let's also talk about this. And I want to say this for the longest. Girl, I'm not gonna lie. This idea that he's the most masculine person in the world, girl, a couple videos in, I can probably get that you probably don't wear wigs, you probably don't have your nails polished, probably don't. But let's be very clear. You're not the most masculine person in the world. From the videos, the content I've dug into, baby, the mannerisms are mannerisming. Baby, I'm sorry. You are a punk. Girl, you are one of us. Sister, you are a queer person. You are not as masculine as you think you are. Same thing with your masculine bottom. He's not as masculine as you think he is. So which means that that's the reason why you end up going into that loophole of being looped in with us in terms of that same metric system of people not viewing you as being a man, which you take pride in. You take pride in being a man. You take pride in having masculinity. You take pride in, quote unquote, not being a woman, quote unquote. Those are your words, not ours. So if you take pride in those things, the exact same thing that you're doing to other people is being done to you. And then once you get caught out on it, all of a sudden you want to do this reverse psychology of, oh, you guys, this is what's wrong with the community. No, your talking points is what's wrong with the community. Because the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying is that what I'm saying gives room for other people's humanity. What you're saying doesn't give room for feminine beings' humanity. That's the problem.
Ain't nothing
That's
like
it.
a good man loving his bottom.
We ain't gonna get his video only 27 minutes long. We not gonna get through that because we already been here for 53 minutes. But we've only reacted to 6 minutes of 27 minutes. It took us.
Shut the hell up and let him speak for himself.
Y'all ain't got to shut up. I just let y'all know that we ain't even to the halfway mark. But I mean, we are here to react, so it is what it is. But look, I don't even have nothing to say about whether he the most masculine or not masculine, because I think that his caveat to what you just said would be, yeah, but I'm a top nonetheless. And that's where my luxury and my privilege is. is in the fact
Yeah,
that
with it.
I'm a top
my
and
caveat,
I'm masculine enough to have these niggas on my dick.
and my caveat to that is then don't be bitching and crying when people also want to apply that same metric system to you. Because you just had a whole hissy fit 2.5 minutes ago. Talk about like, why you guys don't think that we the same just because I'm gay? That's straight men. So shut the fuck up. Then that never should have came out your mouth. Because when I first saw that, I said, then he already destroyed everything he ever said. Because you can't apply a said system to other people, but then want to cry when the same system is applied to you. Then shut the fuck up then.
And like, see, because he's not thinking about it, because he's not evaluating his own talking points, really, he's just responding to his reality and carrying his reality out, but he's not really inspecting it. He doesn't realize when he deteriorates his own argument, because to Reckless's point, you're applying heteronormativity to the queer community, but then you also opened up the commentary with, we're all men. That's exactly why you got to start at ground zero. That's why queer men are in a unique position. That's why we can't afford to apply heteronormativity, because it don't apply to us. Mm-hmm. We are all men, unlike men and women dynamics. Men and women have been raised in a social construct designing and curating their relational dynamics. First of all, we as queer people don't even have a design, because the world was too homophobic.
Correct.
For us to even have a palette to even work with, making our situation even more unique. But on top of that, we're not female and male. We are male on male. This is the boys' club. That's why it also sounds ridiculous to slut shame bottoms, because you ultimately are slut shaming a man, and you say that men have privilege. But what you're forgetting is that in this case, since this is a boys' club, it ain't just a privilege that applies to tops.
Thank you.
We're in a boys' club, baby. This is a man's, literally, gay men are in a man's world. Literally, we're men. So whether you're slutting it out as a bottom or slutting it out as a top, it's a man that's doing the slutting, and the same forces that are working through a top, whatever forces he believes is working through a top that contributes to slutatious behavior, are the same forces that are working through male bottoms that contribute to slutatiousness. And there's no way to distinguish that in the same way that hetero people try to do, because they are polarized by male and female as opposites, because once again, we're not in that position, since this is same sex on same sex. So trying to like create these alternative, yet trying to create like this variant heteronormative shit for queer people, it's going to fall flat. We can't start there. We're in a unique position. We're all men. And even if you are a bottom, you still have testosterone. If you're a top, you have testosterone, because guess what? We all share. I mean, to his point, right? We're all men. So now I want SaySo to think about that. Like, well, wait. I know it is easy for me to get caught up into applying heteronormativity, because that's the word that we've been raised in. It's just easy to just copy and paste that shit over to same-sex relationships. But the reality is, these are same-sex relations we're talking about, not hetero nothing. So bottoms have the same male privilege that tops have, and bottoms have to navigate the world, and do navigate the world the same way that tops do. And since that's the case, because look, I know that it's hard to start from scratch. No community likes it. That's what we kind of have going on when it comes to capitalism. Well, if we let go of capitalism, then what we gonna do? I don't know, bitch. But if we saying that it's erroneous or that it's problematic and that having capitalism comes at the expense of offsetting other ecosystems, then wherever the fuck we start at, we got to start somewhere else. We can't keep this. Even if we don't know where we're going beyond this, we can't keep this is what we all agreeing to. Exactly. So same thing with the LGBT. There are some things we don't even have framework for because it just don't exist yet. That doesn't mean that we should hold on to pre-existing social constructs just because we haven't done the work, we haven't been creative enough, we haven't been emboldened enough to figure out what this looks like. And maybe because of just how unique the same gender loving experience is, what it means is that there isn't going to be no universal framework. It's going to be person to person and relationship to relationship. And to be honest, that really is how it should be for heterosexuals too, because they wouldn't be having the same issues that they're having in their relational dynamics if they weren't trying to identify with the construct more so than identifying just as a soul on a journey and needing to be in community with other people who understand the journey more so than are eager to identify and to uphold ideologies. So I would like us all to figure it out, especially us as queer people, because I feel like with the heterosexuals, they get to like prolong their evolution because they have a construct already that's handed down to them that they use as a framework to make their life easy. But we kind of already at the threshold. So we might as well just plunge into the deep and not be afraid to create our realities according to our truths and our personal values and our personal ethics, and not be afraid to do it differently. Not be afraid of that. But we are, in a lot of ways, being just as lazy as our heterosexual counterparts are by just relying on pre-existing constructs, even if they don't work for us. And as we can see here, they're not working. They're not working.
And besides the point that it's not the same, my point is we don't accept it because we can't. It messes with our self-esteem and shit too much, right? I don't understand why that don't do that to women. Like, why are y'all not, like, y'all just keep letting niggas cheat on y'all and forgiving them? What about that what is that? How do y'all do that? Like, I've always wondered that. Like, I could never do that. I've tried, y'all. There was this one time this dude had told me, like, he had messed around and shit. And we was going through a little break. We weren't even, like, in a real full-blown relationship.
And no wonder we're never going to make it through the whole video. I never understood why women kept letting men cheat. Well, that's going to happen though when y'all keep trying to uphold a world where it is a man's world and it's everybody else that needs to move around. It's everybody else who needs to get with the program, so to speak. It's the women, why women allow that is because women don't exist within a system where men get held accountable by anybody else but women. That's why. Since it's a man's world, right? So as long as men are not holding men accountable, there ain't going to be no sustainability from women. The same way why if you don't get out of the construct, you're going to unfortunately find yourself a part of the problem, whether you think you're the problem or not.
I just said part of the problem.
Because you're supporting the construct rather than participating in the dismantling of it, because, as I said earlier, there's not enough that a bottom can do or a woman can do to make the opposite sex or the same sex or the top in any given situation act better than they do.
because it's a character.
We know that men will lie, scheme, and scam, and even rape to get what they want. Men will perform. Will men put on a mask? Men will be as manipulative as they need to be. They will love bomb. They will do all the things that need to be done in order to get whatever it is they want out of the situation, while knowing what you want. They know you want a husband. All they want is one night only. And if it takes a year worth of scamming, 6 months worth of scamming and scheming and masking, 2 years, if it however long it takes. So yes, there is something to be said about the fact that, see, because once again, let me make the distinction between me and SaySoTv. SaySoTv is going to tell women and bottoms to straighten up to get a man. I'm going to tell bottoms and women to straighten up. I'm going to simply tell bottoms and women to uphold their personal values, because it's their personal values,
right?
Whether they're going to get a man out of it or not. Just decide who you are and decide what respect and honor looks like to you, and then body that shit. Body that shit through and through, by and by. Because that's not even to get anything per se. That's your self-respect, your self-dignity. Now, what SaySo would say is do that to get other people, but that's never going to work as long as you're making
your value.
You are only wanting other people to have you're only wanting the feminine to have the utmost standard.
Yeah,
it would take the top and the dominant to have the utmost standard as well.
Because
for both of those polarities to bring themselves together in a situation that's mutually satisfying for both. Y'all be talking about people as if like they're trainable. Like people are not pit bulls. Yeah, people are not pit bulls. That's why, once again, it doesn't matter how conservative you are. It doesn't matter how virgin you are. It doesn't matter how much you love the Lord and you don't cuss and you come from a good family and you dress modest and will still be treated like a hoe.
Conscious. You got to remember, because if that's the case, if that's the case of you being conservative and you being modest and you being all to yourself and being introverted and being in your place, if all of that worked, then why are wives who've done that been cheated on? Why have wives who've done those things been beat on? Why have wives I
said that in the beginning, it doesn't satisfy the burden. It doesn't satisfy the burden. I mean, it just doesn't, because and now we see why though, because as long as in the unconsciousness of our society, ultimately because people know they live in a man's world, they're going to put onus on the feminine.
Yep.
Even for the masculine actions and behavior, it's just going to be in the unbelly. It's going to be in the underbelly of our unconscious and subconscious to just scoot that accountability over to the feminine. And that's what makes conversations like these like very gaslighting, because you're trying to tell me that there's something that I can do about the world somebody else created, and I can't. I can figure out how to survive it. And this is where I give SaySo the pendulum swings to the right, because I think that SaySo approaches the world from the way that it is rather than the way that it should be.
Yeah.
You know, we as progressives on this side, those of us who are like more visionaries and we understand this is a social construct, we understand the problems with the construct, and we understand that the construct needs to come down. And if it's like SaySo are on the other side of it, like, no, this is the way the world is. And because this is the way the world is, let me tell y'all what the rules of engagement are. And this is how you navigate it. So he's approaching the world from the fact that it's a man's world. Men have a privilege, and there's going to be a double standard. And rather than whine and pussy about it, look, let me tell y'all how y'all can put some resistance up to these tops, nigga. Like, no relationship, no bussy. No relationship, no pussy.
Just make sure that
and this is why he's going to have a crowd, because there are people who don't know that the world can be different, so they accept the world for what it is.
Right, right.
And then they live from that experience, and they navigate from that attitude, rather than from the attitude of like, no, bitch, let's tear down the walls of Jerusalem brick by motherfucking brick and recreate some shit, rather than try to hold on to this shit.
Well, just make sure that that he adds in the part of that first part when he had that whole breakdown. Make sure that he edit that part out as well, because it's the world and it's the way that it is. And since you are not a heterosexual man, you are not equal. So add that part in there too. And that's how the world is. So stop bitching about it and continue with your life.
Because to Aries' point exactly, but there are tops who will lie to you just to get with you. And that's what's so funny, because
he said that.
Oh, SaySo knows that.
Yeah, he said it.
SaySo knows that, and he said it, and he knows it. And so to that very point, the question becomes, how do we undo that? Because what that pretty much pits the feminine in, or the receiver in, is their back is up against the wall. Ultimately, you're really talking about something they can't change, because yes, it's not theirs to change. How do tops, or the dominant, address their own predatory nature and their own deceptive nature? Because it is deceptive and it's predatory to pursue somebody under false pretense. Yeah. You know, you just want sex, but you're selling me on a relationship. Why not address how demonstrative that is, and how destructive that is, and how wicked and narcissistic that type of psychology is, that it's okay to deceive people. It's okay to prey upon people. It's okay to shame people for not having standards that I don't even fucking have. And if we all agree that tops, whether straight or gay, are not virtuous, because SaySoTv also like approaches tops, because he talks out of both sides. On one hand, he'll say, yeah, niggas ain't shit, and niggas do just want the ass, and niggas just da 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 da. But then on the other hand, he almost talks as if they're also righteous. And if we would just clean it up, we could get us a good man, Savannah. If we would just not be whores and not be promiscuous and not be easy, that, you know, we could just catch a good man. But then he also says in the same video that it's more bottoms than there are tops. So it's like you keep getting back to the deficit, because the way you are approaching the issue is so shallow and so non-nuanced that you have no choice but to end up with these type of deficits in your attempt to help everybody involved. Yes.
And also adding the point of what he also said, to also add to what you literally just brought up, the point of what he said is that men are also territorial. So which means that there's no possibility that a bottom. So girl, you're I'm sorry, you're eating yourself up. And this is the reason why, like, I was like, what the is he talking about?
And I think one thing that could oh, sorry, wait.
No, you good.
No, I think one thing that could change it, and I think we mentioned it earlier, I believe, when I mentioned how in one of his previous uploads, like again, about a year and a half ago, where he stated, and I hope I don't lose a damn thought, girl, because I feel like I'm losing it, but about well, y'all saying that y'all don't want inexperienced tops. Y'all want tops that know what they doing. Y'all want tops that know how to work it and get it together and touch that spot and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. But as I was talking to CTV before the live happened, and I brought that point up, he brought up a very good point, which is like, you can still like be good in reference to intimacy with one person. Like, not everybody is the same. If individuals learn their partner, learn who they're getting in their body, and listen to them, even the nonverbal communications, the way that their body moves, how they react to a certain touch or when you do something, Remember that, so that you can please your partner. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, if you want to stop this whole whorism situation, or decrease it, or give commentary or advice to those who are tops on how they can navigate the world that is productive for all of the queer community, you know what I'm saying, for those who are also the receivers as well. That's why I say dick discipline is very important. That's why I say, you know, making sure you get to know somebody is important. But because we are hyper-actualized as men in general across the board, we grew up, even though we are queer, we grew up in a heterosexual world where we have seen actual stuff from a very early age. So if that's heteroexual, just imagine how it is for queer people. It's even more contorted. It's even more distorted, if you will. So I think that, and this is the part I think SaySo is not going to really like, more tops are going to have to delve more or become more balanced and associated with their feminine energy. Because
you get straight men are gonna have to.
You that's the only way, because you're trying to connect. Because at the end of the day, you're a human being. Even me, I am a top. I'm not an apex top. I'm not trying to dominate you, but at the same time, top is just basically what it is that you prefer in the bedroom. That's it. It is not my whole character. And in the queer community, we make that the whole character, as opposed to getting to know the actual character of the person who just happens to like this in the bedroom because it's what gets them on, gets them off, and, you know, satisfies them, satiates them. If we were to have those deeper conversations, then there would definitely be a change. But it's just easier, I guess, for some people to uphold the system, even though, when, to Reckless's point, when we try to hold them up to that same system as far as how they do it, they're not all the way masculine. Very interesting. But that's it.
But to the point about, even like, because I think he already has said, or he's going to say something to the degree of like, oh yeah, because he said it already about like tops don't like it when somebody else done been in their person's hole, because being the receiver is much more emotional and y'all get much more attached and trauma bonded. That obviously is not true, because like, you can't say that bottoms are sluts and make it easy and then also say they get attached. Like, where's the attachment coming in at if they slutting it out? Where's the attachment coming out if they're being whores? So no, they're operating just like their top peers, because guess what? To your point, SaySo, we're men. We're men, right? We're men. And so in this case, it don't matter whether you're a bottom or you're a top, because we're talking about the same sex. And let's also dispel this whole, the femme is more emotional than the mask is bullshit, because it's not even scientifically supported. Recent research, including a 75-day study published in Scientific Reports 2021, suggests that women are not more emotional than men. Emotional fluctuations in daily life are similar across genders through societal stereotypes and differing expression styles. Women often express sadness, anxiety, men express anger, aggression, create the illusion that women are more emotional, when both anger and aggression are what? Emotions. Even though they get classified differently in this system. Studies show that men and women experience emotional highs and lows to a similar extent. While women are often more emotionally expressive, especially with positive emotions and sadness, this does not mean they feel more internally than men do. They're just more expressive of their feelings than men are.
Do me a favor, Conscious. I sent you a post. Can you put that on the screen when we get a chance? Because actually it's the perfect time, because that's exactly what I was going to get into. Because this idea of thinking just because the receivers are more emotional and all these other things, then how can you? Hold on.
And before you said let me get to the rest of this.
I got you.
In some cases, men show equal or greater physiological reactions, etc. Blood pressure, cortisol levels to stress, suggesting that they may keep in emotions rather than feel them less. Once again, our whole society has a big ass misunderstanding about almost every motherfucking thing that is. Cultural stereotypes often label female emotional expressions as irrational while describing similar emotional displays in men, such as during sports, etc., as passionate. Conclusion is the stereotype that women are inherently more emotional is false and not supported by recent data or the motherfucking facts.
I mean, look at the orange pig. He a man. Look how emotional he is. He got us about to damn near be destroyed.
Look at how SaySo is a prime example of that. He's at apex top, yet wanted a man so bad that he broke him into being the bottom.
Stay
You got to
with
be
my boo
pretty
little
fucking
bitch.
emotional
Mm-mm.
to have that level of desire for someone.
With a
And
vice
SaySo engages in his emotions all the time. I just saw a video of him and his dude where his dude interrupted his streaming and was like, "Hey, the masseuse are coming up," and he was like, "Oh, I want a female, a masseuse." And his dude was like, "Oh, okay." And then SaySo asks, "Who you getting?" And he was like, "Oh, I don't care. I don't have a preference." He was like, "Oh, I want you to get a woman, a masseuse as well." He was like, "You don't have a preference, but I have a preference for you, and I don't want to see no man. I don't want to see no man. I don't want to see no man a massaging all on you." So, like his own behavior is, in one part, is congruent with the idea that tops are territorial, but also, in order to be territorial, it requires you to be emotional. And to be controlling requires you to be emotional. To be possessive requires you to be emotional. But once again, because we live in a patriarch, we will take the same emotions that the feminine display and categorize them as something different just because it's the masculine displaying them, when it's the same motherfucking phenomenon, just being categorized differently based upon the social construct. But go ahead, Reckless.
So I sent you this post, and I'm glad you said that last part, because now it's just, earlier he tried to clean it up and say something along the lines of, when he was talking about the whole thing, talk surrounding control, talk about, no, I'm not talking about like in the like ownership and like a controlling or anything like that. Yes, you are, because I think it's interesting when it comes down to your man, actually to yourself, you don't want a man, you want a woman. And when it comes down to your man, he doesn't have a preference, and you want him to go with a woman, but just because you don't want to see him with another man. But my thing is this, there we go again, trying to apply a metric system that you would not want applied to you, because the issue with you, I can't speak in terms of the boyfriend, but for you let it be known that you're bisexual. Yeah, so which means that I don't want you to have nobody, a man nor a woman.
Because what if that woman touching on you and you start thinking about things?
Because you are attracted to both sexes, and we don't know who we're gonna get. It could be a Mexican. It could be a motherfucking Mexican bitch that's overweight, that's over here wearing that's fucking 65 years old, that you may or may not be attracted to, or it could be a skinny bitch that over here with a fat ass and just walk through, and you may be like, okay, she bad as fuck. You don't know who the fuck finna walk through that damn door. It could be goddamn Rebecca, or it could be senor or fucking senorita.
Or what people can just do is you can just simply trust your partner, because if I'm getting a massage, that is simply to help eliminate the stress. As long as these people ain't talking about no happy ending, sucky, fucky, then it shouldn't be no issue. This is about relieving the tension in the muscles. That's simply it.
Right. And I thought this post was interesting, because this idea talking about, when it comes down to women or the receivers or the effeminate entities or beings or whatever, they're so emotional and the emotion and stuff. But if that's the case, then how can you explain crimes of passion? How can you explain because like SaySo said, a man not gonna tolerate his woman or his bottom cheating on him. But he also needs to add in the fact that the only answer that he presented was walking away. Not everybody walks away. Some people walk away with your life. And guess what? That's emotion. And guess what? You know how emotional you have to be to take one's life, that's a hell of a lot of emotion.
Very
And I also don't like the fact that when bottoms begin to act, this is what he said, act just like the tops, the bottoms are the ones that are have trauma. They're the ones that are confused. They're the ones that have the issues, but we're not willing to investigate why, when, to his logic, being promiscuous, why is it we're not willing to investigate, which I know why, investigate why the tops are very promiscuous as well, to his logic. Girl.
Look, the biggest fucking example of like that crumbles SaySoTv's argument around the feminine being more emotional than the dominant is Trump and every MAGA loving motherfucker on the planet. The reason why it's even a man's world is because men are so fucking emotional that it takes him to be in control of everything and every fucking body. Because they're the ones playing emotional Olympics. Men are so emotional that patriarchy has existed since the dawn of time. We have had literally a scoop of matriarchs throughout society. Most of the world has been male-led, male-oriented, male-customized, male-control, because that's how emotional the dominant is. Back to say so.
Hit the live button, y'all. I mean the like button. I said live button. Hit the like button.
It was in a relationship, and then we had broke up, had a little break, and then we were still talking. But then he told me that he ended up messing with somebody. Y'all, I was thinking about getting back with him, but when he told me that, completely turned off. Like, I mean, I just didn't care no more. I couldn't even help it. Like, it wasn't an angry mad. It wasn't like I was sad or angry or anything. It's just like I just did not want him no more. I just did not care. Like, I don't know how we are genetically, like with men, but I feel like other men can relate to that. But women, they are allowing niggas to just continuously cheat on them. How do they do that? Unless y'all are disconnected from y'all self-esteem. And that's what we be coming up with. Like, so you don't love yourself for you to be allowing, like, for you to let me cheat on you, you don't care about yourself. You must not.
But the problem with that is that he don't say that about the tops. That you must not love yourself if you can sling your dick any and everywhere with any type of discretion. That you must not love yourself if you put yourself. Now, once again, I'm pro ho, so these ain't my talking points per se, but I'm just countering.
Right.
I'm countering what he's saying. I'm challenging what he's saying because it's about calling out that double standard. And then he makes a really weird like argument to justify that. He says because the submissive have a hole, so y'all gotta douche more, y'all gotta clean more, y'all gotta. So that's why we shouldn't be hoes. And just because the dominant can put a wet wipe and a cotton ball to their dick, that hell, you know, may the good times roll. May the good times roll. But literally, to Reckless's point earlier, or to Bubs, whoever had brought up the whole STI thing, is like, this is the problem. This is the problem with antiquated ass thinking. This is exactly why niggas is running around with their dicks hanging off their thighs and bumpy as hell, shit looking like a butterfinger, because niggas literally like. And I'm talking about, and this is a very deep socialization, because even Usher responded to one of his lawsuits where one of his sexual mates accused him of herpes and said that safe sex is a woman's responsibility.
No, it's yours too, baby.
No, but I'm making that point that
I know.
really believe this stuff, even when it's getting them herpes and AIDS and HIV and gonorrhea and syphilis, even when the consequences are both fatal, temporary, medical or psychological, and to just not be interested in exploring that because you're just used to living in a world where, hey, this is how men are. This is how men are. This is how men are. So, the world just needs to revolve around men and figure it out and need to understand men. And it's like, sir, the whole reason why your own life has had to intersect with homophobia is because of the support of this very construct. Baby, you don't want this world any more than we do, but you don't believe that the world can be any other kind of way. So you just accept it for what it is. And then you find rest in the little bit of privilege you have as a quote unquote mass presenting man who then also happens to be a top. So you get a scoop of a double privilege. You get a scoop of male privilege and a scoop of top privilege. Well, then there's another layer. You get a scoop of cute privilege too. So you able to kind of find your corner in this fucked up system and accept it for what it is because you got some breathing room. A lot of other people don't. So that's why we're going to change this shit, because it's not enough for you to just have some breathing room. Everybody gonna need some breathing room, and that breathing room can't come at the expense of, well, y'all need to be more masculine and y'all need to transform and y'all need to be inauthentic to get what y'all want, while we all get to have some sense of authenticity and some sense of relaxation. No, the whole shit just gonna come down. And what's gonna end up happening is that Black gay men who identify as the receivers are just going to divest in a way that their female peers have and are doing. Divest to the rabbit, divest to dating out of where, dating other ethnicities, and they're going to be leaving niggas on red, and it ain't going to be enough for you to be a top. It ain't going to be enough for you to just be cute and be a top. It ain't going to be enough for you to be cute and a top and masculine. It ain't going to be enough for you to be cute, masculine, a top, and an apex top at that. It won't be enough, because the day is coming, because what we know, due to the way that you niggas love heteronormativity, is that it allows us to be the predictor of what's coming next in our own community. So just like we're watching women, particularly Black women, divest from Black men, we're going to be watching a grand exodus. And there's already a lot of gay men who are already divesting, even if it's divesting to the point of like, bitch, I'd rather be alone. And I'm okay with being alone. I'm cool with that. I don't believe in the idea of a piece of a man is better than no man at all. Because even a piece of a man will have a tombstone over your motherfucking head, ho. So no, it ain't enough. A piece of a man ain't enough. It's a lot of BetterHelp.com exists. It's too many resources now for people to feel better about themselves and put their lives into perspectives. People are reevaluating what legacy means. Once upon a time, it used to be that legacy was in children and was in marriage. Now legacy is in career, is in your contribution to society. People are redefining all these things and moving along with their motherfucking life. Not missing a beat. No. All privilege is short-lived, because guess what? The world changes. That's why you shouldn't rely on your privilege. Ever. Ever. You only win for now. You don't win for good.
Hello. You win battles, but not the war.
Yeah. All right. Back to SaySo.
That's how we take it. That's why we keep doing it, because we feel like you don't value yourself. You know what I'm saying? So that's the same thing here. Why are you as a bottom? Like, why do you not care about if a nigga body count? Why do you not care about where he been and who he been fucking? And, you know, like, why do y'all not care, but we care? What's up with that? Don't try to say that it's misogyny and ego because we have a self-esteem. That is our self-esteem. That is.
But see, but that's what I don't understand. It's like, how on one hand, tops enjoy smashing and dashing, but at the same time, you want to slut shame bottoms. Who in the hell are the tops going to be enjoying smashing and dashing if there ain't no hoes out there to smash and dash? Well,
Mm.
I don't understand. It's like, how on one hand, tops enjoy smashing and dashing, but at the same time, you want to slut shame bottoms. Who in the hell are the tops going to be enjoying smashing and dashing if there ain't no hoes out there to smash and dash?
Well,
And then once again, it goes back to the double standard. Look, we already done explored the double standard. I ain't gonna keep beating the dead horse. We already done addressed the double or the triple or the double, and then unpack that and dismantle that. So let me just press play.
We value. That's not a misogynistic thing. And let's say even if it was, does that change anything? Misogyny means the love of manhood.
That's actually not what misogyny means. Let's actually look up what misogyny means.
Ain't nothing like a good
Now, mind you, SaySo just said that misogyny means the love of men. This is what happens, girl, when we just let anybody take to a microphone. Misogyny actually means the hatred, dislike, or entrenched prejudice against women or the feminine, often manifesting as control, de-evaluation, and discrimination to enforce traditional gender roles. Misogyny is, in fact, the hatred for the femme.
I think for him, he's speaking subconsciously about himself, because in his brain, whether he realized it or not, it's the fact that you use that definition that, well, I don't know where the hell you came up with that from. It's because in your brain, you love men so much, or you love being a man to the point to where that's the way you show up, to the point that you hate. And that key word, that control, that apex, that alpha that you got going on. That's that. So for him, he chose the right thing. He said the right thing for him. But on an academic level, baby, you didn't say the right thing. But for him and the way that he moves, or from what we're seeing, his thought process, he was speaking on a subconscious level, or probably conscious. But academically, baby, no.
Supposed to love being a man. Like, you're not about to trick me out of being a feminist and shit. Like, no. I do.
So he just said, to your point, he loves being a man, Reckless.
Man, I am who I am. We are who we are. This is the way we're wired. So what you're saying is you don't like how men think. You don't like how men operate. You don't like that men.
Yeah, no, we don't. We don't.
No,
I'm a man. You got three men here, girl. Three infinity songs saying yes, we do not, bitch. Like a collective idea. We do not support, stand by, and endorse the idea that the world should be male-centered. We endorse the reality that the world should be balanced.
He's talking about something.
Balance between the higher contribution of feminine consciousness and the higher contribution of masculine consciousness.
Girl, he talking about something. Y'all like how men think? No, we don't.
And we're men.
On business. You don't like that men don't allow motherfuckers to do them how they do motherfuckers. Like, y'all don't like that we can't take what we dish out. Well, guess what? We would be able to if y'all made us.
And I do agree with that. I do agree with that point. I do agree with that point that if you keep manifesting a response, a reality that you don't agree with, then you have to go about it differently. That does not mean that you have to do it the way the system says to do it if you find some fundamental issues with the way the system does what the fuck it does. But it does mean that you may have to figure something else out aside from whatever alternative path you also been taking to get to said results. And yes, you do have to emote what you want, but here's the issue with, and this is where the shit get a little nuanced and the shit get a little sticky and the shit get a little tricky. Because I was having this conversation with my homeboy Cosmic. Let me put on my microphone.
Shout out to Cosmic.
And because we're talking about the law of attraction in this instance. And I was telling him that it's funny to me that people be like people think that the law of attraction is a miracle worker. She's not a miracle worker. The law of attraction can only work with what's available. So let's say that every last single woman was desiring a healthy, fully available, romantic male partner. Well, for one, we already know that by the numbers, there are more women than there are men on the earth. So it's not even statistically possible for every woman to have her very own exclusive healthy male partner. But then when you also consider the way that the social construct damages and plays into the way the world is shaped, particularly let's talk about Black women and Black men. We know that Black men are disproportionately sentenced, that there's an incarceration issue, that there's a fatherlessness issue, there's a criminal justice issue, there's an employment issue, there's an economic issue, that these are all like systematic issues. So when it comes to the idea of like, oh, I want a Black king. Once again, baby, the law of attraction is not a miracle worker, girl. So, this idea that, because see, I kind of forgot why the fuck I was bringing all that up. Let me go back to what the hell he was saying, because I done lost my goddamn point. I done got so I started preaching. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Y'all don't like that. We can't take what we dish out. Well, guess what? We would be able to if y'all made us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, yeah. So, because he's making a point, that girl, basically like the idea that we could get what we want if we just act, and not as in me, but as in we. Like, we could get what we want if we just act right. It's just not true, because there's a lot of other issues that are not being addressed that just make that impossible to be, because you're not even addressing the way that tops are socialized, the fact that tops are also a part of the LGBT community, and they have the same shadow work to do that the bottoms do and the in-betweens do. And if they neglect that work, it doesn't matter that they are privileged and that they can attract healthy bottom partners, because they won't be well enough to sustain those relationships. Like, privilege is not going to be enough to save a top. And once again, acting as though tops are the prize here, because to his point later on in the video, there's more bottoms than there are tops. Interestingly enough, there's more women than there are men. And you know why? Because the feminine is just better. That's why the world needs more of them. The feminine doesn't matter. So the bottoms outnumber the goddamn tops in the gay community, and women outweigh the motherfucking niggas in the hetero community, and for good motherfucking reason. They do. Where would the world be, baby, without the better consciousness, aka the femme consciousness? But there's issues on both sides. If you want a relationship, there's a certain way that you should exist and should show up in order to, quote unquote, match that energy. But tops need to match that energy too.
No shade.
And just acting like just being a top is enough, just using your dick is enough, being the dominant partner is just enough. Those are not even the type of qualities that in and of themselves are going to make a relationship work. Because if you're not emotionally available, I can't do shit with you. If you got mommy issues, I can't do shit with you. If you got trust issues from your past relationships, I can't do shit with you. If you ain't got no sexual discipline, I can't do shit with you. It's not enough to just be a top. It ain't enough to just be an apex top. It ain't enough just to be an attractive apex top. It's just not enough. Just like it's not enough for a man to just be a motherfucking man. We enter into the same conversation when we be talking about, oh, it need to be two parents in a household. Yeah, two well parents, because
Hello.
two toxic parents is as bad as a one parent household, if not worse. It's not about just availability. It's not just about whatever. And he's going to get into that too a little bit. He's going to be like, oh, you know, top shouldn't be da-da-da. But once again, say so many things that are contrary all in the same breath that it cancels out his recovery, because he tries to recover, but you can't recover. Like, your talking points have to be cohesive to really make sense, or you just find yourself in these lopsided ass situations where it's like, okay, your metrics, baby, are like all over the place. They up and down and round and round. There's no cohesiveness whatsoever.
And I'm not talking about make us take what we give y'all. I'm talking about y'all can't fight fire with fire. Y'all want to make us allow y'all to cheat on us, allow y'all to have a high body count, just like y'all allow us to. That's fighting fire with fire. That's not going to work. What we're telling you is the only thing that you can do is hold us accountable for doing what we do and not allowing us to have access to you and giving us privileges. See, that's all we worried about and we care about. We want the privileges. We want to get our nut. We want to, get our way and shit. You got to take that away from us. You can't match our energy and try to be just like us. That won't work. This is what men have always been trying to tell women, but they don't have the balls to say it because it's just being plain and direct. And, a lot of people don't like that kind of communication. They want there to be this open innuendo for them to be able to get their way and be themselves and be toxic. Y'all can't be hoes and get us to fall in line. It won't work. All right? And so what that means to y'all is that means that y'all still trapped. We got y'all checkmated in. That means that if you can't do that part because you also want to get your nut and all that shit, well, then we got y'all checkmated in. That's the only thing that y'all can do. That's all y'all got. That's the only card y'all got in y'all's deck that y'all can put on the table and actually make something happen. Everything else is lower than all the cards that we got in our deck. We're not worried about it. So y'all don't want to use that one card that y'all have as a advantage because you don't want to do the work. Well, then guess what? We're going to keep playing on it then. That's just like the government with society. Oh, so y'all don't want to come together and, stand up to this oppression that we all got y'all paying taxes and all this rent high and shit. Y'all don't give a fuck gas. We just going to make the shit higher. Y'all ain't going to come together. Okay, cool. We just going to keep making it higher. We're going to keep fucking with y'all, making the rent higher. We just going to keep doing whatever we want because y'all not doing nothing. Oh, y'all think voting is going to help? Oh, no, that's not the card that's going to work here. Y'all need to actually come together. Oh, y'all not going to come together? Okay, cool. Well, nothing else will matter. Y'all can't vote somebody in. We got all this shit tied up. We got all the people y'all gonna vote in already up under the payroll and shit. So we got them by the ball. So what's up? Like, what y'all gonna do? Y'all ain't gonna come together? Okay, cool. This is gonna continue for another 50 years, 100 years until y'all get to the point where y'all don't allow it no more. This is how it goes, y'all. You cannot argue and scream and kick to get your way. You have to do what is required to get your way. As a bottom, you should not be letting niggas fuck you without taking you on dates, trying to get to know you, without putting some effort in anyway. I've been told y'all that. 1, 2.
Oh, and here we go, girl. Because he's finna get into some shit. But what's funny about what he just said is that he also said earlier, bottoms won't even do that. They won't even resurrect the standard just to get the dick. But that don't even make any sense when you're saying that tops are handing out dick like condoms at a free clinic. So there is no standard to be resurrected.
And then on top of that, if you're sitting here saying that all that bottoms have to do is to just withhold that from the top, there are, unfortunately, like you said, CTV said, for those who are doing the work is different. But for those who are doing the work, they're not sitting there saying, wow, this person respects them. Let me get to know them better. Let me actually, again, not think with homeboy down here, but think up here with this person, do what I got to do to be able to create a safe space, to be able to create a comfortable space and actually be authentic in that space to make it work. No, why do that when, no shade, there's going to always be somebody that's willing to get their hole ravaged, right? I mean, you got niggas that go to glory holes, don't even know who's on the other side. And no shade, in this instant case, you wasn't able to naturally attract a masculine bottom, so you had to create one. So do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? Like, go ahead.
Another reason, y'all, you don't have to give it to us. If we want to be a fuckboy and a thought, we can be because there's too many of y'all and not that many of us. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, you talk out of, he literally are talking out of both sides. You just spent the first 12 minutes telling bottoms everything they can do to get an available top, to get a top girl, close it up, be modest, and then just said, it don't matter anyway. We gonna be fuckboys regardless because we have the privilege.
That's what I just said.
We have the privilege of outnumbering y'all. That's what
I just said. Ain't nobody sitting there trying to fix their mental and be like, okay, I'm also a part of the problem.
So then how the fuck are the bottoms or the receivers still the problem then? How are they still the problem when you just said, and he literally just said they got the receivers locked up. You're right, it's chessmate. You know why, chessmate? Because y'all are going to narcissistically convince receivers that they can get out of a problem that y'all know that they can't, because it requires y'all to change, not them. And as long as that's not being highlighted, there is no way for the receivers to have the upper hand, because you're putting onus falsely on the receivers about a situation that they don't control fully.
Because to his point, they're the ones that have the upper hand. So if y'all are the ones that have the upper hand, how the fuck you expect the person with the disadvantage to change the dynamic of the situation when
you can't?
Have the
people who got the privilege, as all like in all situations, the privilege has to give. They have to, and he's going to get into that too. He is going to get into that, but it's just like you can't, if you're going to get it, you can't recognize that, but then still say stuff like this. But I do think what he's trying to accomplish is, I think he's trying to accomplish
supremacy,
holding everybody accountable. Like, y'all got to do better, and they got to do better. But we got a situation, because he used the word a privilege, but we got a privilege situation. And that means that, just because I think that SaySo also thinks that he's every top. And I think that he thinks all tops are like him. Mm-hmm. He happens to be one of the few tops who has enough emotional intelligence to know he want a man, he want a relationship, he want to fall in love. And then to... No. Because I'm going to say this as somebody who has watched his content, and he did a particular video about the way he went about, particularly this relationship he's in now, which I give him credit for. He got a relationship. His boo seems to love him, etc. They got a good thing going on. They got a cute apartment. I'm so happy for him, baby, because a lot of these hoes are going to die by themselves on both the bottom and top side. But
hold
on. I ain't finished. But he explained, his talking points were really, like, I learned a lot about how he approached the reality that I want to be involved and I want a relationship. And I was really impressed by the way he went about kind of dismantling his own thoughts, because he's a runner too. He's a runner, easy for him to get turned off, but he realized that relationships require a lot of work. They require intentionality. He also talked about how his boyfriend also was a top, but was willing to be a bottom for him. But because his boyfriend is not like inherently a bottom, he understood that he won't be having as much sex as he's used to, because his dude is not a bottom, but it's being bottom, but it's bottoming, out of what he's going to get from SaySo, and SaySo is willing to also, quote unquote, take some L's and some compromises, because ultimately what they share together in terms of what they want, how well they get along. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, I'm loving this is amazing. I love the way that they swung in and out of all of that. But SaySo thinks that every top is SaySo. He thinks that every top wants to be in love. Every top is sensible. Every top is compromisable, which is why he puts more onus on the bottoms to get their whole asses together and they bullshit and straighten they bullshit up, because he thinks that girl, he be projecting. And I also be realize that, girl, you're problematic, but you're still rare. Like, you are rare in the area in which you are rare in, and you're not every top. Most tops are just like these niggas that women talk about in their dating experience. They're narcissistic as fuck. They've internalized misogyny in such a way that they believe that they should be the head. I was with a quote unquote apex top, and this nigga had internalized patriarchy to such a way that even though I don't even play into power dynamics, he couldn't even be comfortable in a relationship with a high earning partner simply because I was quote unquote supposed to be the feminine partner, and he had an issue with the fact that I had all of the money in their relationship, and to him that equated to power, even though I wasn't using the fact that I'm the higher earner to even create no type of power dynamics. But because of the way he's been socialized, even as a bisexual man in the system, he was applying that heteronormative shit, and the side effects of that shit was even showing up in my queer experience where it should not have shown up at, because we're both men for one. I'm not an actual woman. It doesn't matter if I have on a wig. It doesn't matter if I have on makeup. It doesn't matter if I do feminine things. At the end of the day, I'm still a motherfucking dude. So you can't approach a relationship with another man with all that hetero shit in mind, because we're not opposite sex. Now, if you get you a partner that is okay with that, that's fine. Like, if you get a bottom who's okay with the gender construct that already exists, and they don't mind that, girl, I'm going to be the femme, and I'm going to be submissive, and I'll be the passive person, and you'll play the dominant role, and you will run the household, and even if I'm the high, like, whatever the case may be. But my partner, even though I made it so safe for him, like, he never had to ask me for no money. He had access to the card. He didn't have to ask me, can I borrow this? Can I use this? Can I spend this? I just trusted that whatever he needed the money for, it was reasonable, and it contributed and went back into our household, and you know that he was just responsible, and I was in a position to be able to live like that and to do that. But even with all the freedom in the world, he just couldn't get over the idea that the feminine, and I don't even think I'm feminine, but not that I don't think I'm feminine, but it's like I don't even identify as like a exclusively feminine person. I'm not even an exclusive bottom, but he was a straight top. So that defaulted me to having to be a straight bottom for him, which was fine. But even with all the freedom, he could not get past this idea that I had the money, therefore that means I had the power, even when I wasn't illustrating no type of power. So see that I be losing my point. Hold on. So let me go back to what this nigga was saying real quick.
Another reason, y'all, you don't have to give it to us. If we want to be a fuckboy and a thought.
Oh yeah. So to that point, it's like it's not about being perfect, because I mean, how many of us have quote unquote done that? We've already been down that road of like, I'm going to be the perfect version of whatever this is. I'm going to be the perfect feminine, the perfect bottom, the perfect top, the perfect in between. I'm going to be the perfect person. But the nigga has been indoctrinated and institutionalized in such a way that it don't matter, bitch, what the fuck you are.
Yeah.
The problem is you ain't right, even if I am. You not. And so once again, there ain't enough virginness, there ain't enough submissiveness, there ain't enough none of that I can offer you that you won't end up abusing, because you think that the goal for you was solely just to learn how to be masculine, and that should be your get out of jail free card. That should be your pass, go collect 200. That should be your privilege. That's been your only mission, is to just be a top, just to be masculine, without also understanding, like, just once again, how many side effects are going to come with that, because there's so much shit we've infused into these gender roles that are inherently toxic. There's so much shit that we've infused into what it means to identify as masculine, feminine, that create a lot of toxic expression of femininity and of masculinity. It just seemed like it would just make more sense to just fucking be balanced and to just talk about what people across the board need to be. People need to be healthy. People need to do their shadow work. People need to get their ass in therapy. People need to address their childhood trauma. People need to address their fears, their baggage, their past relational baggage, their trust issues, so that things can be well. And then the rest of this shit falls by the wayside. You don't have to even get into the top and bottom shit. You ain't even get into the who masculine, who femme shit. At the end of the day, bitch, you're sick, you're fucked up, you need help, and go get you that help and learn how to first and foremost be the authentic you, understand what the fuck that even means for you, and then do your work and go and attract somebody else who's healthy. The preferences don't really matter more so than the condition that everybody is in. But anytime that we get into these type of conversations where we're trying to compartmentalize like this, and we're trying to, where the bottoms need to and the tops need to, like, that shit is not real. It's not even real. You should just be two people in a partnership.
Hello, thank you.
There should be no even idea of who's gonna control. Bitch, ain't nobody control. Girl, whoever got the better idea is who we're going with, girl. If you got the better thought behind what we should do with this motherfucking money, that's who the fuck I'm going with you. You may be the twerker in the relationship, but if you have more economic discipline and have more economic intellect than I do at the top, girl, you're going to be running the finances. If as a top, I'm better at the domestic chores because I was raised by a single mom and I had to be the man in the house and I had to help her raise the rest of my siblings. So I'm just better at keeping up with the house and keeping up with dishes and whatever the case may be, bitch, then I'm going to, that's going to be my role. Like, it's not about top and bottom and masculine and feminine and because of those things, who should be feminine and who should be masculine? All motherfucking people should be fucking submissive in a relationship because it is a partnership, bitch. If I wanted a king hoe, I'd move the British. I'll move to Britain and get me a motherfucking king, bitch. This is a democracy, hoe, not a dictatorship.
Right.
I don't need no motherfucking leader. What people are looking for in a relationship is partnership. And then it'd be stupid enough to know that there's a deficit across the board because who gives a fuck if there are quote unquote more bottoms than there are tops? At the end of the day, tops are in the same position if most of those fucking bottoms are toxic as fuck. So it could be as many of them as there is grasshoppers. But if those motherfucking bottoms are toxic as hell, tops in the same fucking deficit that bottoms are in. And so if that's the case, girl, that we're in a deficit for a multitude of reasons, girl, motherfuckers is locked up, motherfuckers got psychological problems, motherfuckers got trust issues, motherfuckers got this and that and everything else going on under the sun, then how much more unintelligent is it to then, because you're already going to have a problem finding you a needle in a haystack, and then you going to also reduce finding that needle based upon how many dicks that needle done took before it got to you, girl.
How many
licks does it take to get to the center of the?
Oh, Reckless, you're trying to get up in here,
girl. Other thing I was got kind of push back on in terms of SaySo, because once again he talks about both sides of his neck, and I understand everything you said in terms of his testimony and talking about his relationship and stuff like that. But where I'm like, he has to somewhat, and I think so maybe sometimes what I guess now hearing you speak, sometimes he may forget that all tops aren't like him, is because on several occasions he's also let it be known that tops will lie and tops will do what they want to do to get the booty and then do whatever they want to do after the fact. And from what I understand of SaySo, he's not like that. From what he's saying in this current day, he's not being like that. He's not like that. Okay, so if that's the case, then you also should know that all tops are not like you. So yeah, that pushback needs to be on both parties, not just one, but both parties. And it is this thing of, I really don't want to say it's like a pandering thing, because I think that he is being sincere, but it does come off like, I'm gonna say that you, as we all can tell, there's a bias there. So yeah.
Bubs, anything you have to insert right now?
Stunner Black Vibes 9266 says yes. Plus, there's an explosion of femme tops, passive tops, and trans tops. Tops is not even really a dominant role anymore, and no shade. For me as an individual, how I look at it, top and bottom again is just what you prefer in the bedroom. That's it. Again, it's what the avenues in which you want to explore. For me, I'm a very chill, laid back person. No shade. In the relationships that I've been in, the person who was quote unquote receiving the dick, they were the ones that low key, I was following them. Oh, what you want to do, babe? It's up to you. I'm a very chill, laid back person. It don't take a lot. Do you get what I'm saying? So again, it's about, to CTV's point, finding the partnership, and that's very important, especially now where I am. Like, there are certain things that, yes, it's nice to have and to experience, but it's not the it's not the basis or the root of everything. I want someone who's going to care about me when things do change, because it's easy to be with somebody when things are good, when the money coming in, the sex, all these things are good. But once things start getting rocky, that's when you know somebody really cares for you. And I would prefer for my partner to be there for me, not just through the good times, but the bad times as well. And I feel like if we continue to put these labels on each other, and just basing people's characters solely on those labels, when things get rough, nobody's going to be able to stand the rain, because we don't even know who each other really is, because we're wearing these masks. We're wearing these social constructs as a suit or a shield holding the true us. And when I did my commentary on SaySoTv again about a year and a half ago, and he did a video with his partner, I believe it was around Christmas time, or it was an old live where they were around Christmas time or whatever. And again, we got to see him and his nigga interact, which again, I do appreciate that, because I love black love. I want black love to thrive, especially black male queer love. But it's like, based on how he was showing up in that, it was like, wait a minute, hold on. You talking about apex tops are all this and that and such, but when we see you operate, again, you're operating with your actions differently than what you're saying. So if he were to be able to balance that more, if he was to pivot to that point more, then I think, again, he will be received better to where it's more balanced. Because, again, there are moments where he can he gets close to the threshold of understanding. And we just like cross that threshold into the understanding. Even me, before I was in my first relationship, I was an individual who was solely a top, no shade. In my first relationship, I compromised more than I wanted to, but I'm grateful for that experience, because now that I've done that, I know what I like and what I enjoy and what I want. Now, who's to say down the line, if I meet somebody and it's 5-10 years plus, and then maybe I want to experiment and try something different, that's cool. But I'm glad I had that experience, because I know that when I am topping, I know how a bottom feels. So therefore, I'm able to interact in a more intimate way, in a more fruitful way, in a more powerful, transformative way, as opposed to just how a lot of tops think, where it's about getting their nut. No, I understand the process, because I also put myself there. I had that empathy. I took it to the next level and walked that empathy out. And I think SaySo said that he bottomed maybe once or whatever, but I feel like for those who are tops, they should bottom a few times to understand what that is, because at the end of the day, we're human beings. Again, I'm not going to allow a label to make that the totality of who I am. No, that is an aspect of what I like in a certain sector, in a certain way. And I just hope us as queer people, we continue to have these conversations and go deeper. No pun intended. We love going deeper in this, but we don't love going deeper in here. And I need for it to be in here and in here. So that's it.
Amen. True, Bubs.
Because there's too many of y'all and not that many of us. So if you don't go, there's about 20 other niggas in your area that's gonna go. And so then, like, we go, smash on that nigga. Like, so we don't ever have to be held accountable. Is it right? I don't think so. I don't think that top should be thinking that, because they have this privilege, fuck these niggas, I'm just gonna fuck all these different niggas and whoop-de-whoop. But I will say there's still levels to it. Like, I never was saying that it was okay for tops to sleep around with all these different dudes. I was saying the only reason why it's okay is because y'all make it okay. If y'all was to make us not be able to do that, or we wouldn't get what we wanted, then we would have to follow suit. We have to change up something. You know what I'm saying? And y'all mad that y'all the only ones that got to do it. Now, I understand that. Who wants to hear that? Who wants to hear, because I take dick and I'm a receiver of penetration, I have different standards I have to uphold to than this nigga. And we both men. We both gay. We both, you know what I'm saying? Because just like men and women, when you're a receiver of penetration, just like a woman, she may not have liked it, but at the end of the day, she understands that there's a difference and they're just not equal. Like, if a woman was to allow a bunch of different niggas to fuck her, she is way more at risk for diseases and trauma bonding. Because, y'all bond easier too when y'all getting fucked. It's more vulnerable for your emotions, So it's more emotionally vulnerable. It's more physically vulnerable, mentally vulnerable. it's way more effort too. You got to be cleaner, you know, especially with bottoms. They got to clean out. They got to make.
What's funny about that is that he doesn't even consider the fact that men have never been raised to connect meaningfulness to their dicks. That's why men, particularly those who top, can be on the stoic end of sexual encounters. Once again, this is learned behavior, not inherent or biological. Because if we also didn't raise women to connect their hearts to their vaginas, they would be out here at the equal rate of their male peers when it comes to sex activity and promiscuity.
Well, I was gonna say, well, the thing is when they are, and which was my earlier point, when they are looked at as something's wrong with you. You have a lot of trauma. You have been abused. Something's wrong. Those are the stigmas and the assumptions that women get, or feminine entities or beings get, which was my earlier point. That, okay, cool. Let's just say all of that is true. So now we also have to have the conversation. Okay, cool. If you're sticking your dick everywhere else, then what's wrong with you? And he just talked about something. I never said it was right. But and you know, someone should just because they don't get accountability, then how about you do the accountability?
Especially since you're at the top.
Especially since you're at the top.
Educate the tops. You have the information and the knowledge and the awareness, and again, you have been able to manifest what a lot of people are struggling to manifest. Teach from that point, not just from. And then on top of that, if we're gonna talk about the bottom conversation, have your nigga come in and talk about that.
Please don't, because he just. No, please don't.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying in the context of the information for the individuals that are living that experience, I'd rather listen to the person. I'd rather the commentary and the accountability come from somebody who's actually living that. So again, I feel like his commentary, if he was to be balanced, should be more so to the tops and how they need to show up, as opposed to the bottoms and how they need to show up. Because again, that to me is proving that you are, I'm trying to find a word, it's slipping my mind right now, but you are willing to be, the word, I guess, for lack of a better term, and we've been saying it all night, accountable, but it was another word, to be responsible and to be a leader, to be able to show these individuals how to show up so that they can manifest what it is that you have manifested. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, in that context, if it's going to be somebody who is a bottom and you're trying to get bottoms together, then I'd rather hear from his nigga who is that, who has manifested what it is.
It don't matter.
Well, I understand in that context,
because he has said that his dude is the only other person that thinks just like him. So we're just hearing the bottom generate.
It's like.
But I'm just saying,
it's like no shade.
His dude to come on here and say, "Hey, bottoms, y'all need to stop being hoes. To close your hole up." You know,
climbing up Mammy Mountain.
Yeah, because the bottom in his case clearly has lived up to SaySo TV's standard because he's operated in the way that SaySo is telling everybody else to operate. So what would really be the point?
Okay, well, I guess in a healthy way that would have been the case, because again, we're asking for him to hold the tops to be accountable. So I'm just using in that context. But to your point, because somebody else, because that's like I was gonna say, but use somebody else, because that's like Flame Monroe coming up here talking about trans issues. Baby, right? Well,
get somebody else to do it.
From and I understand in reference to the actual reality that we have to the objective reality, that is the case. But I was saying if it was more in a healthier way, and then on top of that, if I'm going to hear somebody talk about something, I'd rather they have experience in that. But no shade, his nigga used to be a top, so
But even then, like, girl,
it's like I just want to help SaySo out a little bit, because I think I think he got it. He just needs,
that's
like,
what I'm saying,
some tweaking, and it just needs some sugar here and a little threshold pepper over here. You need to put it back in the oven for 350 degrees for 15 more minutes. Be just right, like, because
I'm like, girl, abort mission. Don't make this video. Don't put it out. don't do it. And then the boyfriend get into it. I'm like, okay, the boyfriend start off good. I'm like, okay, no, you abort mission too. Don't do it. No, baby. Just and then it be the thing of this, like, because they both have said this. I've heard this for myself. They both have admitted they both of them just recently got into the community or start getting involved in the community and like I guess getting into the conversation and shit. If that's the case, y'all need more questions. Y'all
I understand that
questions than statements. And
understandable.
That's one of the issues. For one, both of you have admitted.
But that's only the case for the bottom. SaySoTv, he has worked for organizations for the LGBT community and everything. Like he been in the community in that sense.
Well, apparently, I guess for me, I have to question because when it comes down to trans people, okay, we'll continue in a different time. But
we already know though that you can be LGBT and still not understand your own experience, not really understand the ins and outs. Like all you know is that it's your lived experience, but you don't have like you don't understand the community or like the system the community is wrapped in. Like you can lack that, but you know, still be out here as an LGBT person, as a proud LGBT person, but be completely.
But it also goes to my point. You need more questions than statements.
But he don't know that. Well, he kind of knows that because he get feedback. But because there's also so many of our people that's yes man in it, he think that people who challenge it are just misunderstanding him. Yeah. Instead of it being like I should really sit on this, which is why once again I've invited him to the platform because I'm interested in conversations. I don't think he's in. I don't think his intention is to be malicious or to be femophobic or to be divisive person. I really can see that he just approaches the world from the perspective of how he thinks it is.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is just what makes some of us very different from him because we know that the way the world is what's the problem, and we're interested in reshaping that world and redefining that world. While his stance is there's no potential to reform or refine this. This is the way that it is, and I'm trying to teach people about how to get what they want within the system that is. I'm trying to teach them how to navigate based upon the way shit is. Like, yeah, we know that they are double standards, but they exist. Are y'all gonna whine about it, or y'all gonna get with the program to get what y'all want? Yeah, we know that shit ain't fair, but that quote unquote that's the world we live in. Y'all gonna whine about it, or y'all gonna get with the program to get what y'all want?
But to Reckless's point, he also whines about it. So you got to pick a struggle.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I knew that. Girl, I was loaded. I was waiting.
You don't get to have the cake and eat it too, sir. You cut it down the middle. And that's the thing. We're human beings. At the end of the day, the universe gonna always make sure everything is equal. The universe gonna always make sure that all the fucking T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. It's gonna always make sure they put a period on the end, regardless.
But I have to get ready for work, but I just want to say my last thing and I'm gonna be out. I just wanted to shift his wig a little bit. I do not dislike that man. He seems like a likable person. Just needs some tweaking on his thought process and his ideas, which most definitely come from like he said. He hasn't been in the community for a long time, but being around other people, different perspectives, going to different probably panels, getting to know different content creators if that's something that he's interested in. Watch different types of content to get an understanding on the community. And but that's really all I have to say. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. I'm gonna get ready for work.
Joining us.
All right, Rebecca, thank you for joining us.
Subscribe too. Yo.
All righty, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. That was the Reckless Logic with 2 C's, Shy.
Yes.
I dropped the link for anybody who wants to join. Are you ready for some more of this, Bubs?
Let's continue. Pardon me, Loki. Want to get a drink?
Go get it. You go get a drink. You want to go? Like, what you mean? Go get a drink? Give it like from the store or upstairs or what?
Upstairs.
Go get you a drink. Cause you done heard.
I'm listening while I'm on my other phone, but I'll be right back then.
All right.
Way more effort too. You got to be cleaner, you know, especially with bottoms. They got to clean out. They got to maybe be on prep and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you really want to be on prep if you a bottom, because you won't know if a nigga, you know, condom break or anything.
I'm gonna be honest Sam Smith, I got a feeling, baby, that SaySo TV is not being performative, honey. It really gives to me that he really, really believes this stuff, and he's very consistent. I don't, because he's coming from the lived experience of masculine, bisexual. He's been in the heterosexual world, and I think he really sees himself as a guru because he's dabbled and lived in both realities. And I think because he also emotes more masculine than he does femme, that it's easy for him to be as biased as he is. It makes sense why he would struggle to appreciate, like because of his lived experience, I can see why he struggles with like femme representation, femme visibility, why he struggles with some of the things he does, and why he leans in favor of certain things over other things. It makes sense. If he is being performative, he's really convincing, but I got a feeling he's not being performative. I think he really feels like this. I think he really believes this. I do.
Like, it's really dangerous. It's risky as hell. You know what I'm saying? As a top, y'all, you can smash niggas as long as you piss afterwards and you wash your penis. You will alleviate like 80% of diseases right there. You don't catch diseases as easy because there's no fluid going in your body. You know what I'm saying? And then you don't get emotionally attached like that. We can, I mean, we literally can do it and just forget about you like in an hour.
And we just dispelled all that.
At a meal we ate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know some bottoms have gotten to that mindset, and when they have, that makes them even more dangerous to fuck with, because you mean to tell me you can get pounded out and not care? You're dangerous. I don't even want to have nothing to do with you, my nigga. You're gonna make me snap on you, like, type shit. Like, no, you think shit's sweet. You think it's equal? Oh, no, nigga, we gonna fight. I'm not good. I'm fucking good on that shit, like, straight up. That's how a real nigga thinks of that. You know what I'm saying? We don't want a person equal to us. If we wanted equal, we just be with another nigga that's just like us. Who wants that? Who wants to be with somebody who's just like them, bro? Like, come on. Like,
so to his point, right? Because this is the gag. This is the gag. Yes, it is often easier to contract the STD or STI as the receptive partner during vaginal or anal sex compared to the insertive partner. But as I said earlier, who in the hell is giving the receivers the STDs? That's the whole part he's leaving out. So I think it's reckless as hell to just do this whole who needs to be more protective during sex and who needs to be cleaner. Hello, STDs transcend gender and orientation. They're STIs and STDs are multicultural. They are multi-community. Like, everybody needs to be responsible. Like, a receiver can't get an STD just for the hell of being the receiver. The insertive partner, the dominant partner, has to test positive in order for the receiver to receive said positive. Like, I don't know what the point is. I'm so confused. I don't like that I'm confused. Let me rewind it back. Maybe I can get it. Hold on. Let me rewind it back. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me rewind it back.
Snap on you, like, type shit. Like, no, you think shit's sweet. You think it's equal? Oh, no, nigga, we gonna fight. I'm not good. I'm fucking good on that shit, like, straight up. That's how a real nigga thinks of that. You know what I'm saying? We don't want a person equal to us. If we wanted equal, we just be with another nigga that's just like us. Who wants that? Who wants to be with somebody who's just like them, bro? Like, come on. Like, listen to what y'all are saying. Okay? So what y'all are taking as suppression, it is really...
So, Deb, if you want to come up, hit the link. Like, how you feel? Do you think that bottoms and tops should have different standards? Do you believe in the double standard metric that SaySo TV does? Or do you think there should be no double standards? Like, Do you think there are more tops than bottoms? Do you think that bottoms should play the game tops want them to play in order to apparently obtain a relationship from them? Do you think bottoms are the problem? Do you think tops really have the standard that SaySoTv says? SaySoTv says tops do care about the body count of the bottom, but says it really shouldn't matter to the bottom if the top has a heavy body count. You know, like what do you think about this shit? I dropped the link for you if you want to come up. Sam, you can come up. Anybody want to come up in the Hey Tank Talks? Everyone has a responsibility to, but that's easy. Like, it's Bubs is back. Listen to the stuff, Bubs. It's interesting.
Like, come on, like, listen to what y'all are saying. Okay, so what y'all are taking as suppression, it is really, this is what we value, and this is what.
Every time that I have a conversation about SaySoTv, there's so many people who are like, I stopped listening to him. I stopped listening to him. I stopped listening to him. I used to listen to him. Yeah. Damn. I didn't know that this many people have like fallen away from SaySo. I mean, I'm still kind of new to him too. I've only been listening to him for the past, maybe 6 months. Because I used to see his content passively, but then Bubs really like pointed him out one day. And then I started watching consistently. And yeah. A lot of people like kind of have fallen away. They find some contradictions and hypocrisies and some antiquatedness in his points.
See as worth it. If we know that another nigga come through and smash you, we don't see you as worth putting no effort in, taking out no date, nothing. Why?
Okay, so you a top. Do you feel this way? But I mean, like, how? What have your thoughts been? Like, say for instance, if you meet a bottom who has have a heavy body count, like been in them streets prior to you, does that discuss you on any level? But I mean, if there's,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying because of how we've been conditioned, how I've been conditioned, there will be a part that kind of feels some type of way about it because it's like, damn, what if I go out somewhere and them niggas be like, oh, I had him, I know what he's like. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand that perspective, but at the same time, that's your past. That's not who you are anymore. Because if you're trying to build with me and I'm building with you, it's just about us. Because at the end of the day, now, that's what I care about. Like the present moment and the future. The problem is if we're together presently and you still doing past shit while we together presently, that's the issue. But I mean, I don't have a problem with that. And like you said, I don't be asking people about their fucking body counts, about how many people they have been with, because that's the past. Now, we're going to talk about our things as far as health is concerned, about where we are presently, but your past.
So let's be honest. You can contract any STI and STD, even with the conservative sex life, even with the modest sex life. You don't have to be promiscuous to get an STI. You can get STDs from being in a faithful relationship to an unfaithful one.
Yep.
You could get an STI, STD from a one-night stand. You don't have to be promiscuous to contract STIs and STDs. So you're telling me that you've never had your submissive in doggy style and been like, damn, this is a dog, like that. This hole is a dog house. It done been hundreds of niggas in this hole. Like, no, they don't discuss you. It don't turn you off. It don't make you depreciate the experience just because half the city done had the same experience you done had.
Because to the top's perspective, half the city done fuck the top, and that's not a problem. Everybody want to fuck the top, right? And he has value because he done fucked everybody. He's the man, right? So again, it has to be even across the board, and I'm more so in today, to the best of my ability, trying to be across the fucking board. Because again, you with me now, presently. Fuck the past.
Very dangerous thinking, Sam. Like anybody, anywhere, like like trying to. This is just interesting to me. It's me, Boy Wonder says I like SaySo, but I disagree with a lot of opinions that he places as facts and how he says phrases like all, the majority. Yet it like he makes these broad generalizations. These broad strokes, a lot of generalizing. He projects his own self into the tops that he low-key be defending, even though he feels he plays it in the middle, but he really don't. Like, you lean very strongly on behalf of your top peers. And you put a lot of pressure and a lot of onus on the receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't. That's what I want to know. Because, I mean, I've literally talked about them, like, and they'll tell me how a nigga just fucked them and they feel like this nigga's controlling. It was the first time they smashed, and they'll tell me that they feel like this nigga's controlling because he don't want him to go get fucked by another nigga. We all naturally think like that. But guess what I also noticed? I've never heard a bottom be territorial before. Like, I never heard a bottom be like, oh, you better not be, like, giving my dick up to nobody else, or... Like, they'll do that if y'all dating or...
But he just said earlier how the receivers are emotional and so much more emotional, and the feminine is so much more emotional, and trauma bond and all of this. But at the same time, receivers are not This is what I'm saying. Like, it be both. Like, it'd be like split brain be happening.
And I be like giving my dick up to nobody else, or like they'll do that if y'all like dating, or okay, I'll take that back. If they're a masculine bottom and they're territorial and dominant still, they will do that, but it's not often. You know, it's not as often as we do it. A lot of bottoms, they tend to just give their shit up and keep it moving. Like, this is just what we all do. You know what I'm saying? And that's a turnoff. So booking down.
Misogyny is rampant, honey. And this is why I always say that misogyny and patriarchy is not exclusive to any one community. Like, women can be male identified, men can be male identified. Like, everybody can play into this system and this way of thinking. It's not exclusive to just straight men, as we can see. Gay men too, bisexual men too, can harbor these type of ideas.
That. And then the last part, so, but tops have no obligation to stop being sociopaths who think taking dick means it's okay to undermine someone's personhood. Okay, y'all think everything is just judgment and attack on you. Like, that shit's exhausting. I know none of y'all have boyfriends thinking like this. Like, y'all will have a boyfriend for like...
After he just literally said for 17 minutes how it's such a turnoff. It's such a turnoff if a receiver has a high body count. It's such a turnoff. It's such a turnoff if y'all do what we do. It's such a turnoff. But y'all know, y'all ain't being judged. Oh my God, y'all are getting it so wrong. Like, but ain't nobody judging y'all. Y'all so sensitive. I hate when y'all so sensitive. Y'all always think of somebody judging y'all. But spent all 17 minutes judging the shit out of the bottoms and telling them exactly why they're gonna die alone and dusty and decrepit.
Ain't nothing like
at the bottom chamber, not even at the bottom chamber, but after slut shaming for 17 minutes. Ain't nobody judging y'all though. Say so, my God.
Maybe to 3 months, and this nigga's gotta run for the hills on you. Cause I ain't no real nigga dealing with this shit. Every time I turn around, you a victim. Everything I say, you taking wrong. Everything I do, you think it's something else than it is, nigga. Like, what? That's exhausting, bro. It's not that people that were looking at you like you're less than because you take.
Okay.
We're saying, if you're taking D, this is how you get valued. Just like a woman values a man based on his ability to provide and shit. That's literally, to be a bottom and say, oh, I'm supposed to be able to take as much dick as I want because you get to fuck as many niggas as you want. That's equivalent. And hear me on this, y'all, so that y'all can hear what y'all sound like. That is equivalent to a man coming to a woman and saying, I don't want to provide, I don't want to protect, I don't want to work, I want to live off of you. I want you to pay all the bills, and I still expect sex whenever I want and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Straight up, I want my cake and eat it too. I'm not gonna play my role at all. And
okay, that actually don't have a goddamn thing to do with what the fuck you just said. You just literally spoke about two separate realities. You slut shaming people is not the same as somebody who wants to have their cake and eat it too once they're in a relationship. You literally, let me run it back because my brain, I'm going to tell you, my brain is glitching.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
That is equivalent. Like, what? That's exhausting, bro. It's because you take D. We're saying,
okay, yeah. So you call it Like he's conflating two things that are literally have one thing don't have nothing to do with the other. Like you're trying to judge somebody and whether they're deserving and capable of a healthy relationship due to how they've conducted themselves prior to the relationship. Which is why you're harping on the fact that, oh, the body count, the body count, the body count, the body count, the body count. You can't do what us tops do. We can whore it out. Y'all can't whore it out like that. That matters to a top. We won't value you if you've been a hoe prior to the relationship. So how are you going to how are you then going to pivot then into what you're saying now? Like, oh, that's equivalent to like a woman, y'all. Basically saying, I want to be treated like a wife and still have my cake in like that, baby. There's no relationship between thing one and thing two. I think it's absolutely absurd for someone to be judged solely based upon how many bodies they had coming into the relationship. I could understand if you're judging them based upon whether they've been a perpetual and proverbial cheater in a past relationship, whether they have a heavy criminal past, whether they have an abusive past, whether they have character traits that explicably affect another person in a negative way. I can understand judging a person based upon that. I do not understand using a person's body count solely as a way to discredit them and to deny and disqualify them. I have no idea what somebody's conduct outside and before our relationship as it relates to the way you conducted yourself sexually has to do with your capacity to be a sound partner to me. I have no idea why it would matter. I don't understand, because how are you going to then imply the very opposite when it comes to tops? So to Bub's point, you could be with half the city, but I still should accept that you can still be a husband to me. You could be a father to our kids. You could be a sound leader. You can be a healthy partner to partner with. But you can slut it out and do the most in them streets, but without your character being infringed upon. But let a bottom simply just be enjoying themselves and for the streets during their time as single. That's an indictment against a bottom's entire character.
And then
SaySo is stone faced at saying this. He literally said, y'all, hold on, come close, listen to me. He said, come close. He said, y'all, this is exact. Like he knew he was cracking the Da Vinci Code with that shit.
Girl, come close to.
He knew he was cracking the Da Vinci. So go ahead, Bubs. What you gonna say?
No, you good. No, I was saying like, but here's the thing, like, what if that same person, like y'all was over here eating something or whatever. Just like how he stated, oh, well, y'all say y'all don't want an inexperienced top. Y'all want a top and know what they're doing. Okay, so what's wrong with a bottom male, a man, doing the same thing so that when he finds his motherfucking husband, even though he ain't no hoe no more, he can fuck his nigga like he a motherfucking hoe, bitch. Have his nigga teeth motherfucking dry, and you know teeth supposed to stay wet. Do you get what I'm saying? So again, to your point, and you know what I think it is? And it goes back to the whole patriarchal aspect. It's about ownership and dominating things. For example, we can broaden this out to just the queer community in general, whether you masculine, femme, top, bottom, whatever the case may be. If your ass ends up going into quote unquote the gay scene for the first time, and you are what they consider conventionally attractive, you are the newest, hottest commodity. And so many people will be fighting over you because they want to be the first one not to love you, not to affirm you, not to build with you, but to claim you. There are situations now that I've heard from individuals who have entered into these gay spaces and they're the newest, hottest, freshest thing on the damn scene, and they're getting all this attention, and because they're broken, because they haven't done the shadow work, because they don't have any sort of groundedness and self-love, they see that attention as something, and we've been conditioned as men, regardless of where you are on the spectrum, to be sexual. If it's sweatpants season for you individuals that like bird watching, like T.S. Madison, the bird watching, you're gonna look in the front. And for the individuals like me that like that dragonette wagon, you're gonna look in the back. We're just wired that way. But it's a actual thing. There have been so many experiences. I've heard so many stories of individuals. Oh, girl, he want to be with me. Girl, he said he like me. Girl, whoopty 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 whoop. And all they're trying to do is fuck. And when you ask these individuals, well, girl, what is it about them that's so special? What is it about them that makes them feel like, or makes you feel like they're worthy of your energy, girl? And it's very shallow, superficial aspects. So again, when SaySo says certain things, I can understand where he's coming from. But if he wants to be completely balanced and objective, you have to bring the other side in as well. So, like CTV said, a top can go out and slam dick around and all this shit to gain experience and XP and shit like it's a fucking video game, girl, and can be a husband. But if a person who is a bottom does all that, and the funny part is that all of this is being based on the elasticity of a whole.
But he's not, no. He's the guy, but he's not even going that far. Talking about the elasticity. He's just saying, girl, just because you're, even if your shit is, because he never puts that as a stipulation that, well, as long as your hole is tighter than an eardrum, then I'll make the exception.
But the reason why I said that,
out.
Yeah, but the reason why I said it is because in one of his previous videos, he kind of made that one of the points to where it's like, you can't tell where a nigga dick be, you can't tell where a top dick has been, but you can tell where
you absolutely can. Because y'all niggas be so promiscuous that you have a hard time getting the shit up, keeping the shit hard. Your shit have third-degree burns on it. It's dark in some spots. It's discolored. It's got pimples on it. A dick look like what it done been through.
Girl, looking like
and who it done been through.
Yes, but to his point, that's what he was stating. And a lot of people talk
about that. But he ain't put none of them stipulations, though, in this commentary. So
no, not in this one, yeah.
So I can only assume that he ain't talking about no elasticity, because it seems like he just literally, to his point, just like with women, they could just have three partners, and that's way too many. But matter of fact, I was on Love Island, and some of the men, like, they did a gender body count challenge where they had to guess each girl's body count, and the girls had to guess each dude's body counts, and some of the girls had some interesting numbers, and the guys were like, oh, this is like, y'all numbers were higher. Y'all numbers were higher than all the girls combined.
And that is definitely a point in it. And to your point, yes, speaking just to what this context, what this video provides the context, yes, I understand that aspect. But then, like when you mentioned the whole thing with the heterosexual community, I've had conversations with individuals, well, one individual who is heterosexual, and a lot of men base it off of that. How many niggas done had it, and the comparison of the niggas that you had, because the questions that follow are, well, have they been bigger than me? Or a comparison of dick size, because again, they believe that the bigger the dick is, it stretches everything out to where, how can I follow that? So the tighter you are, the more secure that I am, because I want to feel that, because cash rules everything around me. Money, power, respect is the key to life, and that key is opening up pussy or hole. So they're gonna want that hole to be tight. That's why a lot of them, quote unquote, want to fuck all these holes and want to be married to a virgin, though, because they want that tightness, they want that grip. And for individuals that got dick, y'all know how it feels like, girl, when that helmet getting gripped like a motherfucker, girl, how many wars have been started because of tightness of hole? How many countries have been destroyed because of hole? How many relationships? How many parents how many papa wore a Rolling Stone? Because wherever you put his dick was his home. So I think it's a combination of those things. Maybe that's a continuation. It's the fact of how many niggas you had, and then the context of next is, what was the size and the tightness of it? Do you get what I'm saying? And no shade, I've had the honor and the privilege, no shade, of in my own personal life seeing somebody play with some very big ass toys, girl, to where I'm sitting there in amazement, like, what the fuck? I've never seen this before. And then right afterwards, girl, they go all the way back to this and they wink. So again, there's nuance here, but I think that, again,
but why is that nuance not being considered? Because to your point, like, bottoms who like the self-pleasure may use toys. It's a lot of reasons why somebody hole may be loose, like, or maybe non-resistant. It may be slip resistant, like whatever the case it may be, and it still is completely asinine. Because here's the thing, I really think that what the fuck tops are really threatened by when it comes to a quote-unquote whorish bottom is, I think that tops slips are showing. The reality is that you are turned off by a whorish bottom because your nigga proved to you through his past that you would never be the only one and that you're not one of one. See, that bottom who's quote-unquote a hoe got desirability on him, and that threatens your fragile ass ego. Yeah, like that nigga letting you know that milkshake there brings a lot of boys to the yard. And the threat and reality of that because see, we know that masculinity oftentimes, whether it's masculinity personified by the hetero or the homo, is a fragile sense of masculinity. A lot of times it's not really divine. It's only it's toxic masculinity and regular masculinity, hardly ever divine masculinity. So that regular masculinity is weak, is synthetic, is plastic, and that's why it needs all this control. It needs all this fluff of itself. It needs to be the only apex, because see, that whorish bottom is an apex predator too. That whorish bottom is able to match and mirror energy and behavior. And to his point, like SaySo has said in his videos, that he believes that bottoms also should be submissive. So this speaks to the fragility of that ego, where it needs control. This is about control and power. And a bottom who knows who he is, a bottom who is comfortable in who he is, and a bottom who has that type of social equity and have that type of desirability on him is a threat to the power that dominant top gay men oftentimes desire the same way that their hetero top peers do. Because the power that black men are hungry for is a power that their white male counterparts possess in the system, and the power that top gay men have is the power that they see their hetero top have. Like, it's just a trickle down effect that we're seeing, and we're just seeing it bleed into our community in these same copy and paste ass ways. It's just that it's gay people perpetuating the same system that's perpetuated in the hetero, and the black community is perpetuating the same system that's perpetuated in the white community. And it's the same shit, just different folk. But hey,
Tank.
hey Tank. Hey Tank TV. Welcome to the platform, boo. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So good to be with you as usual. Good
here.
afternoon, CTV, but the king of all kings, the mother gang. Okay, I love my baby. And what's up, Bubs? Good to see you, boo. Good to see you. I am subscribed. You know, make sure y'all go and subscribe. I just wanted to come. I was so confused about the conversation at first because I came in late, but then when I caught up, I said, "What in the hell's going on here?" I want to say this just to be full transparency. Full transparency. I everybody that knows me knows this already. I have had HIV for 16 years plus. And I do HIV testing. I do community health, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I want to say this. I think STDs, STIs do not have a name on them.
Thank you.
I will say, from my experience of me sitting in a clinic and actually doing the testing, I have actually encountered more what you would call tops than anything that come in with like, say for instance, we had a very much rise in chlamydia about 2 years ago that came real high. When I tell you the office stayed busy, I had so many dudes, straight, gay, top, verse, coming in. They had the best summer of their lives, especially right after COVID. You know what I'm saying? So the weight really lies with, you know what I'm saying, like you said, you being responsible as it is for yourself, because I don't even get the most bottoms I have met I'm versed, but most bottoms I have met are very knowledgeable and sometimes more independent than the top state that they deal with. Most of the time, the bottoms are the one paying the car note on the side. Most of the time, the bottoms are the ones supporting the child support that we are all looking for.
Sugar mama.
Being
sugar mama.
Yeah, no. But I do understand the top side from a way. I had a friend. I ain't gonna say the friend name, but you can get miles on your car. Now, all three of us, we have low miles and good, good gas mileages, things like that. But sometimes, they express it in a way of it can spread. And I heard a little brother Bub say about how it came back and it went back. Sometimes it don't do that, baby. The older you get, it don't snap back like that. The older you get, so you got to be.
But let me ask you this, Tank. But if you found the love of your life, but he had a loose hole, is that going to be a deal breaker to you? Is a loose hole a deal breaker?
Being versatile, I think that would be. Yeah. The car may have a little bit over 200,000 miles, and it could be just away from can be breaking down soon. And so, but that's the thing of that you learn when you're young. Don't get me wrong, experience is very important. It's nothing wrong with the body count, but having too much of a body count sometimes, you know what I'm saying, it does kind of.
Okay, explain that a little bit. It is the only bad. It's the only bad side of like it's the only side effect of a quote unquote bad body count, a loose hole, or are there other side effects of a bad body count? Because I'm even trying to understand the whole loose hole thing, right? Because if somebody was in like a long-term relationship, their hole may be loose naturally just because they were in a long-term relationship and they were having consistent sex. I mean, like,
but Kane,
I think we be equating loose hole always to like whorism.
Yeah, but it's a difference between loose and wide open.
Are tops really making the distinction between loose and wide open?
They do actually. A lot of I've met, they actually sometimes compare it to other things, and they actually compare the mileage, and they can tell you like, hey man, they been ringing through, and that's how they make their decision. Real talk. Some of like strictly tops. Yeah, they like that. They like that. But then again, too, if you be a bottom, you take it on that femininity side, and when you look at it from the femininity side of it, in a way, you understand that men gonna be men in a way, but if you're that bottom, a man is gonna. It's like you said earlier. I heard patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? They're going to automatically think in the way of like, if you've been ran through, you're less than. And a lot of times they can tell. They can tell. They can tell.
But do you think that that's fair? Because I mean,
it's not fair. It's a double standard.
Because obviously, like, just by default of the sexual position, like, it's easy to see where the bottom done been in some instances based upon their genitals, but can't do that with a top. Is the issue really the looseness of the hole, or is it the judgment we put on that? Because I'm trying to figure out like what exactly is the problem. Because if somebody is bottoming, like their hole can be loose just because like some people are just better at. I mean, like some people holes are just naturally better at receiving. They don't have to have no active sex life. Once again, people have been in long-term relationships. People self-pleasure. So I mean, like it's all these other like reasons why somebody's hole is loose. I don't. So like, what's the problem? Is the problem the looseness of the hole? Is it that if they loose because they've been promiscuous, that's a problem? Or
but their tops, they like tightness,
even for non-promiscuous reasons. That's still a deal breaker.
Yeah, they like tightness. They just do. They like tightness. It's just what it is. I mean,
I don't know too many bottoms who got loose holes. Well, I'm not saying that loose holes don't exist, but I don't know really
because you know what I'm saying, because you're in different circles of people with class, caliber, resistance, but then you have loose people, and they loosen their life and they loosen their hole,
and that would and that's a deal breaker.
Yes, it is, because they loose. Sometimes when you're loose, you're gonna get lost.
Okay, so yeah.
And when you're lost, you won't get
Okay.
found.
Okay, so let me take you all the way into a
Lucy get
hypothetical,
lost
right?
like
So so let me take you all the way into a hypothetical. So you're telling me that if you courted a guy, because to SaySo's point, he think that bottoms also need to learn how to hold out, make the top work for some ass, da 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 da. So if you met a partner, and maybe they verse too, and they want to do their fair share of topping and bottoming, and this is your quintessential type. Y'all been courting for a year. You love them, love everything about them. Y'all been doing little stuff up to that point. Y'all ain't had full-fledged intercourse, but y'all been test driving some parts of the car.
Oh, okay,
and everything is fine. Everything is going good. And you fall in love and everything. And now y'all want to talk about taking things to the next level. Maybe y'all step up on commitment, and y'all want to step up on y'all actual experience. You telling me that if you get to that hole, and that hole is that of a airport ramp, that you are out, you're out of there.
Bubs, get him. Bubs.
I'm just
now. Okay, now
you say airport ramp. Listen, yes, that would be a deal breaker, because what have we been doing with it all this time?
I've been prepping for you, daddy. Like, I've been getting the ready for you. I've been putting a dildo, a jumbo dildo in this shit. I've been plunging to get ready for you.
You know, if you walking around and you mix with half elephant and horse, then maybe. If you walking around with a baby arm between your shit, then maybe. You know what I'm saying? In my perspective, for me, to be honest, I guess this is where my leprechaun ish come into play. Baby, I don't even really need to penetrate. I am so good with fraudage. I'm good.
I just learned what that was, fraudage. Okay,
I can do that. Like I can grind on a motherfucker, girl. You want to eat that motherfucking crave case and White Castles, bitch, and I don't feel like doing it. There is another way that we can do this. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily have to penetrate my partner. I guess this is because of how I am, and no shade. When I was growing up, experimenting when I was younger, we were kind of doing that. So I guess that's something that kind of just grew with me. And sometimes the passion and the sensation of that is on a level, or sometimes even greater than like actual penetration. At least to me. But to Tank's point, okay, turtleneck with that turtleneck. Okay, tightness is, and even SaySo said tightness is important because they want to feel that grip. It's a whole different thing when you feel that grip on. It's another
because you want the doors to close.
Yeah, it's just ooh, you know what I'm saying? That like I've heard.
No,
go ahead.
I'm versatile too, but I personally
got walls though.
I couldn't. I mean, no. By the time I like versatile from the standpoint of being the top in the situation, like I can't imagine throwing away an entire person because they don't have as much resistance as I would like them to have. Like, because
if we built a relationship over time, I would agree with that. After the time of relationship we've built, we have an understanding. Things are kind of like, that's kind of different. But in the beginning, if I found out, because I had a friend, we had like a little party and we had invited this African dude over there, and he was Logbehold and Mendingo. And this is a long time ago, so don't judge me because I don't live my past no more. But we was laying beside each other, and he was having his due diligence. And in the due diligence, he chose to prefer me. Now, my friend, which had the miles and the looseness, was really mad because that he wouldn't leave me alone, and I kept on trying to run. I was like, "Listen, I'm good. I finna go." It was just a test run for me. I finna get the hell on. But then my friend that was young was like, "Well, why he mad at me?" I'm like, "Well, because baby, you can tell. I'm just saying that, and you young, and the car had a lot of miles on it, and I know he wanted more about 24, and that's okay. But you got to have a little." Like you got to be more pickier because again, STDs on the rise nowadays. Things are different, and then people will judge you off of the body count that you have. It's just what it is. Same thing, because you're really taking the role in a relationship. If it's in the heterosexual world, male and female. In the gay world, you would be the considered the female in the bottom row. So of course your man is gonna look at you like, man, you got miles on you. Same thing.
But what I'm also saying though is that that's not true because it's a lot of reasons why somebody can be loose. So what I mean, like, is that not considered? I mean, like, what if somebody's been in a long-term relationship to somebody who is a mandingo? And this is the other thing. I like how all tops.
That's true.
I like how all tops like to go to Pound Town. So y'all in the business of creating loose asses, but at the same time turn off my loose asses. So make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. Y'all not into no genuine. Y'all ain't into no slow love making, sensual, emotional, old R&B 90s type of love making. Y'all into sexy red Pound Town. Take a bitch completely through there, lay that hoe down, smash that bitch guts out, but then don't want your person being a victim of them hemorrhoids coming undone.
You see,
no shade, no shade. That's
hemorrhoid
undone.
It's like it's too much. Like it's too much contradiction in the queer world with all this.
No,
like,
yes, we no have shade. Levels. We do. We have levels. We do. We really do.
Well, we got to change some things because also, do y'all? I mean, to Jasmine's point, let's let me see. Can a anus become permanently loose?
I seen it.
Kind of like prolapse.
Now, I'm not saying that it don't exist, but let's say can it become permanently loose?
Yes,
from
it can.
Too much sex. From too much penetration.
Sure can. I've seen it.
Too much.
Shout out to you, Jasmine.
Too much penetration. Let's see what the hell.
I've seen it firsthand.
Because Jasmine is like, bro, y'all not gonna be tearing up her loose hole like this.
The elastic.
Y'all gonna put some respect. Okay, well, according to the science, no, the anus does not become permanently loose from typical consensual anal penetration. The anal muscles are highly elastic and designed to return to their closed position after being stretched, while the anus may feel looser or stay relaxed for a short time after penetration. This is temporary and not permanent. So that's why I'm saying that, like, I mean, because like I have had intercourse with some bottoms and they take dick easy and their holes are soft and they don't, experience a lot of resistance and all of that. And, it's easy. Now, my shit is like a pinhole, so you can be itty bitty. I'm going to feel like you putting some jumbo jet inside of me. So it's like, but I do acknowledge that, like, I mean, there are different levels. Everybody's holes retract and contract differently. But if we are going in, right, being like, oh, the only reason somebody hole will be loose is because they a hoe, that may be a misnomer on our end because it don't require horrorism for somebody, for somebody's hole to be available.
Loose.
Yeah, to be available or loose or whatever. And I'm just trying to understand, is it about the looseness or is it about the idea of how that hole got loose? That's the turn off.
But I think it may be different definitions of what we consider loose too, because everybody has a different.
Okay, so what you consider loose? Like, what's your standard loose?
Loose would be, a few miles, easy access, go run up in there. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go on it, go through the door. When it's rear, no walls would be, you listen, it's no kickback, not none at all. Just you can fall in there, your arm can fall. There's no walls. So
see, I've never experienced no walls.
I've seen some things working in my field. I have definitely seen a few things, and like I think
so what field you in?
I do healthcare, STI testing, stuff like that, give
and you be all up in the pussy.
I've had to go and look at things, yes, and I've seen things, and like sometimes they can penetrate so much that pieces of it can, like, it can fold out almost like of a girl's area. It can flip out. It can come outside.
Are you saying that the transmission can fall out of the?
Yes, and get an oil leak. You can have oil leak, and then sometimes.
Okay, but can we? Okay. Tank, are you willing to compromise on the fact that can we say that that's rare, but that's not the way?
It's not all the time, but it's rare.
That's
it
not
happened.
usually the way that an anal hole is acting in the everyday
But
life.
we was born in a different time. These days, I don't know.
Okay, but this is my question, right? Okay, so because this is fascinating to me. So, what do y'all then think is going to be the natural? Okay, if you believe that a hole can be ran through in such a way that there is a permanent dent in that motherfucker, what is the expectation then over maybe like the bottoms who are over 30, who probably have been having sex since they've been 16? They've been a strict bottom, so they only get to use their hole, during intercourse. I mean, like, is none of this in consideration? Like, it's not that it's like you a bottom. You use your hole.
Right.
I mean, dick goes in your hole. So what? I mean, I mean, like, even if it is loose, I mean, you use your hole. So what is the what?
I think. Well, how much was it used?
I mean, but if I'm a bottom, just like if I'm a woman, if I got a vagina and I'm now 35 and I've been having sex since I've been 16, even if my vajayjay is a little loose at 35, I mean, I'm the receiver. I receive pleasure through my vajayjay. I mean,
she might not get married as fast,
But here's my gag about that, right? Because see, this is where we got to pull on men's toupees again, because men will marry the virgin, but then still fuck and cheat on the virgin with the loose pussy bitch.
That's true.
And this is why we don't take men seriously.
I mean, even T.S. Madison said
like,
she was
that's why we don't be paying men no attention with all the rules and all these like standards, because they force it to all fall apart. They're going to marry the girl that they can take home to their mama, but they're going to cheat with the stripper bitch. They're going to street with the pornography bitch. They're going to cheat with the OF chick. They're going to cheat with the big titty, the big ass, the bitch around the way. They're going to do all that. So what do we say to these standards then? Just like these tops, because to SaySoTv's point, my whole pushback tank has been, okay, you're saying that standards should live, that bottom should live up to the standard. They should be more sexually modest. They shouldn't be loose. They should, perform more chastity. Okay, fine. But you do know that none of that defaults to a healthy, grounded top in a relationship. Like, even if a bottom performs being Mother Teresa their whole life, that does not. if this was about, here's the gag. If this was about the rules, there would be no single unhappy motherfucker in the country, because because a lot of people have been willing to play the rules. A lot of people have been willing to play by the rules.
Right.
And the problem is, it's created a schizophrenia, because the people who are creating the rules are only creating them to benefit them and not to benefit the other. So then we end up in this deficit where now we got this tension between men and women, and we got this tension apparently now between bottoms and tops. And the dominant has been leading this whole time until recent day. Now the feminine is kind of being like on some fuck you shit. Like, we ain't playing by the rules. We gonna divest. We gonna do what we want to do, or we just gonna be single, because that's not a bad idea to be stuck with me for the rest of my life either. I'm well. So even if I had to be left with just me and me only, baby, I know how to work that pocket pussy. I know how to work that jumbo dildo. I know how to work this right hand. I know how to work all of that just fine. Like, I'm good. But what do you think? Like, where are you when it comes to dating? Since you are versatile, are you in a relationship? What do you think about the dating scene as a versatile gay man, a versatile gay black man at that?
I think the scene is very right now for me. I'm almost 40. I'm 38. So I think for me, I've been celibate now for about 2 years. Because I look, I think me working in the field kind of has like messed my brain up with sex, so it's kind of overrated, and I'd be scared because these folks out here crazy these days. So I don't mind being like, I can relate to myself. I'm like you, I can relate to myself. But then again, I was to sum it all up, I think we forget that we're both in both parties, we're both men. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what it is, bottom or top, a man gonna do what a man want to do, regardless. and and that's gonna be with they bottom or they top part. You know what I'm saying? But as for me, if I do a relationship with somebody, I don't want them to have a bit and slip with the whole world per se, because I mean, yeah, have fun, but if your body count like real high, you know what I'm saying? But then again, it comes with maturity too, because some people have a past. But with that past comes a responsibility of being like honest. But if it comes with like secrets, and then you find out along the way, like if you already got miles and stuff, tell me the truth in the beginning so I can know what I'm dealing with, But sometimes everybody isn't that honest either. So I don't know. For me, I'm just gonna sit back until it come. When it comes, when I know it's there, it's there.
Is there any other thought that you have on SaySo? I don't know how long you've been listening and how much you've heard, but has there been anything else that he said that you either agree with or you're challenging or?
Oh, the guy that was talking us when we reveal. I mean, SaySo.
Yeah.
I get what he's saying a little bit in a way, because it's like, for me, I was raised in the South, so for me, it comes with like, I know, if I meet a guy that's just completely top, I know I have to take on that role of, I'm saying, whatever, because it got to be a balance. Because you got too much,
even if it means that your hole is going to end up loose by the time that relationship is over with.
No, because I got we're gonna have time stamps. This is gonna happen during this time frame, because you're not gonna.
Okay.
No, jump
proceed. So you said that you understand to some degree.
I would grasp it on both ends. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but what do you understand? Like, you understand that to be a bottom means that you have to submit if you're with the top. Like, do you believe that?
I think you gotta have some submissiveness. You got to. I mean, how's you gonna let them do it to you? You gotta have some type of submissiveness.
I mean, even outside of sexually, like, do you believe that a bottom should submit to a top?
Yeah, for balance, I think so. For balance, because if you got two masculine top heads, it ain't gonna work majority of the time. Like me, that's my problem I have. Like, when I meet dudes up here, most of them be like, even though I'm me, they like, well, you too masculine in a way, because they may be in person, because I'm from Memphis, so my character of me is like, I ain't gonna play with you, man. It's off top. I might be short, but what's up, So I have to learn how to like back down on that in order to actually interact with a man, because if I come off too aggressive, it doesn't work anyway, because he a dude too. So it's like a balance thing I'm trying to learn.
But so it is okay though for the top to just be purely aggressive and domineering.
Oh no, you gotta teach you gotta tell somebody what you expect of them. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have it's good in a way that if they're independent, this is and that, but at other times, if it's towards a bad way, then no. But they can do what they want to do. But you choose who you want though.
Okay, so because I'm trying to understand exactly how you approach this. So like, for example, so like if me and you were to get in a relationship and I'm quote unquote the dominant partner, does that mean that ultimately I can expect from you to adhere to my last word, even if we negotiate things, even if we talk about things as a couple, but ultimately if I feel sure about a thing, you feel that it's your role, because I'm the dominant partner, to ultimately submit?
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up, because that's how. But see, that's my personal.
Okay, see, I may have to have you signed up for my hair room. I like a man like you who know how to, who know his motherfucking place. I might have to send you an application. I like that. Okay.
Because you gotta know when to shut up and when not. You can tell me to shut up. I'm gonna shut up, but when you leave, I'm gonna talk again, type of thing.
Okay.
But you have to be able to know. Like, I had a boyfriend a long time ago. He was a very, and he was, and I'm already crunk. But I knew he was a top, so I knew, he was like, "Hey, shut up." I said, "Oh, okay." I ain't gonna play with you. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta know how to play roles and positions in a relationship to make it balance out. If you come off like, it's not going to work. So somebody gotta know what roles in a relationship, regardless, top and bottom.
Okay, I want you to stick around, because I got a feeling that this is gonna make for interesting. Do you got some time tonight, Tank? I want you to stick around on this panel real quick so I can see what the other panelists may have to say to some things.
Go ahead, boy. I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Eris, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome to the platform. How are you?
Aries? Hello.
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
I am well. I'm curious to know, what are some of your thoughts? Like, how do you feel about this discussion tonight?
It is interesting. And it did kind of feel like triggering for me in a way, which is because how can I say this? I used to be subscribed to SaySoTv before,
Okay.
a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
A big reason why I stopped supporting him is because this is exact same mentality. He does come up to me as like he tends to be like bottom shaming, to my understanding, especially because when he talks about like how like bottoms have to like do certain things, and he expects a lot of like high things from bottoms. I kind of don't like that, especially because like um you know when I was younger, I did have like a little like my little like whole face, my little adventures and stuff like that.
Amen.
But I mainly did it because like one, when you're a teenager and you're like
Mm-hmm.
gay, nobody's teaching us
Right.
how to find
Mm-hmm.
love. Nobody's teaching us about what dating is like. We have to figure those things on our own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And at the time, like I had to rely on the internet, for me to like figure out, okay, how am I supposed to navigate things? And and now that I'm older, it's just, and I kind of regret some of those things because how can I say this? I kind of do regret some of those things mainly because no, I don't regret it, but
Mm-hmm.
I do wish I could go back and talk to my younger self and be like, you don't have to do this, Aries. There's all the better ways for you to do certain things. Because my thing was the fact that like, I wanted love, I wanted somebody to see me, I wanted somebody to value me. And
Yeah.
the only way that I knew how was, well, at the time was through like sexual, like, encounters.
Mm-hmm.
I had guys tell me in the past that like, oh, for me to show you that I want you, you have to let me do this. So it will always have to be something sexual. I never been the kind of guy that like um I never had an issue with guys that has, because I look good, but like I never had an issue with guys, but it was my issue. What I mean by attracting people, right?
Yeah.
The issue that I have is the fact that like it's like I had to work to like for me to like earn some sort of respect, if that makes sense. And it will always have to be through my body, if not really me as a person and stuff. So that's what I have the issue with that, because I feel like when he talks about how like bottoms gotta do this and they gotta do that, I've been through those things, you get what I'm saying? And I think about the people who are like 17, like 16, 15 years old who are listening to him, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they and even whether he's listening or not, I think he's putting the message out there that like you have to do this, stand the third in order for you to be valued. You have to work yourself up in order for you to be appreciated. You get what I'm saying? But you don't have to do any of those things because eventually you have friends, you have a partner that like that is going to respect you. You get what I'm saying? But I do feel that because that is the way how he had to do things in order for him to get to the point that he's at right now. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why like I kind of stopped following him because I just don't like that message being sent out. At least that's how I take it. I don't like that
Yeah.
message being sent out there because I know that there's a bunch of little kids that that were like me, you know what I'm saying, that are trying to find out that but they're being convinced that okay, if I get smashed this one time, I'm gonna get somebody. How like I've been doing so many dates and like if I wouldn't like smash with somebody in the first date, I will get blocked, I will get ghosted, and
Yeah.
then if I did what the tops wanted me to do, I was still single. I was then I or even like there was this one guy too that I was going out with. We were talking for like a good month. When we had our first date, it was a nice day or whatever. Went to his house. We did what we did, and mind you, a whole month we were talking. He was talking about how he wanted a relationship, how he wanted to be
Yeah.
with me, how he wanted this and the third. After we did
I
the
know where
date,
this is going. Mm-hmm.
he told me in my face right there. I think I was 18, I was 19 at the time. He said to me, Aries, I don't want a relationship with you. Like, this is not what I'm looking for. I'm like, well, that's not what you said a few minutes ago and this entire time. So like, I feel like we're gonna be aware of like how we send the message to people, especially because yes, you know, he does make some valid points when it comes to other stuff outside of the bottom aspect. But like, you know, his boyfriend, he was not a bottom, you know, prior to him. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. He needs to interview a bottom. He needs to talk to an actual bottom, you know, before releasing like the information that he's giving, because I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be a kid who's watching him, you know what I'm saying, who's thinking, okay, maybe I gotta do this, I gotta do that, and you know, because that is not a good, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why like it like, because I was going in the comments, because I just, especially Bubs, like, you know, he knows about story, he has been like through some things with me already, and it's just kind of like, it's not good.
Oh, Bubs, this is your people, Bubs.
Yes.
Okay, you know that. Okay.
Yeah, especially like because like I used to be very male centered before, you know what I'm saying. I would do whatever it took for me to stay with somebody, you know. And just because you know, he's saying, oh, you gotta do this as a body, you gotta do this, that doesn't guarantee that you're gonna be with somebody. Exactly. You get what I'm saying? You could be doing everything in the book, but if you're not somebody's type, if you're not attractive enough, you're not. There's other reasons why people may not want to be with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But something that my mom told me, you know, and some of my friends did tell me as well, a man will fuck something that has a hole in it. So you get what I'm saying? That's just yeah. And I wish that he was more. He will understand that, but he does not. He does not.
You made a really excellent point that I wanted that I'm not going to add. The thing that SaySo also doesn't consider is the fact that it's funny that he's saying that bottoms are whores. That can equally be said for tops. And to Eric's point, the funny part about it is that tops kind of are so privileged and they indulge in such a degree that if you're not giving up them cakes, to Eric's point, they don't even want to be bothered. There is not going to be no more pursuit of you. There isn't going to be no follow-up date. There is nothing to be earned because the top is quote unquote already out of the door. Like if they know that sex is not on the table, and these don't seem to really be the issues that SaySoTv like keeps in mind, which will balance out his commentary a lot more if he also talks about the fact that a lot of tops are not looking for relationships, and a lot of tops are very sexually driven, and a lot of tops try to establish connection by way of sex. And to his point, if you want bottoms to not be having sex like that and not be giving up sex like that, but tops are determining who's worth their time based upon who they can connect with sexually, and they're really only leaving the door open to explore things with those who are opening the back door to them for exploration, because straight men do the same shit because of socialization. They don't, because straight men are not socialized to connect to their heart solely, they oftentimes establish connection through sex, and they want to get to sex first and then see what happens. Sex first and see if I feel something. And if that intimacy don't happen first, oftentimes either a man is just not going to be interested and is going to go on to his other options, or he, in Aries' case, like I said earlier, he's going to fake it until he gets that nut he wants, and then he's out of the door. And so we're always going to end up in a deficit if we're also not addressing what the fuck is wrong with tops. Like, we got to do the same autopsy and forensics on tops that SaySo is doing on bottoms, because it takes two to tango here. And to Aries' point, if bottoms were to do everything that they are asked to do, if they follow all of the rules and cross every T, dot every I, it's no fucking guarantee that that's still going to equal a loving, healthy relationship and a commitment from anybody, because we're not talking about what the hell is also wrong with tops and how they contribute to the problem, how they contribute to the issue, how they contribute to the culture of it's complicated, the culture of situationships, the culture of we just kicking it, or it's complicated, etc. Like, we gotta do those autopsies. I want to get SoDeb in here too. SoDeb, is your hole open?
I mean, I'm 42 years old.
Hey,
come on,
you know, I've been in a
42,
relationship.
where?
Yeah, I was in a relationship for 12 damn years. So if it ain't open, I don't know what I was doing.
See, so Deb is a okay. So put a pin in it right there. So Deb, so Tank, this is exactly what I was talking about. What about the gay men who have lived a little bit and they've been in long-term relationships? Like Dev, you know, he was in a 12-year relationship at one point in time.
Right.
I'm just asking, do tops even consider these things when they claim somebody's hole is loose? Like, it don't have to be loose because nobody whoring it out. It could be like, it's once again, it's 11 healthy reasons why somebody hole may be a little bit more relaxed. I mean, and to be honest, if you do identify as a strict bottom, that's where you emote from. Because look, even though I'm versatile, there have been relationships where I've been a strict bottom end. And because I wanted my man so bad, that hole would naturally relax when it's time to do it. Like it's gonna be now. I ain't never been loose. My hole ain't never been loose.
Right.
She ain't never been just a garage door open. But when the hormones are hormoning and it's time to turn up, and the mood is moving and the vibe is vibing, the hole, just like a woman's vagina. If she in that mood and she stimulated her man is doing all the things, that for JJ is going to relax to a degree. It may not still be like gaping, you know, it may not be just wide open, but there's going to be a relaxation that may be conflated with somebody's hole being loose. But it's like, do people understand when people are bottoms or when people are the receivers? Like, there's just a lot of reasons why somebody's hole may be relaxed. It don't have to be for no nefarious reasons. Do tops consider that, Tank? Do they consider that a loose hole is not equivalent to whorism?
No, I don't think tops. I don't think tops consider that because most of the time they're only using their dirty pole, you know. But I would say you are completely right. But like you said, though, it's very much like if you like them and things like that. See, but see for you, if you throw it in the air, it'll turn to sunshine. You get what I'm saying? Old school. But see, we have to teach our youngins like SaySo, same thing. You know what I'm saying? That's experience. That ain't wore out. That ain't loose. That's experience. You get experience and looseness is two different things. So you know, I do agree with the baby that was talking a few minutes ago. Thank you for being so transparent and so honest.
Yes.
Because we do have to be able, as being older, being able to explain these things in our time. That's why I think this right here is actually a great conversation. Because it kind of like breaks down, like, because you can't just put all the strife and stuff on the bottom, but you do got to understand if you are your bottom, at the end of the day, it comes with a little bit of responsibility. It just do.
And what's that responsibility? Again, can you make it clear what you feel the responsibility
is going to be? Don't let everybody drive your car. My mom used to say, if you let the devil ride, he gonna want to drive.
Okay, so outside of that though, okay, everybody driving my car, but what if one man been in the car for a long ass time? What if one man been behind the wheel for a long time?
Now that's true. And then that's something just explainable, but at the same time, like if you get a dude, if it's too loose to him, most of the time, sometimes he might not fit the same caliber as the last guy. That's not your fault because he can't fit. You know what I'm saying?
This is why we're going to end up at a deficit, Tank. Because do tops realize that I mean, first of all, I it's a myth as far as I'm concerned. There's no such thing as a person's hole becoming loose permanently due to sex. Like, it may be some other medical reasons, but it ain't no such thing. But for those who believe that, let's say that that's a real thing that happens. That can be the end result of being taken to Pound Town. But do tops realize that eventually, if they believe that, eventually the bottom they choose as a companion is going to end up with a loose hole too? Because you're going to be in a long-term relationship. If you're going the long haul, eventually, if you believe that a hole can lose its grip, then your partner it's inevitable because they're the bottom that they're going to lose that grip. So then what happens then?
Well, I think, just my thought, I think it becomes theirs, and they know they've trained it to where they like it for them because they know what positions that it can be better, things like that.
See that that's bullshit, Tank.
What?
Baby, the way y'all be moving the goalposts, and all of a sudden now the pussy got magic powers and it can be customized.
I'm just saying, I mean,
dick and all that. So
it still
which one
depends on
is
what
it?
type of loose it is, though, boo.
So which one
What
is it?
about the person that had it before they got to you? So didn't that person train it for them, and then you got to train it for you, right?
Right, you got to retrain, right?
A asshole is not a Yorkie.
Chihuahua
cannot train the whole. I mean, it can be trained in terms of you can learn. Like for me, I have to quote unquote like I have to train like when I know that I'm going to be bottoming because my hole just ain't holding like that naturally. So I have to pregame in order to get prepared for them type of shenanigans.
Exactly.
But my man couldn't train my hole. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean train it?
Yeah.
Train it how?
Train
like
you can like, you know, I don't get the bottom a lot because I've been celibate for a while.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, the next dude I do get, if he's a verse or a top, whatever, I have to, if it's my turn, I have to be able to, you know, let him be able to train, but it's gonna be slow training because I'm, you know, the car still crank up, everything still work, but you can't get in and hit the gas fast. You got to, you know. And so it's gonna be a little training in there. So same thing with you. And I mean, and where dude already got something that's kind of loose, he kind of knows like which positions to kind of do, with how to, you know. I mean, but when he loves that person, you know, something they love it. So, and sometimes when they got a bendigo, it don't matter because it's gonna fit anyway.
So what would you and SaySo TV advise loose bussy bottoms to do then? Like if they hole is already gone, what should they do? Just stay on the path of horrorism, or I mean, like, is it all done? Is it all?
They can go see it's a surgery they can go and get. It's a procedure. They can go see their nearest doctor, and get the doctor to put everything back in and tighten it back up a little bit.
That's a thing.
It is. I'm dead serious.
Let's look it up because we've been looking up everything tonight. Can the anal?
This nigga said, should they just continue with horrorism?
Cavity.
They shouldn't. I mean, you know,
tightened up.
You know, sometimes they.
Yes, the anal walls can be tightened the same way that the vaginal wall can through the Kegel. Is it the Kegel or the Kegel? The Kegel exercises and pelvic floor training to strengthen the muscles, or through medical procedures to correct weakening caused by injury or age.
Right.
With voluntary control exists, the idea of permanently loose anus is largely a myth. Okay, so see, I'm correct. This is really a myth, but you know, holes can be loose, and everybody's rectum is different. Everybody has an interpretation of what loose means. So maybe loose for one person is tight to another person, just depending on the situation and all of that. Through muscle tone can be maintained or improved. Okay, so Deb, you are here. What are your thoughts about? I don't know, like what you've heard so far, or
I mean,
what
so much has been talked about.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
I will start with SaySo TV. For me, I think that he's young, and I think that I believe that man is an Aries too, and I feel like that's
a contributing factor.
And I mean, I've heard it before, and I think that with experience, you know, when life starts to happen, he gets older, I think his views may change a little bit. I also think like he's in his first relationship too, if I'm not mistaken. And so I do think about that a lot. Like, you know, if he stays with this guy, I mean, eventually the guy's going to get, you know, loose or whatever. So then what happens then? And I don't know, like his views a lot of times. I used to watch him a lot when I was on my podcast, just to kind of pick up some topics or whatever off of him. But then it just got to like, it's just like a one-sided street the entire time, every time you go over there. And so I just kind of stopped watching it because I'm like, I can't really agree with anything. I almost got like the opposite views of him every time that he says something. And I think about when I first started having sex with men, and this guy used to deal with. It was only one guy, and he was pretty well endowed. And I started having sex with him when I was like 22, I think. And I had took a break from him because I went to college, and then I came back on my break. And when I came back, we had sex again. And he said something about it being like looser, like it was like looser or something like that. I got scared. So I'm like, oh shit, I better stop because I don't know if I want to continue to be, gay or whatever. And so I stopped having sex with him. So like maybe the next semester I ran into him again, and then he was like, why you stop hitting me up? And I was like, because you told me I got loose. And like I got scared. I don't want my ass falling out, nothing like that. And he started laughing. He was like, nah, that's not what I meant. He was like, when I first started having sex with you, it was like super tight, but now I can fit in it perfectly. And I was like, oh, well, you should have said that. So I feel like
that is a difference. There's a difference in loose and you just having an easier time getting up in these guts.
Yeah. And so I think when SaySo is having this conversation, he should think about the audience that does follow him, because it may be some younger people who thought just like I thought and like listen to what he's saying, and it may not be the same thing. And so I think sometimes this misinformation for the younger generation that's coming up, and I think some of them are not even going to grasp half the shit that he was saying, but there are some people who would think like me and be like, damn, well, I shouldn't even have sex at all. And then also you get to be a person like me where you get into a relationship, straight out the gate, and then you've had one person this entire time, and now it's like, I don't even know what
to do. Yeah, like what happens if these are the metrics and the standards?
Yeah.
Have you ever experienced a so-called loose booty? Have you been in some loose holes?
I had one time, and
and do you know why it was loose? Like
I do know why it was loose.
Okay.
The guy was getting fisted.
Huh?
The guy was getting fisted all the time.
Oh, he was getting fisted. Okay, well that would explain a lot in that case.
And so whenever I hear the word loose, that's what I think about.
Yeah.
I never think about a person who's been just having sex, or whatever. Because to me, I mean, if it's been used up a little bit, I never really have heard complaints about, a ass being loose, like because people have been fucking or whatever. But like, if you get fisted, that's a different type of loose. Right. You know what I'm saying? You just feel right in that thing.
Baby, that is 24-hour open. Open 24 hours. Yeah, that's a 24-hour. Them doors are permanently open.
Yeah. And for me, like, I don't even top that much. But so I'm just like, when that happened to me, I'm like, I'm just gonna pack it up and go home because it's not for me.
So what do you think about his idea of bottoms should submit to tops? Like, what is your idea of them type of dynamics?
I think that sounds good for people who haven't been in long-term relationships, but I think after you've been in one, that shit is bullshit to me. I think that everybody at some point in that relationship needs to submit. It depends on the situation and what's going on in your relationship, because it's two men. Like, I mean, at some point you need to submit to the ideas that I have in this relationship, because I may know a little bit more. I might be more experienced in certain situations than you are. And if we having sex, I mean, I may submit during that part, but in our everyday life, I don't think that that's a realistic situation.
Yeah.
Unless you're taking care of all the bills, like I ain't working, all that stuff, you taking care of everything, and this is what we set up in the beginning. And I know that after the shit is over with, I'm still gonna be set up. Then I mean, I do it, but I think I
have a fundamental issue with somebody like why would you even want to control my whole mind? Like, why would you want me not to have any type of critical thinking capability? Why would you want me to not, contribute my creative or intellectual input into the way we're forming our lives, the decisions that we're having to make as a couple? Like, it kind of feels weird that somebody would even like want you to not use your own brain, like, and they would, and it's something about the inherent arrogance of approaching a relationship from that perspective. Like, oh, I want my partner to submit. Basically, it's like, I want a brainless bimbo person who doesn't have a brain, because hey, like, I'm a know-it-all and I'm the smartest crayon in the book and I don't need your brain. And I'm like, if you want that from me, I'm definitely going to need the Carfax, because every decision that you've ever motherfucking made up to this point better have been A+ in your life. If you want me to give up my fucking brain solely for yours, and I identify as you mentally, it best to be that you have a A1 track record of every choice you ever fucking made up to this point, resulting in an overflow and resulting in precision and accuracy. Because if not, I'm trying to understand why the fuck you would not want me to have a mind, and why you would think that you got it mentally, that you are that mentally competent, that you are that emotionally competent. Like, it's, y'all don't think that's weird? Like, is that not weird that somebody would just like not want you to like?
It's extremely weird.
Like, what I say goes, like, period. Like,
my relationship started off like that at the beginning, but my mouth is just not set up for that. And I tried it though, just to see if I could do it. But the more that I saw wrong, I'm like, I don't think that this is healthy. You know what I'm saying? And then also, like, I think that these people that want that type of relationship don't have the financial stability or the brains to even have that type of relationship. Like, these are people who have that type of relationship. These are like people who have money and can afford that type of lifestyle. We talking about people that's working at call centers and, regular jobs and shit that want to have, and I'm making more money than you, and I'm paying these bills and I'm taking control of everything, but you want to take control of the household. I don't think that equals out for me.
Tank. I mean, I know that you can. I mean, you said that you're gonna shut your motherfucking mouth. Do you? You're not. I mean, but do you ever think about it? Like, why would somebody want Tank? Like, I'm a really great thinker. I've made really great decisions in my life. Why would somebody who wants to be with me not be interested in, like, in my say so, in my understanding of, the way something works, like, and the fact that my partner. The fact that I may have the better input, but my partner would throw that away just because he gets to be the dominant partner and he just has another idea, and there should be no other metric to why he's going to land on his choice aside from the fact that, hey, I'm the top and you the bottom, shut your ass up and follow. I mean, isn't that like just a weird? Isn't that like a reckless way to be? Could you imagine being in a car with someone who doesn't even fully understand driving, but just because you're a passenger, you don't get to really have a say so? Like, could you imagine having to trust this person and you're in the car and they think that just by very default of you being passenger, that you don't matter in the car? What you think about the speed y'all going? What you think about the signs that are on the highway? It doesn't matter whether you understand that, whether you can see the other drivers in a better way than they can. Oh, you just give up all that, be mute. I got this. Like, you don't. That seems scary. That's not scary.
It is. I don't say it's not fully like that for me. You got the okay. So this is how I feel. That's my strictly things. It's two men. The thing is, either way it goes, a man can be feminine, but they always gonna have that man deep down in them, regardless of the situation. So I just feel like you know what I'm saying, like say when I say be humble or have like a shut up, my opinions will go for me in my life. I was gonna count because I pay my own bills, I do my own thing for me. This is it. Now, when it comes to us starting to bridge together, that's when you need to sit down and have a serious meeting. That's how I feel people need to start off. You have a meeting and say, listen, this is your role. This is my role. This is what I like to do. This is what I want to do. Because if you don't have an understanding on how to deal with a person and who gonna tolerate what, it's gonna just fall apart because nobody has. So communication is key, but good, but clarity is key, as they say. So I think about like that because like if I have to be a bottom, you got a man who wants to be the man. The same thing would apply for a woman and a man. You know what I'm saying? In a way, for the relationship to work, yes, you're a man. Then it goes back to you choosing your leader. Because if you are that bottom and you got to choose your leader, make sure you choose someone smart, because at the end of the day, they can protect you. You know what I'm saying? But it's all about you, seeing the signs before. Do they take care of themselves? Are they independent? Before you make that choice. But it got to be submission, in my opinion. You got to be able to shut up when they say shut up. Or you know, if you're the top
Yeah,
and you say shut up, you got to be able to have somebody who's gonna shut up when it's time to shut up, because
choose
it's
your
a balance.
motherfucking leader. God damn.
Choose your leader.
Baby, that's some deep shit right now. Choose your motherfucking leader. Oh God. Wow. That's heavy. Choose your leader. But you know what's funny about what Tank is saying though? There are people who want to be led.
That's very true. That's very
people who like I've heard a women be like, girl, I want to be in a relationship to a man where I don't even have to use my brain. Like, let me turn this motherfucker off. Like, you just guide me through and through, by and by.
Not Tank running a strict program.
Yeah, I look, my mom, it's a thing of like, you know, I'm gonna take on a role like I'm more HR. So listen, I'm gonna keep my house clean. I'm gonna do stuff, but I'm gonna expect you to keep the yard cut, the car oil changed. I don't know nothing about that. Go do that. You know what I'm saying? If you want me to nag and cuss you out, this is what I expect you to do. If you want me to do this, you know, it's a thing. It's a line right there, and we're gonna run it straight, so we ain't got no confusion. You know what I'm saying? But if things get out of hand, I'm definitely gonna, as a man, gonna say, hey, I don't like this and that. You know, I ain't gonna just fall into the stupidity. But you know, it comes along with you being able to have that role of being able to, you know, what a man is, and it comes with you being independent as well. Because if you come to the table with no table, no chairs, and no flow, you know, saying you ain't, I'm gonna talk to you like, you know, like you the bottom, regardless if you a top or not. I'm gonna talk to you like that because you know you gotta come at the top. You gonna come. Don't come to me like you the man and you ain't got nothing. I'm, you know, sorry.
Okay.
I would love to be in a relationship where I can turn my brain off sometimes, but I need to be able to trust the fact that I can turn it off and trust that you're going to use yours.
And I think that's the part that men forfeit. Yes, men forget that part. Like, let me be a great, competent leader.
That's right.
So that it makes sense for you to trust me leading us toward victory, whatever that is. But I think also for me, that type of thing should be like, that should be individual. Like it's like I wouldn't want to be that way by default. It's just like if there come situations like maybe we want to invest in a business, maybe you understand the business part better than I do, or like if we make an investment with our money, maybe you're a better investor than me. Like I don't know if I would adhere to just like my brain not needed, like in general. It's like, no, I can understand if my brain not needed in certain situations where you just more educated and you more insightful and you're more skilled and competent in an area. I get that. I'll definitely fall back and learn from you and da. But just to do y'all think it's healthy to just default that? Like generally, I got to give up my brain. Generally, not circumstantially.
You don't choose that person though. No. You don't choose that person because that person, if they don't value your thoughts, if they don't like one thing to make a relationship last, if you have a goal and a dream, I have to be able to support your goal and your dream to the fullest, and you got to be able to support mine. You know, my auntie and uncle been married for like 50 years, and I always ask them how they been married so long. They always say because I want to do this, and your uncle supported what I want to do, and then he want to do this, I supported everything he want to do. So therefore, nobody goes in life feeling like you know, I have a flaw or I'm mad at you because I didn't get to succeed in this and that because you support each other goals. So I'm not gonna pick out a person naturally minded anyway. If you're gonna tell me that my ideas are stupid, this and that, because no, it's a balance. You know, it's a balance.
What part of heteronormativity do y'all not have a problem with being borrowed by same gender loving relationships? Like, are there things that y'all think are okay and that make sense? Like, what would y'all keep from hetero relationships when it comes to gay relationships? Is there anything, any part of it that y'all would keep between mom and dad and y'all own shit, between husband and wife? Do y'all think it's healthy for gay people to copy and paste heteronormativity into our expound upon it, Eris?
I guess because I don't know, but because I'm really thinking hard about that question, especially because like I feel like if you mean in the sense of like when it comes to like, because what I'm thinking, the first thing that I'm thinking is about gender roles. That's what I'm thinking as. And I guess because I look at it differently because I grew up in a society where like both men and women can do things. Both of my parents, they used to win, when they were together, they were winning a lot of money. They're both working. You get what I'm saying? The only difference was that like my mom was cooking. That's it. But besides all of that, everything was like, if my dad was able to do something, my mom was also doing the same thing. Does that make sense? Because that was for me just kind of like, it's kind of like, I don't, if you're talking on traditional gender roles, I feel like, no. I hope that makes sense. I don't know, but
Yeah.
It does. It
Yes.
does. And I kind of have to piggyback off that as well because
Good
for
time.
me, it's when I look at my parents, like, yeah, they did play into, I guess, certain type of gender roles, but they also knew how to switch. So, for example, if my mom was sick, my dad knew how to cook. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I would want a partner that no shade can do both. You know what I mean? Like what a Tank said. If you better cut the grass or whatever. But what if I break my leg and I can't cut the grass? We ain't about to waste no money paying a landscaper. Can you get your ass out there and learn how to do it? What if your ass on the road and I can't get to you? Can you also learn how to change a tire? If
you better build me
we
a
get out
couch,
in the street and somebody fucking with us, I'm not finna just whoop his ass. We about to whoop his ass. Usually I'm the shortest one out of the relationship. So you go high and I go low. We both gonna find a way to make it work. But I think the most important thing is the love aspect of it. That's what I'm kind of more so focused on because like moving through the whole gender roles part or the surface level stuff.
Yes.
All that shit don't matter when your mortality is threatened. All that shit don't matter when you are put in a position to where you cannot provide that way anymore. Because we say again, men provide financially and stability. Well, what happens if you lose your job and you can't get another one? Are you no longer a man? But just like Tank said, whenever someone was going through something, they came to support them. Because in the words of Nita Baker, sometimes somebody gonna carry the weight of all that has to be, but there has to be that balance there. So as far as the traditional roles, if people want to do that, again, if they're informed in that way and they feel like they can enhance the relationship because hey, I know how to cook, I know how to clean, I also want to make sure that my husband is fed and my children are fed and I'm fed with home cooked meals. I ain't got to worry about all type of preservatives and other shit. Or I live in a clean house, so therefore I'm going to clean. I know where my strengths are. But again, in the areas where I'm weak, I also want to be strong. So I think there needs to be like a balance to that.
Yeah, I totally agree with the idea that, because that goes back to my point that like we're men at the end of the day, regardless of whether we're masculine, or femme, or top, or bottom, or verse. So because of that, I think our community will have more problems trying to adopt heteronormativity instead of practicing what Bubs is saying. Like we need to be both handed because we're all men, so we ain't been socialized to do what the feminine does. So it seems like to be in the same gender loving relationship, we would kind of just need to really take from the best of both worlds. Like I need to be able to do what the feminine can do, to Bub's point, clean, cook, etc. Also, I need to be able to know how to fix a car, maybe fix some piping, to do things considered masculine, because we're not women. We are males, and we also don't have to live totally due to the construct. But the argument that I'm making, I think would work out better too for heterosexuals as well. Like I think the gender role shit need to be turned over. Period. I think that women would have less to rely upon when it comes to like a man if they became more fully equipped and competent and being able to survive, period, with or without that nigga. Because I think sometimes when you leave room to need people, it can lead to unhealthy codependencies and attachments, and then you'll find yourself staying in situations that you shouldn't, simply because of an issue of incompetency. I feel like men the same way. Like a lot of men feel the need to marry simply because like I want somebody around the house. I want a full-time aide. I need somebody to fully take care of me. But then you will sit in a toxic relationship to a woman just because she can supply you all of those caretaker things, And you wouldn't be in that position if you also found it okay as a man to know how to cook, clean, wash your own fucking clothes, and just take care of yourself and take care of your space accordingly. I just think I believe in like it's in this society, like there are things we have assigned to male and female, but a lot to me of what's been assigned to male and female are things that are actually universal. Like both sexes should know how to do all this shit. Like fuck women only doing this and men only doing that. All parties should know how to live and how to fucking survive and how to exist on their own and know how to contribute in these kind of like fundamental ways if need be. Because to Bub's point, like if you're the feminine and you think you should only do the feminine things, I would hate for you to be coming from work at 1 a.m. in the morning as the feminine being, and then you start having a car issues and you end up on the side of the motherfucking road and your cell phone is motherfucking dead and you actually have all the tools in your trunk to be able to rectify the issue, but because you don't even know what the fuck to do with the tools in your toolbox, you in an interesting situation that can lead to a very bad situation because you don't know how to. You don't know what.
But I don't think that would be their fault, though. Honestly, I don't think it would be their fault because I think from their standpoint, that comes from a lack of having, just to be blunt, having a father around to teach you those things as a young man. Those are things you should be learning from at a certain age when you start driving.
A lot of men don't.
Change, and a lot of men don't. So sometimes you are
Especially
forced to in a relationship.
New men don't.
Right. And so that's something like relationships. Sometimes I think if they're if they are the type of top or they are dominant masculine, those are things in relationship you should be asking them if they do know, if they don't know, that you should actually be teaching them in the beginning, like, hey, this is what I need you to know, because if something happens, not saying that if taking a father role, but taking on that man role of being like, this is what I need you to know in case something happens, because you a leader, right? So you're gonna teach me at least the bare minimum of how to survive, even if I don't. Especially when you get a bottom that doesn't have like a lot of training, because sometimes it kind of happens. But I think social media itself has blurred the lines of what love and relationships and roles really are, because sometimes we chase after that Instagram thing or that thing, or fams, no facts type of thing. And in the gay community, that really keeps us from loving each other a lot, because I had to get to that point where I don't need no masculine whatever. If he's a gay man, I can love him feminine, straight, whatever, because at the end of the day, it's about, if my leg break, are you gonna take care of me? If this happened, do we got a policy, but you ain't trying to out me for the policy? Do we have responsibility? I think I'm like that now because I'm older.
If I can't, can you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. So it just, I think it comes with like age and, progression too, but social media has really blurred the lines of so much, especially when it comes to the younger generation. Like, they have so many different alternatives. I don't even know where to begin at. You know what I'm saying? I'm an old school, I'm from the 80s. Like, hey, you can, but I don't care if you feminine, straight, verse, whatever. If I like you, we got a good bond. Yeah, we both can be film. But when it comes to it, you just about, where are the lines not blurred at? Do we have communication? Do we have clarity? You know what I'm saying? Who takes what role of what when it's time?
I love that. A well-balanced king. A both-handed ass king.
Yes.
Do y'all want to listen to a little bit more of Say So?
I didn't know who SaySo was, but thank y'all for letting me know who SaySo was. But SaySo said it and SaySo.
Yeah, I mean, got some interesting. We're kind of halfway through his video. I don't know if y'all wanted to hear a little bit more of what he had to say about these dynamics between tops and bottoms.
Is he a top or a bottom?
He's an apex top, according to him.
Okay, what's an apex top?
A premium top.
He's a touch me not top. Means
a
that
top pro max.
Top, you don't eat my ass. You don't touch my ass. All I do is sling the peen. The peen only. Ain't no versatile. Ain't no being a bottom on your birthday. Ain't no being a bottom on Thanksgiving. Ain't none of that going on. Strict apex top.
Is he younger? He real young.
I think I guess in his 30s, maybe.
I think he's in his younger 30s.
Okay, so you say he was bottom shaming, basically. He trying to shave the bottom.
Well, I don't think he bottom shaming because he's with a bottom and he's a top, so he know he need bottoms. I think he gets accused in the community of doing a lot of like femme shaming, and obviously in this video he's really doing a lot of slut shaming from the bottom, the double standard is, you know, yeah, tops can do that because we don't have a hole. Like y'all got a different situation because y'all using y'all holes, so y'all shouldn't be slutting yourselves out. Y'all shouldn't be making them type of soul ties, and y'all, you know, y'all just shouldn't be.
That's what I thought.
So it's more a slut shaming more so than it is bottom shaming, and he kind of has some interesting talking points around.
But how is the slut gonna shame the slut? How the pot gonna call the killer? I'm so confused.
And that's what we all confused, and we've been calling that out for the past 3 hours because it's like there is no.
I bet you he done bottom before. I put $10 on it.
Apparently he has, but
I believe he said that he has before.
I'm trying to tell you.
And I think the boyfriend said that he bottomed for him.
Now he upset about it. He have so you got to go to that's what he need therapy. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. I just
So let's play a little bit more, and if you guys hear anything that's interesting to y'all, just let me know, and I'll stop and let y'all pop y'all stuff.
You're taking D. This is how you get valued. Just like a woman values a man based on his ability to provide and shit. That's literally to be a bottom and say, oh, I'm supposed to be able to take as much dick as I want because you get to fuck as many niggas as you want. That's equivalent. And hear me on this, y'all, so that y'all can hear what y'all sound like. That is equivalent to a man coming to a woman and saying, I don't want to provide, I don't want to protect, I don't want to work, I want to live off of you. I want you to pay all the bills, and I still expect sex whenever I want and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Straight up, I want my cake and eat it too. I'm not going to play my role at all, and I still expect you to treat me like a king. What? A female gonna look at this nigga like, nigga, what? Like, he was speaking gibberish, nigga. Like, I don't even understand the language you talk about. Like, if you think I'm about to accept you getting pounded out by all these different niggas, and I'm about to take you on dates and love you and hold you and shit, nigga, that's investment. And that's the same with the gay community. That should turn y'all off. That's what niggas are basically presenting to you. As a gay man, your standard should be, you know, getting to know me, take me on a date. Like, it needs to be something we're building in order for us to be doing all that. You know what I'm saying? Like a woman would think. But y'all, instead, y'all don't hold no standards to get access to you. And then you mad that niggas is not doing nothing when you don't require nothing. That's what I'm trying to instill into y'all.
Is he talking about before or after, like during the relationship or before the relationship?
Oh, this is before. He's calling himself putting bottoms on game. Like, the reason y'all ain't getting what y'all want out of these tops is because y'all are sluts and easy, and y'all don't have no standard to make these niggas work for nothing. So all they do is give y'all dick and never give y'all no relationship.
But how does he know what they did? Are they having a conversation about the body count before they date?
I guess so.
I wish a nigga would ask me some shit like that. We'll answer that shit now.
Do y'all agree that bottoms? I don't know. Like, I don't even know what y'all thoughts are on like tops and bottoms and how like tops and bottoms engage each other in the dating sex world. Do y'all think that? First of all, do y'all think that there are just as many tops as there are bottoms?
Not really.
These days, 2026. I don't know. We might be a little bit, tilted the bottom way a little bit more these days.
I think everybody doing everything right now at this point.
Yeah, everybody doing everything.
Yeah.
TV.
Everybody besides SaySoTv.
Because even SaySo said that he thinks that pretty much even the so-called tops probably would bottom for somebody more masculine than them. So the tops ain't even really tops. Tops really are willing to be verse 2 if a nigga is more masculine than they are. So do y'all also think, like, who do y'all think is more interested in relationships? Do y'all think that bottoms be more interested in relationships, or tops be more interested in relationships, or both parties equally be interested in relationships, or neither, like both on some slut time?
I think people say they are interested in relationships, but they don't really be with the picture doing it. I think it sounds good.
I think it depends on the person itself, because some people have a different perception these days. I know, like the younger people, they don't look at relationships the same as we used to back in the day. So I think it kind of depends on the person itself.
True.
Is there anybody here who's looking for a top?
that's looking for a top,
or who's interested in a strict top. Okay, so SaySo might be preaching to an outdated. I mean, it's an outdated community, baby. Tops are not in. It's all about that versatile life. It's all about that it's all about that. Let's have some chemistry first and see if we got a connection, and then we can make the rest of this shit work. Like, I'm open to sexual positioning of it all, but it's about some other shit first. Fuck leading on the.
I think like, we have that day where it's just like, you know what, I feel like top of the day. Like, you know, if this dude I used to date, whatever, I don't know how to explain it, but he always say like he wanna bottom twice a year. And I feel like I'd be on the same page. Like, you know, twice a year I probably want to top.
So what are you, Deb? Are you like, what would you consider yourself?
I'm probably mostly bottom, but I mean,
so you would be looking for a top then.
I mean, but to be honest, I'm pretty much of a go with the flow type of person. So it just depends on the person, to be honest.
So if you met a verse that you really, really liked, then what would happen?
We would be verse.
Even though you preferred the bottom.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you prefer the bottom? Like, what goes into a desire to be a bottom?
I think I think that's for me when we talk about submissiveness, that's probably the only place I'm going to be that. And so I think for that part, like I pretty much enjoyed that part of it. I don't know. I think that's pretty much what it is. I think I like the control of that part.
Devon, I know that you SaySo has not been on your good side for a long time.
Oh my gosh, you must be seeing. You talk about me in the comments. I'll be on that ass. Okay, I'll be on that ass. Belt ass.
So what are your thoughts on Mr. SaySo?
Look, he put up with it though.
Why is he on your bad side?
I've been following this man for a year because, you know, his channel intrigued me at first because he has the most interesting thumbnails and stuff. So it caught my eye, but I find myself challenging his ideologies more than agreeing with him a lot. And I just feel like at first it was like, okay, I'm not really into femme. So I thought, okay, maybe he's getting pushed back because he don't want to sleep with femme. So like, okay, I can understand that. You don't have to like, everybody don't have to like you. You don't have to like everybody. But then it started turning into these little respectability politics that I just can't get behind. You know? So I started being on that ass.
Okay.
And all he tells me to go heal. That's all he got for me is go heal.
I just go heal. Okay, so give us some, like, expound a little bit. Like, what don't you be agreeing with?
I just don't be agreeing with like this idea that it kind of gives me a vibe that he feels like femmes are like inferior and like masculine are like the top tier. No one appreciates femininity in this community. You know, everybody wants one, and that's why they're all single. And I just disagree with that, you know, because mind you, he was having relationship problems because he tells on himself a lot. You know, I've been watching this man for a year. You know, I observe everything. So everything that I be saying about him or to him be from observation.
Yeah.
You know, that's why he don't be like, he can't really come for me for real because he know I'll be on that ass.
Okay,
he can tell me to go here.
Because he did a video on EJ and he was just like, he kind of went into his whole a diatribe about masculinity and how like gay men are attracted to masculinity. So he really don't really know what the femmes are going to do because, you know, he equates being attracted to men to being attracted to masculinity, which of course is not one and the same. And men do exist and men do desire femininity. Men are sexually turned on by femininity. Like the community is not a monolith in that sense. But because of his ideology, you know, I had rebutted some of his talking points about EJ because I was like, well, it's possible that even if EJ was attracted to other EJs, that EJ may still be on that goddamn couch single and having a hot girl summer. It doesn't mean that if he was to butch it up just for the sake of trying to attract a relationship from another masculine person, that he would be in any more of a relationship than EJ is now. But do y'all think that the relationship deficit in the gay community is due to
no
lack of tops or a lack of masculinity, or is there something else that are there other things informing why relationships are kind of an
But
epidemic?
see, he tried to ask me, oh, would you date a femme? Oh, would you date a femme? Because y'all always talk about some y'all love femmes, but y'all never date one, take one home. Like, first of all, you can't do that with me, baby, because I've been in love before. Okay, I've had love before, masculine, feminine. Because see, I used to be one of those strict no femmes, but I was so tired of that, I allowed myself to try something different. And I actually like it. So how you gonna tell me that I don't like femmes? Like, how you just gonna speak on behalf of me and the whole community? Like, sir, you live in a bubble in Michigan. Like, you need to live a little. And he don't. He thinks he knows everything. He has he feels like his way is like everyone's way. He feels like, okay, we all like masculinity because we grew up on a masculine man. And okay, well, if that's the case, then femme men make even more sense, because guess what? Those masculine men growing up, they were courting what? Feminine beings, women. So obviously, bottoms are going to be more feminine because they think that's what y'all want. They didn't see y'all. They didn't see no big buff man talking to other big buff men. They saw them courting a big booty, voluptuous, soft, feminine being. So if you base it off what we saw growing up, then that makes even more sense. Feminine men should make even more sense to you.
It does.
If that's your logic. Yeah. Because obviously I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'll be more feminine because that's what he likes. Not thinking that people gonna like it if I play more into my masculine side. But now that I know that, I embrace both sides. So there's that too.
Do y'all think that SaySo has a point when he be like, the other alternative is like date each other? Like
no.
Femmes need to
no.
date femmes.
No. That's easier said than done.
Date mass, trans to date trans, like date each other.
And you know what's funny about him? Another thing, let me click real quick. He gonna say that femme guys are so confusing, right? But mind you, this is the same man that said he'll date a trans man. But then he likes to swear that, femme guys, y'all just confusing. Y'all just want to be women. Why not just be a woman? I can't date no femme girl, no femme boy because he just want to be a woman. But you'll see with a trans man that was born a woman that identifies as a man.
As long as that trans man is masculine, sure.
It's like, right. So it's, but I'm just a wannabe. But okay.
I think that maybe I think that could be a possibility, because even for me, I'm attracted to feminine men. For those who've been watching CTV, they already know that I'm attracted to more of the feminine energy. But at the same time, I'm not going to completely close myself off to masculine energy, because there could be a masculine person out there who we vibe and it's cool. You know what I'm saying? And again, I think you asked a question earlier. I think I missed it when you were saying, like, is anybody up here just a top or whatever? And I'll just speak from my experience, and I'll just say right now, because I don't know what 5, 10, whatever plus years down the road. Maybe because the fact that in my first relationship, I bottomed more than I desired to. I was a top in that. That's what we discussed. And somehow my legs in the air. And I'm a person who's been abstinent from relations or whatever for a very long time by choice. So it's like when the time does come for me where I can actually do it with someone that I care about, and it is something that is consistent, oh yes, I want to get my guts and do what I do. Now, again, down the road, it may come to a point where it's like, okay, I'm willing to be a little bit more open and adventurous, and maybe we can try this to see. But right now, this is where I am. But answering your questions.
I was gonna add to what you go ahead, finish. I'm gonna add to what you say in a minute.
As far as the question, I think it's self-hatred or ignorance of self, or lack of self-love. And also the fact of, again, we're never trying to date people that we may have a connection with, but those labels prevent us. For example, I remember I was watching a content creator who was talking about their experience with a masculine gay man that they picked up. And when they were doing things, the masculine gay man wanted to give them head. The masculine gay man was like, do you like that, daddy? So behind closed doors, it gave them the opportunity to explore things that, because of what society says, they couldn't do it publicly. Another thing that's very interesting, going back to the whole self-hatred thing or the ignorance, is that I remember when I used to be on Bigo, like during, I think 2020 to 2022, around that time, I remember I was listening to a conversation where there were two very popular streamers who were, first of all, 6'2", 6'4", tall as fuck, but they were very feminine. Hey girl, hey sis, all that were the makeup, the wig, twerk, all that type of shit. But they can top. But as soon as a masculine presenting gay man comes through and says the word girl or something that is queer like, oh girl, I don't want him girl because he's a girl. But you get to quote unquote be the girl that gets the top. But the person who is masculine tries to participate in the queer community or the lingo or the culture, and now, oh girl, she's a bottom. It's just like you're basically saying that you're not willing to date yourself because again, it's like, oh, again, I don't want to be bumping purses. But what if that motherfucker knows how to use the strap on the purse?
What if it ain't a purse? What if it's a damn satchel? Goddamn, I gotta be a purse. What if it's a damn man bag?
It has a strap. It's a lot of things on a purse that can work. So it's just like, I think that people should explore that, and if you explore it, then you'll be able to have the objective proof to say whether this works for you or not, because you could be missing out on your blessing. I'd rather go through it and be like, you know what, I'm glad I did this, and come to find out it just does not work for me, as opposed to just hold the back of the shoulda, coulda, woulda, and your blessing was right underneath your nose this entire time, but because she cis fucked around.
Oh yeah.
What did what's the name say, girl? Didn't she burn up her scrub tub, bitch? She did. All right.
She did. And what Bubs is talking about is the willingness to go beyond the construct. Really, it's about going beyond the construct. Anybody else have do y'all feel like? Because what was my question, Bubs? Like, what did I ask? I forgot what.
I meant to add to your thing, Bubs. I meant to add to your thing about, because this is something I feel like the gay community needs to understand. Verse men are not greedy. Okay, I want everybody on this panel and everybody watching it. Verse men are not greedy. We are not greedy. Okay, we know how to play our role depending on who we're with. Exactly, we know how to play our role depending on who we're with. So if I'm with someone who's more feminine, if I'm not going to court someone knowing damn well I want to be topped, and I know they're feminine and stuff. I'm courting them for a reason, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to waste somebody's time. Yeah, I ain't childish like that. So, and if I absolutely just want to have my way, I'll be single. I'm not going to commit to nothing.
Yeah, verse for me, it just literally means that I can do both. It doesn't mean that you have to be verse. It means that if you a top, I can be the bottom. If you a bottom, I can be the top. Because I'm verse. So,
and I don't understand why bottoms be assuming like, oh, he gonna want me to top. He gonna want me to top. Like, no, girl, no.
Right, not really. Yeah, like I can meet you where you are. It's fine.
It's called playing my role. I mean, I'm an actor.
But I think sometimes that also comes with like growth and like learning over time. Because when I was younger, my first relationship, I had to be the bottom, but I didn't understand. I didn't have gay friends growing up. Came straight after church, so I really didn't understand top or bottom like that at all. To be honest with you, I was just kind of lost. I knew I was gay, but I didn't know that. Thankfully, I had a friend, his name was Lundy, and Lundy kind of taught me the ranks of like what bottom and topping was. But I knew I was in love with this guy. And like he knew back then I was like more masculine. So he was kind of worried like whatever, but I ended up being the bottom in the situation. We was together for like 4 or 5 years and it worked. Now what he did was, because he knew I was a man, I did like him because he was smart. He was like, well, I don't want you to run outside and go top somebody else. So once a year on your birthday, you know what I'm saying? I'm because he let me express that as a man, what I'm saying? Like I appreciate that out of him. You know what I'm saying? But as I grew older, like now, I don't think about, whether you feel, I think about whether you a good person, whether you're smart, whether you know what I'm saying, you got common sense. If my mama call you, do you know how to speak to her? Stuff like that. I think about now being closer to 40 because those things are more important to me. But piggybacking on what the baby said, you like what you like and you're gonna pick it out, but you're not gonna pick out the wrong thing. If you're gonna deal with a person, you dealing with them according to them for a reason, regardless of
whether honestly, I feel unpopular opinion. I feel like every gay person should at least entertain, like they should do something versus like at least once, just to just really know if they're truly like just strictly top or bottom. I feel like we all should try it because niggas be looking good. Yeah, I like eggplant and all that, but I love a fat booty. Like I'm not gonna sit here like I don't like a fat voluptuous booty. And I like titties.
I've met bottoms that never top before though.
I like dad bodies. I like beards and I like all that. I like grown man bodies, baby. Like
and there's a lot of bottoms who got like top tendencies. Like they may not want to top, but they're like eating ass. You got like a lot of tops who got bottom tendencies. They may not want a bottom, but they suck dick. Like, I mean, like it'd be kind of, you know, like it's all type of variations of the shit.
And then on top of that, it'd be funny because there are plenty of bottoms. They got big old pieces, and then there are plenty of tops that got fat old asses.
Yes.
Very
back.
And so
that's why I started topping, because people always say, "Oh, your thing big, your thing big." I'm like, okay, shit, maybe I should try it. I mean,
when I see these tops out here, like with their pants sagging and like they showing their ass like this.
Purse.
Yes. I be thinking the tops be want to bottom a lot, because I see them like on media now with showing they tail so much. I be like, are they the bottoms now? I'm so confused on it.
There are literally pages out there of like nothing but just masculine ass niggas who's sagging.
Sagging pages.
Just sitting out, just wow.
My damn.
Don't that mean you want some?
Wants to awaken the SaySo in you to want to be able to dominate their ass. Be like, damn.
It's just all about desirability, and
that's really what it is. A domination kink. You're right, Bubs. That's all he want to do.
It's just
he's like conquering some shit. That's all he want to do.
So my initial question, because I know that So Deb was like when I asked y'all, do y'all agree when SaySo says date each other? Like, femmes should be attracted to other femmes too. You ain't got to be attracted to femmes only, but like if you femme, how the fuck can you not be attracted to another femme? Like, if you masculine, how can you not be attracted to another masculine person? If you in between acting, how can you not be attracted to another in between acting person? Like, is there anybody who disagrees with that?
Now, look, this is why I be challenging his theory, because I'm coming from experience. You know, I challenge that. I challenge my own theory about, you know, being strictly femme and only wanting to date masculine men. And I gave a feminine guy another chance. You know, I've given feminine guys a chance, and I allowed myself to try different things. You know, just because you're used to one thing, that don't mean you can't allow yourself to like something else. Like, you're just being stubborn and not really giving it a try because you're so fixated on mannerisms and aesthetics. And so, you know, because before I even was subscribed to his channel, somebody had asked me that before, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should give a feminine guy a try. You know what? That was my longest relationship. You know, I was with him for 4 years. You know, so. You know, so we were going strong. You know, we're single now because he's in, you know, I don't really do long, he's traveling and stuff, so I don't really do long distance, but we're good friends. It ended like on good terms and everything. Yeah. And I'm glad I did that, because now I know I can see because I can see the beauty in feminine men. You know, there's a man is still a man. We takes up all them clothes. My thing is, you got to pull it off. If you look crazy as hell, you look crazy as hell. But if you can pull it off and you make it look good, okay. Like, Conscious, you feminine, you can pull it off though. You make it look good. Like, you make me look, oh damn, oh Lord, you know.
You know what? That was my prime example.
Everybody can't fit right.
Not to brag on Conscious, but Conscious has a, you know, me coming from where I come from, I have a lot of brothers. You know what I'm saying? So I've been around masculinity and patriarchy for a long time. Yeah. But one thing I like about the King is that he has a flow in between. Like, so to me, he's attractive. I would tell you that he was attracted to me because he has a flow in between his femininity and the masculinity, and it flows perfect. But he's so into him, you have no choice. It's a thing, like when you love you solely, you put out there what you want to get back. It's weird, but you know, they can get it.
I appreciate y'all. Yeah, because when you do it right, it's sexy. It can be real sexy. Everybody that's feminine cringe. I don't disagree, because I've met some real fine ass feminine men, and I just be looking at them up and down all day. But they won't talk to me. They think it's weird. Oh, you want to talk to me, but you're like, feminine, it's weird. That's weird. I'm like, you're a man. I'm a man. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Like, and that's what I disagree with about SaySo too, because SaySo was like, well, to be gay means you're attracted to masculinity. I said no. To be gay means that you're attracted to other men. Now, you may prefer masculinity, or like your preferences may be femme, mass, short, tall, light skin, dark skin. But to be homosexual is to solely be attracted to another male. Like, it doesn't mean that you are exclusively attracted to masculinity just because you are same gender loving. But do you agree with SaySo Deb? Like, do you think that if a person is versed, if a person is femme, they should be able to be attracted to other feminine people sexually?
I think so. For me, I think I learned that. I think walking in the door, I wanted another masculine person, but I also feel like I have a mixture of like femininity and masculinity in me and myself. Then, so I think I wanted somebody that was masculine, but then my ex is kind of the same damn way. So then, walking out of that relationship, I feel like I started kind of challenging my expectations, and I ended up dating a feminine guy, and I Nigga changed my world. So
turned you out. Turn you everywhere.
Yeah, turned that.
So I think
that smile was real. He smiled real hard.
Fucking divine. Look, y'all are three experimenters now who have came back to me and was like, maybe I tried the same shit and that shit turned me out. So there may be some magic there to dating similar energy of self.
I think it's kind of like the bottom shaming. Like it's almost like it's frowned upon when we first came out of dating someone that was feminine, but now that times have evolved, it's a little bit different. And the crazy part is with that dude. The dude had been hitting me up on Facebook, but I never really paid him any attention or anything like that. And I don't even think I knew if he was feminine or not at the time. And it was like I would be talking about like flaws that I had or whatever, and he would be hitting me. He'd be in my messages or whatever, and I would just kind of ignore it or whatever. And not on purpose. I just probably never really seen it or whatever. And then I ended up seeing him on Jack, and he ended up coming up. This is like right before COVID. And he came over to my house and we were supposed to fuck, but we ended up like really talking and like we started dating. I moved that nigga in my house like the week after that.
You said you moved him in?
I sure did.
Oh, he had that whip appeal. He had that whip appeal.
Let me tell you, everybody I know them been turned out.
Okay, sunshine.
Jesus.
And we didn't even have sex that day. Which is the craziest part. But I mean, after that, I think I had left to go back home to Ohio, and he went to Vegas. We were talking a lot, and I mean, like by the time we had got back, it was like the way we tore that house up that day, baby. It was a wrap.
I love this for you. I love this for you. I love this for you. Taking that walk on the motherfucking wild side, and
right?
Because my whole criticism has been, I don't believe that there is a relationship. Like, I don't believe that the dating pool has shrunk. My issue with that, I think that a lot of our preferences have been the issue. And I think if we can get back to like this part of our humanity, which is like you a person and I'm a person, like, and our attractions don't have to be informed by this shallow shit. Like, it doesn't matter if you're feminine or if you're masculine or whatever.
We need to get back to.
Now,
I'm not going to get back to meeting people individuality. We need to get back to dating
individuality. Yeah, because I can understand the role that like sexual position play. So I'm not going to say somebody should have to. If somebody's at the top, they should consider being the bottom, or somebody's at the bottom, they should consider being the top. But everything else, I think we should discount. Like, it doesn't matter if a motherfucker's masculine or feminine. Like, you should give people a chance. You should be open to who people actually, like, who they are as a person, what they actually bring to the table. You should be interested in their personality and their ethics. And if they're physically attractive to you, whether they are masculine or whether they are femme, like, the femme and the man shouldn't really scare you. Like, I mean, what does that matter if you're sitting in front of somebody that you do find attractive? But even if they're femme just like you, so what? But if they're also a top sexually, like, you'll get that thug out of their ass in the bedroom. Even if you don't get it in no other area, you gonna get that raw nigga in the bedroom. If they are masculine, but you are a top, it's like, it's okay. Like, that's cool. You get that bitch up out of their ass in the bedroom. Them feet gonna be in the air. They'll be hooting and howling at the motherfucking moon like a werewolf. Like, you're gonna get all of that anyway. But I do think we just need to move past the social construct of like mannerisms. And I think this should happen in the straight world too, because I think that there's a lot of great available people, but we don't think it is because we're just so we look at life through such a narrow lens, and we allow a bunch of shit that don't matter to inform like how we even move around. Like, and Bubs even know this, I even be challenging like this whole friendship zone shit. Like, I cannot stand this whole idea of once you decide somebody is a friend, they can't be a love. I'm just like, all this shit is so stupid. Like, if people would just, if you want to be in love, or if you want a situation or whatever it is, like, try to make it as easy for yourself as possible by like undoing as many unnecessary preferences. And I'm calling them unnecessary, like, undoing as many unnecessary preferences as possible and just getting to kind of the core of what's important to you to make it just easier on yourself to get what it is you want, because it seems like there's just a lot of great people, but something is, there's an elephant in the room, and I feel like I'm the only motherfucker who be identifying what the elephant is, and that elephant is a preference.
I think that comes with maturity too. I mean, when you talk about like the friend group situation, like I say this, like during the pandemic, one of my friends lived really close to where I used to live at, and we had a conversation. I was like, you live close to me, I live close to you. You know what I'm saying? Needs gonna be needed to be needed. And so, we during the pandemic, when we was having a good damn time, nobody in our friend group really knew about it, just because nobody wanted to really deal with that situation. But after the shit was over with, we back to friends. And it was nothing to it. Every once in a while, like we go on trips, whatever, we may do something or whatever, but I never really seen the issue with that.
Is anybody up here like, how do y'all feel about the friend zone shit? Do y'all
real quick before you go there too, I want to say something too. Also, the dude that I dated that was feminine too, that was one of the best things I ever did too, because I'll tell you this, the maturity level of that was a lot. Like even now we still kind of deal with each other. Like in life right now, we're both not in the same place. So like we're trying to get to that situation. But I love that we had that type of conversation. And that's like the most healthiest conversation I've ever had with somebody before dating them. That really made sense to me. And the other thing about him is that I love him, and he makes me laugh a lot, because like when we be out, like people don't, if people know we're together, whatever, he'll be like, what's so crazy? Like people probably think you tear me the fuck down.
Wait, let me add to what Buzz was saying in the comments about the whole assimilating and stuff. I wanted to add to that because that's what I was saying about the respectability politics. Like for me, the reason I didn't come out the closet is just to assimilate to what masculine norms are. I came out to, push the ideologies, push the envelope of what manhood should look like, because we're not monoliths. We're very nuanced as people. So the whole preference thing, I do think it's kind of like limiting, because see, outside of dating, when you have a preference outside of dating, it's usually like, okay, I prefer orange, but I don't hate red. That's a preference to me. In the dating community, when you have a preference, it's like you putting it on a pedestal.
Right.
Oh, I want white women, but I hate black. Oh, I want this, but I hate this. You're saying when a person says they have a preference, you're saying this is better than that. And that's what I disagree with. You're not allowing yourself to date different kind. You got Fanta orange, Fanta pineapple, Fanta grape. There's so many different flavors, and you're only allowing yourself to like one thing. Like, yeah, you like it, but I don't think that's the only thing. Because we're multifaceted as people. We have taste buds. We're very diverse in those taste buds.
Yes. Most of this society is using preference out of context. To your point, they really be talking in absolutes, but calling it preference. And to your point, preference is a preference. Preference is, I would naturally choose this, but it doesn't mean I'm against that either. Like, it's just that I would naturally be oriented this way, but I don't have a problem with going this way either. I could go this way. My preference is macaroni and cheese, but if there's pizza on the buffet, I don't have a problem eating pizza either. Like, preference is not exclusivity, it's preference. So yeah. Now to the I think we got to get is Eris here?
Yeah, Eris still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, so what I was gonna say is I feel like everybody already touched like a little bit of what I was going to say, but I, for me personally, like to answer your question, I if he's saying that, like, femmes and femmes should date and stuff like that, I feel like I've seen it a lot of the times. I haven't seen it in person, but like I've seen it like online, and it actually goes pretty well. But I do feel like he says it in a way of like, well, that's not what I like, but like, since I cannot handle it, then go be with your own kind. That's kind of how it sounds like to me. Because I do believe that like there's different levels of femininity and masculinity. You get what I'm saying? Because I do wish like he would like be more like specific about that because like me personally, like um I don't mind dating a feminine guy, right? But like when it comes to mannerism and stuff like that, that's what I'm cool with, right? But also feminine could also mean like let's say like if you have like at least you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, but like at least to my knowledge, it could there's another level which like you will have guys who will like wear makeup and stuff. That is something that for me personally, that's not what I'm attracted to, you know. But I wouldn't mind dating a feminine guy who's just who doesn't wear any of makeup and stuff. You get what I'm saying? So like I wish he was more more specific about those things because um you can date a feminine guy and be happy. You don't have to. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Oh, he bunches up all in.
As far
He don't
as
have a
his
specific.
mannerisms.
That's my point. He's just talking about feminine, and it is so like you're making it sound like it is a big issue, but like
I think because he using the whole thing like when the community like be having the no fem clause up, and then the pedestalization from the community of like masculinity and basically damn near being perceived as heterosexual. And so I think that's why he doesn't, and then he himself has acknowledged that he's not attracted to feminine men. And I do hear a lot of the conversations in the community around like this whole pedestalization of masculine shit. I hear it, but sometimes I think it's also propaganda because to Aries' point, it's like in real life, I don't see that. Like in real life, I see people like in real life, I feel like what it really is in the gay community is like, yes, like if you let the gays talk about their preferences, if you give them a microphone, they're gonna be like, yeah, no fats, no fem. They're gonna like they're gonna do all that. But in real life, I feel like motherfuckers deal with who they actually gonna be attracted to. And I feel like in real life, I don't be seeing so much as the masculine femme, no fat thing more so than I be seeing like, oh, if that fat motherfucker is cute, if that fat motherfucker is fine, like fat motherfucker gonna be gotten. Or if that femme dude is attractive, femme dude gonna be gotten. I don't be seeing the strict like, oh, like only tops, because to be honest, most of the couples that I know are between versatiles and in between acting people, not like the traditional mask on mask, and not even the traditional like mask on femme. I'd really be seeing a lot of femme on femme relationships. Like you would think that both people socially identify as bottoms, but they only identify femininely socially, but one person is either top in the bedroom or bottom or both are verse. Like I don't like, so it's just like I'd be kind of like, how much of this is really a thing? I know it is a thing, and I know that the community has so-called preferences and prejudices, but I also be seeing where a lot of that shit don't be existing either, and that it be all talk at the end of the day, and people kind of, because like even for me, like even like I'm a prime example, even in this conversation, like I'm sure that Devon, and I'm just assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Tank, I mean, probably like as a preference, they would be like, oh, I mean, if you ask me what my preference are, I probably would say masculine, but CTV could get it. And that's more the world that I be seeing. It's like, yeah, like if you let people be exact, they're going to like be exact if you put them in a position to be like, okay, what am I looking for? But in reality, motherfuckers just be cute, and if motherfuckers are interested in a motherfucker cute, that's all I be seeing people pressing the gas. Like I don't be seeing that motherfuckers be caring that much about them or mask or whatever. Like really, it seems like the breaking point is if I find you attractive, and if I can look at you aesthetically and be like, oh, you hot. Like I'm going to make whether you mask or femme work at the end of the day. Like,
yeah, that's kind of where I'm
Yeah,
at with it.
that's
Like, I don't really have a preference between mask or femme like I used to, but now that I've like, you know, opened my horizons, you know, I don't really have a specific masculine or feminine preference. You know, my preferences don't really have anything to do with like skin color, mannerisms, or anything like that. It just has to do with your character and how, you know, if you could understand me. Because I've been with femmes and they'll try to police my manhood and tell me how masculine I should be. And I don't like that either. Like, if I'm embracing your ass now, you can't be telling me I should be more manly.
right.
Because you got all the bust down 50 inches down your ass. And I embrace you for who you are, motherfucker. You know, that's neither here nor there. As long as you see me for me, I can see you for you. You know?
yeah. But I do agree with you, Conscious, because you're making me think about one of my ex friends that I just had not too long ago, where like when you look at his Instagram page, right, like he will show up, and the perception that people have about him is that he's this masculine and like very like straight looking guy, you know. But when you get to meet him, he's like, "Hey, girl, hey, queen, what's up?" You know what I'm saying? Like, even though that may turn some people off because I've witnessed it happening, you know, to him. It wouldn't stop people from still like, you know, trying to like get with him because, you know, like you said, the attraction is there. If people find them as, okay, this is somebody that's very attractive and I really want it, and I'm gonna sacrifice it. You know what I'm saying? So that I could be with this person. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like SaySoTv kind of forgets about that, because me personally, I've seen most of the types that I know are feminine men. You get what I'm saying? And then most of the masculine men, you know, that I know, they tend to be versatile or mainly bottoms.
Yeah.
So it is kind of rare for me to now. It is rare for me to see a top that's like actually a masculine like top. Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. The same
So
thing.
like that's why for me, just kind of like I feel like he needs to like go outside and like meet new people, because he
needs to live a little.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But he has lived, because it's like he's been.
I think he's coming from hurt, y'all. I think he's coming from a place of hurt, because I watched some of his videos, and you know, he had pulled up uploaded this video from back in the day, how it used to be.
And I saw that
like,
video.
He used to be very kind of, him and his friend group used to be very like little butch queens.
Very cunty.
Yes, I think he learned these ideologies from the stuff he's heard over the years and stuff, and you know, hear about his past. He comes from a place of hurt. That's what I feel like.
You think about this, Divine, because I feel like what SaySo really be doing is I feel like SaySo projects himself onto like everybody, and I think that's why talking points be so narrow, because he thinks that he's a universal representation of what and what you know, and so he projects that outward. It's like, no, bruh, like it's not that broad the way that you think it is.
You're right. He is speaking from that experience. That's what he tells me. He be speaking from his personal experience.
Exactly. And he need to keep that in mind, because you can't know that you speak anecdotally, but then use very broad language when you go to talking. It'd be like, you know, he uses a lot of, you know, all gay men, and he uses a lot of we and us, and it's like, no.
And I'm like, who's we, bitch?
Right, who's we?
Nah, I'll be like, because we ain't me, but you know.
Right. So, and that's why I be saying I think he be meaning well, even if the stuff he be saying be problematic sometimes, because it's like I think he just be more so speaking from his own standpoint, and I think that he just thinks that it works the way that it exists inside of him. It works that way, you know, across the board, and it doesn't. And I think he needs to participate. I think if SaySo would not, I think if he would stop being scared and get up out of that pre-recorded thing he does and put himself more in active dialogue.
He ain't ready for that, baby. He ain't ready for that, baby. Conscious, he better get that boy cursed out. He cannot handle the rest of my ass live. Okay, he cannot handle me live in 4K.
Because see, I would love to have him here, and I would love to like we just talk as a community. We just like
you want some views. That's what you want. You want some views, goddamn it. That's what you want.
No, because to be honest, I'm a larger content creator than he is. So it's like I don't even need it for that. But it's just like
me and him on a panel together.
Like I mean, because I like him, and it's like certain things I agree with, and then obviously there are things I don't agree with, and I'm just like I feel like because he always also be like, oh, y'all don't be understanding me or y'all misunderstand, and I'm like I think that's because the type of communication. The way you be setting up your communication is like it's really be for the comment section, and you can't really get in it, and you can't really explore your community and have them explore you. Like you need to really get in active dialogue with the community, and you need to be able to sit with the things being said to you, and vice versa. And
Which is what we tried to do, and he says, "Go heal, y'all hurt."
Yeah, like you can be more fluid in opening up yourself and make yourself available if you desire to be understood. But a lot of the misunderstanding is coming from the fact that you kind of get to control the narratives because you don't make yourself available to be kind of
I had to unsubscribe from his ass. I had to unsubscribe and resubscribe 3 times from his ass in 1 year.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I did the same thing too. But I also feel like
I'll be tired of giving him lashings, man. My belt is broken. The belt buckle is broken at this point.
Belt to ass, no belt, all ass now. Mm-hmm.
The ass is raw.
Yeah, but I also feel like I think, and this is like even going back to my former friendship, but like I do feel because something that like I noticed with my ex-best friend is the fact that like if somebody is if you have a bunch of people like telling you like one thing, you know, and you know, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna believe it, and I feel like that's gonna where he's at. He's in a space where like people are telling him, yeah, what you're saying is right, what you're doing is correct, you know. So when anybody who's like challenging those thoughts and those ideas, he's gonna go directly to attack them, you know. So that's why I'm saying that like I feel like he should be more open to have a conversation with the actual community instead of like just between him and
he's too damn stubborn.
Yeah, that's what I mean by that. But because people are enabling that behavior, that's what I'm saying, you know. And because even with his boyfriend, like his boyfriend is bottoming for him right now, but like, you know, he was a top, you know what I'm saying? So they might have to be sharing the same brain cells. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to be, I don't think.
And he compromised for his boyfriend. That's what I'm saying. Like his boyfriend even got on there and said he bottomed for me before. He's bottomed twice for me before.
Whoopsie.
Twice. Oh wow.
Well, that's
amazing. But there's other ways that you could like get information.
Shout out to SaySoTv.
Right. act like he an Apex type, but Apex my ass.
I love that for him. At least he can go on record and say, "Look, I done tried it. I'm knocking it. But I'm knocking it because I tried it, child.
I tried it. I know what I like.
Hey.
But we try to give him the floor to, you know, we try to have open dialogue with him, and he's all, I said what I said. I said what I said. So, like, you know, you said what you said, motherfucker.
But you know what's funny, though, Devon? I have seen, because I think I've seen, like, 2 panels he did, like, maybe a year or so ago. And the problem, I think, like, the panels were good, but I also noticed that, like, he didn't have no challengers up there. Everybody was kind of, like, agreeing and
that's what I mean.
It wasn't like nobody who had hit the panel who was like, you know, coming with the contrary. So, but I think if he does, because I think it would be great. I think it would make for great dialogue, and I think that it would improve him as well as somebody who is trying to be a voice to the community and who obviously wants to be someone who takes up space in the community for him to expose himself to more perspective outside of his own and for him to grow in that way. I think that that's being intellectually honest.
I'm gonna let you handle that, Conscious. I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm gonna let him cook. But as soon as he sounds crazy, I'm getting my ass on here. He's getting lashes.
Look, he already done ran because we weren't following each other on Instagram, and we had actually set up a interview to have happen in the middle in mid last month. And we were corresponding and everything. And then one day, me and Bubs and Reckless, I think, had did a reaction video. And I had sent him the link to his DMs. And I said, look, I don't know how this is going to go. But, you know, like, whatever you hear from us, just know that we are just exploring your train of thought. Like, it's not personal. It's not whatever. He was like, okay, yeah, cool. Send me the link. I'll check it out. Next thing I know, that motherfucker had done unfollow me off Instagram.
He ain't ready for prime time, baby. He is not ready for prime
Maybe he ain't
time.
ready for prime time, but it's like it was a gag to me because I'm just like, oh, like I thought he would have had a thicker. Because I'm like, you in this, like you are a commentator.
He probably watched your video, saw me on that hoe, and said, "Oh, I'm good."
Look, I didn't even think that the reaction that we did was really that. I didn't even see what the problem would have been really, but I'm not in his skin. I know that, you know, I know content creators can sometimes be very fragile. So they may not be as hard body as they come off. And
What's the nerve of him though? The shit that he be spewing out, how you gonna be fragile?
I didn't think he was, which is why I was comfortable doing the reaction video and everything. And
that's what killed me about that man.
And we didn't even tear him up. It was such a good panel, but there was something, and I thought that at the very least, like if he had found an issue with anything, since we communicate, that he would at least
say something.
he would at least hit me up and just be like, hey, you know, like and I'd be like, hey, well, this is the reason why I want to have you on. Come talk about it. We can talk about it, like, because I personally don't have no like, oh, I'm ready to like do him in. It's not that for me. Like, I'm really a conversationalist. I'm really a intellectual. I like to really deep dive into thought. I'm a free thinker. I'm a critical thinker. I love exploring things around these type of topics: gender, orientation, relationships, psychology, human nature. Like, this is kind of like what I really, really, really do. So
I think he mentioned that too on one of his YouTube channels. Like, I was going to do some other gay content creator, but I think it's going to be too messy, and I don't know. He has that something on his channel.
It wouldn't be. It's nothing to be messy about. Like, it's really
because I think it was you and Dear Black Gay Man podcast. They tried to invite him on, and he just never showed up.
He never so he has a habit of kind of running. Like, bro, why you running? Why you running?
He's scary because he know he be talking that shit. He know he be talking that shit. He know.
But look, if you the apex in this situation, come test the try. Come test the try. You apex. So
no, he's trying to convince himself he's apex. He ain't seen a real apex yet.
In a Dear Gay Black Man podcast, he covers his stuff all the time.
But
he be agreeing with him.
And he reacts to it. He don't get in that ring. He
no.
react from afar to it instead of like getting into that active conversation.
But
see, I put belt to ass, but see, there's people in his comments who be reasonable with him, and they don't even put belt to ass like I do. They be reasonable, and he still get mad. So all gloves are off.
See, I didn't know he was like. I didn't know he was like that. I thought, you know, like,
yeah, because that was another reason why
I've had the pleasure of knowing for a year. I've had the pleasure of knowing.
When there will be people that will like try not challenge him, but even try to correct him in some of his thoughts, and I've seen in one of his comments, and he will go in on them or just like roast them on the next video. So like that's kind of why I was just kind of like, well, that's not what the person meant. It's just that you did say something that was kind of, you know what I'm saying?
And that's why every single video I'll be in that comment section putting belt to ass every time.
See, it's Divine who got that man running away and stuck in pre-recorded material instead of getting out here.
Because I'm gonna put on for my fams. I'm gonna ride for my fams. Ride for my bitches. I'm gonna ride.
First it was a nigga from Beauty and Black. Now this, damn.
I remember him saying on one of his older panels, because I think he had a trans woman up there, and he was like, do y'all think I hate femme people? It's like, no. Where would they get that at?
Lies.
You just be telling they have it. Yeah. I was like, yeah, he ain't have the other people up there to be like, yeah, maybe. And let's talk about it.
Because if he don't, he really, really, really needs to clarify. Really needs to clarify. Because he don't make. I be trying to let him cook. I be trying to let him make it. Because I be in the, I follow him on Instagram too. So I DM him sometimes about these videos and stuff. So because I was trying to let him make it, but after a while I was like, yeah, this is giving like anti-femme propaganda at this point. Like I thought you just didn't like the date was. Now you don't want to be friends with us. You can't be friends with us, and with a reason that the gay community look a certain way. Like he blamed us for how we're perceived. Oh, we're not looking at as real men because these femmes. I blame the femmes because they're thinking every gay guy's like, don't do that.
Did y'all see that video where him and his boyfriend had a knockout drag out about the trans girls and the word cis? I mean, they were going fucking at it. They were going at it, and then he caught the fuck out of his dude because he was like, "Okay, I don't know why you like, you know, I'm recording. I don't know why you up in here caping for them trans girls because you know off camera you be calling them men and be saying f them hoes, but now you up here."
I was laughing.
I was like, "Oh my god, Jesus!"
I was kikiing, honey. I was kikiing in that comment section, baby. I think he deleted some of my comments, low key, because I was kikiing, honey.
That's the best.
I'm like, not your men to turn on, not your little apex men. Your apex men, honey.
Look, I was surprised at the man was able to be that oppositional because I didn't even think it would be able to get this far in a relationship if the dude could think this. But I think that's what he was shook by. He was like, "Wait a minute, where
his boyfriend gives off? He does come off more philosophical than he is because the times he does pop up, the times he does pop up in his videos, he does be way more, and he seems more informative about his thinking points than SaySoTv.
Sam said, "I dropped the link to that video." Let me see if I could, because I think that's the video that he. Let me see. Let me drop it.
Oh, that was a key. That was a key.
Look, I was screaming. That video was hollering. I was like, "Oh my god!" Let me see which video this was. He was reacting to something. It was to that lady. Oh, here it is. It's the one he did 7 days ago. Me and my boyfriend get into it. Heated debate. I should do this. I should play this while we here. We ain't got shit else to do.
Right.
Let me see. I'm about to drop the link. Maybe I'll
he should come up here one good time. Shit.
Look, I want him to come over. I don't have no smoke for him. I just wanna talk.
Because I really want to hear him. Like, I really want to have a talk, like face to face, actual talk, not on the comments. Because
I'm just interested in exploring thought. Because I know that the community is not a monolith. We all do have different opinions and thoughts and ideas about things, etc. And I think that the first step to be in a community is having the capacity to communicate with each other. Like, if we can't at least do that, then it can't really be a real community. We don't have to agree with each other, but we should be able to communicate with each other, and we should be able to talk and share and exchange ideas and even hear each other out if, you know, there's opposition. So I just want us to really all be a community in that way and just be able to.
Conscious. How long have you been watching? How long have you been watching SaySo?
I have seen his commentary in the past. I probably didn't start watching him consistently. Probably the last like maybe 4 months. And
Let me ask you.
And I kind of binge watched him in them 4 months. Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this, because he is a bisexual man. He's an openly bisexual man, and I've come to this because I've been watching him, and I have this little theory. Like, I just want to see if we're thinking the same thing. Like, do you feel like he genuinely wants to be over here?
Now we say over here, like, what do you mean over here? Like, what do you
with
mean?
the men's? Like I think he really wants a woman. I think his like his. I think
if you really want to be with a man.
Yeah, I think he doesn't really want to be over here for real. I don't think he has a problem with masculinity.
I think he really wants a woman. I did find your analysis because I was in the bushes when Dear Gay Black Men was doing their reaction video.
Oh Lord, I've been everywhere.
And I saw your ass giving it up in a comment section. And when you had provided that analyst, I was like, that's an interesting train of thought. Like, do you want to reiterate for the panel who wasn't there, like what your thoughts are about why SaySo is even with a man?
Because I feel like, because I've had bisexual friends like this in the past, and they be having resentment because I know some women can be very ignorant to bisexuals. You know, they won't give them a chance. And I've been hearing him talk about this stuff, and he sounds like he resents the fact that he can't just pull a woman, like he can't just be with a woman because of how they think. And I feel like he settles for men. So I feel like, okay, if I'm gonna be over here, I'm gonna get the best top tier men in the damn community. But I feel like he really just wants to be with a woman, and I feel like he's settling for men. He doesn't really like. I don't feel like he loves it over here for real. That's just how I feel. Because of his talking points, I feel like he's always talking about some women don't want to give him a chance either. Because he talks about wanting a wife. When he talks about his future, listen to him talk. That man he got now is not in the picture. When you hear about him talk about his future, that nigga is not in the picture. Okay, he want him a wife and kids.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
So I just feel like he wanted bisexuals as he's here to stay.
He does be bragging because like I did see a video like maybe a few months ago where he was like, "Shit, I don't give a fuck. Like I need my motherfucking nigga. Like I ain't ashamed to say like I need my man. Like I need." So I don't know. He does seem to be like in love, and he always be like, I know y'all be thinking that we gonna be breaking up and y'all gonna wake up one day and it's gonna be like, oh, okay, it ain't gonna never motherfucking happen. We ain't never gonna be breaking up like he always is.
He be talking out of both sides of his neck. One minute he'll say something like that, but then he'll say, "Oh, you know, I do see myself with a wife and kids one day and stuff."
He says that even while he was in a relationship.
Yes, he be in his videos talking about his man be at work and he just be at home just reminiscing about the bitches.
I've never heard him say that. That's wild.
I've been following him for a year. That's why I get on his ass. I've been observing everything that he says.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah, I would like to add something to that, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like,
I like your accent, by the way, Eric. I love your accent.
I do too.
Thank you.
What
was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So yeah, I was actually gonna say the same thing earlier, but I don't know why I didn't. Also because I am also bisexual myself.
Oh,
and the thing about it is that and even my other friends who are bisexual as well, the current ones that I have right now, they also split. The ones that have girlfriends, they have told me that like for them, it was a challenge for them to explain to the girlfriends that because that's not how it is. This is not how it's gonna be with us. You get what I'm saying? Because like women have like this idea of like oh, if he's gonna cheat with me with a man, and if I was a girl, I would rather my man cheat with me with a man than with a woman, because I know that he could get the girl pregnant. You get what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I do believe that like, because the whole time we're talking about him being performative, I do believe that like another reason why he might be so like pro masculine and pro mass or whatever, I do believe that is because like he probably has gotten rejected because when you associate gayness, it's always with the feminine side, and like.
And let me add something to that before you go any further, because I did listen to him like share a story. I don't know in what video it was, Aries, but he said that there was like a girl, because I think he was talking about that. I think he was saying how like girls are like judgmental of bisexuals, and he shared the story of like I guess the stripper at the strip club, and I guess his sister or homegirl, like he was trying to get them to like hook him up with this girl or whatever at the strip club, and he really was attracted to her and really wanted to kick it with her and wanted her number and shit, but then she wasn't trying to give him no play, so he had told his sister, I think, to like put in a good word for her. I mean, for him, and then basically to make a long story short, like when it came out that like he was bisexual, she was like, "Oh hell nah," like she didn't want to fuck with him or whatever, and he was like telling that story, I guess, as a way to demonstrate like that he done been judged for being bisexual. So to your point, yeah, about like the whole rejection thing, he definitely has been rejected by women for being.
Yeah,
and I think that's why he hates femmes, because they remind him of the very thing he can't pull.
Yeah, no, but I also feel like what was I gonna? I keep forgetting what I'm gonna say. Oh yeah, but I also feel like he's damn, I'm sorry, man, I forgot what I was
saying. You good?
It's okay. It'll come back.
But yeah, I feel like that's why
you were saying that he wants to because you were saying that he.
Oh, I just remember. So so this is the thing too, right? That I was gonna even though I do consider myself bisexual, I have more of a leeway towards or more of a leeway with men, if you get what I'm saying. My other friends though, they have more of a leeway with women, you get what I'm saying. So I do wonder, not wonder, but I kind of do have this belief that he probably does lean more into the woman than he does men, especially with the way how expressive he is about this, men are supposed to be this, because the way how he speaks, it's all about like it goes based on traditional like gender roles, you get what I'm saying. So that's why I do highly believe that he actually, because he did I've seen the videos, because I used to research, because when he has spoke about like marriage and having kids and doing that to her, and obviously he cannot do that with his current partner. Do you see what I'm saying? So I do believe that he leans more into getting into women, but because like the other person just said, he's having a hard time pulling them, so he's gonna stick to like what he. Because I also do know some bisexual men who also stick to gay people, or gay boys, because it is easier for them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying that that's true, but that's kind of like what I gather from watching him as well.
Y'all basically are saying that y'all feel like he probably would actually be with the woman right now if it was easier for him to.
Yeah, because he also was outed, by the way.
Oh, he was.
He was outed.
That what you
So
mean?
he wasn't even like open about it. Like he even said so himself that if if he was never outed, he would have just stayed on the DL and stuff.
Yeah, he said that.
He
Damn, you the oracle in this bitch. Damn.
Okay, yes, I'll be on the ass.
All this shit coming out. Come through.
Yes, belt to ass.
The
Belt
fucking
to ass.
SaySo whisperer in this motherfucker.
Okay.
Literally, the SaySo whisperer. Let me not go to jail though. Let me not say that. No, I ain't no whisperer. I don't know shit about him. Look. This is all observation.
I think your call is breaking up. Divine,
Huh?
is it me?
No, that ain't me because I was muted at
No,
first.
he sound clear. He sound clear to me.
I can hear him.
Yeah, I was muted at first. But yeah, I feel like that's why he resents them so much because he reminds them so much of things that he can't pull. Women, because he's always saying that femmes just want to be like women. They just want to be like women. But then how can you understand everything else, like trans men and all that stuff? Like how do you?
Well, that
understand
explains why it seems like he's a heterosexual inside of a bisexual man's body because he really wanted. He's bisexual and he's masculine. So by very right, he is in that system in that way, and maybe because that's what he still mostly identifies with, that explains a lot about his psychology. But do y'all think two things can be true at the same time? Do y'all think that he could prefer women, but also have because he's bisexual, also have found a man that he really
No, I feel like he loves his partner genuinely. Like I just feel like his deep down, he just
not if you feel like that nigga ain't in his future, that ain't no love.
I feel like because he would talk about if I get me a wife and I'm not gonna let her pay the bills because him and his husband go 50-50. And he's like, I'm not gonna let her pay the bills. I'm gonna work. She ain't gonna work. I'm gonna do the work. I'm gonna be a provider and stuff.
So did that go back to like the whole preference thing? Like you feel like he would prefer to be with a woman, but it's just choosing to be with a man?
Yeah,
Yes,
but
I feel
because
like
that's why when he spoke about like the transgender thing and how he will be with a trans man, that's easy access for him. He's getting both the best of both worlds in there. You get what I'm saying?
He said so himself that men are more open-minded in being bi. Since he's been open and exposed, men have been more open to him being bi than women are. So I do feel like he's just been having to settle, but he's been wanting with a woman. He said because he always leaves the door open for women in his videos when he talks about certain things. He always leaves that door open.
Who had exposed him? It was a female or it was a gay man that exposed him? Like who exposed him?
I think it was a female that exposed him.
I believe.
Expose him how? Like expose him on social media? I don't understand.
I think they exposed him on social media, or just exposed him to his neighborhood. I gotta watch the video again. It's been a minute. I watched so many videos.
Okay,
I've been remembering like key things.
Yeah, he's had an interesting journey. Journey Rick says, "I'm by myself and feel mostly like him." Jay been beating the table for over 20 years that bottoms shouldn't move like tops. My straight ideology works really well for me in the gay community. Journey, do you want to hit the link? Journey says that his hetero ideology his heteronormative thinking is working for him pretty much. I mean, and I can see what it. Do you identify as a top, Journey? Because do you identify as masculine? Because you bi.
Now I will say that when you are you have restraint, it does up your rank in the dating field. I will say when you have less bodies, when the whole community don't know you, it does make you more valuable.
That's what I said earlier.
Because I'm not into hookup culture. Like I'm not a hookup like everybody. I could count on one hand how many people I've been with and slept with, and so only one guy's really topped me. But I've been like the top in my relationships. But I do notice that people who sleep around, they don't really commit. So I do agree that if I'm gonna be with bottom, he has to stay his ass in the house. No shade. No shade. Because I've never met a guy that sleeps around and they could just like tone it down when they finally get in a relationship. They never commit. They always have that I gotta go outside always. So tops too.
I still got it type stuff. Yeah.
Because to y'all point,
even though you got it.
Tops do it too, but I'm just saying, like for bottom is different because like I've had some loose tops, I've had some loose bottoms, and it feels like I'm fucking a hallway. Okay.
Journey is not only bi, but Journey is also a top and masculine. So you got it's that privilege.
Okay, yeah, apex.
Yeah, like you got that privilege to be like a lot of bottoms gonna put up with that because of just the masculinity and the topness of it all as well, which is to SaySo's point, like. tops, masculine tops, do got privilege, and so a lot of members would be willing to let you lay down a law and play the game the way that you would have them play it, just to get a piece of that Kit Kat bar. But I still think the double standard shit is bullshit. Like, I think it's interesting because.
But that's submissiveness. Like, he wants a man that's masculine. They ain't gonna come with shit. A masculine man ain't gonna deal with that shit.
Bottoms shouldn't move like tops.
I just don't understand that.
They both
Yeah,
got
like
dicks.
bottoms.
But they don't though. I feel like bottoms move how they move, and tops, like, first of all, bottoms, the tops are smashing somebody, so they can't claim they want that so bad because they sleeping around. So who they sleeping around with somebody?
But why
Gotta do it.
Why do bottoms have to sit at home and preserve them damn selves? Why tops get to run around and do what the fuck they want?
Because
they can't. They just trying to gaslight you to make you feel like, to keep you, like, that's straight guys do it to women too. It's just, I don't forget what it's called.
SaySo gave it away in this video that we reviewing because he used the word ownership. Oh, if somebody else been in that hole, it feel like it's not ours. And that's what I meant by, like, in the underbelly.
Before it's like property to them. It's like property.
Like in the underbelly of these of these sentiments is control. Like, the dominant needs control in order to feel empowered and to feel validated. And the idea that you've been with other people to them translates as you've already been divided and conquered. You've been conquered. And the fact that they feel you have been conquered and dominated, essentially you already belong. Like, you belong. So it's kind of like, I don't, my issue is I don't understand how tops can't see that as so objectifying and dehumanizing. Like, it's like a bottom isn't a thing. A bottom isn't like an object to be owned. It's not like your Buick. Like,
because he's basing it off straight men treating their girlfriends like objects.
But that's why we call it heteronormativity, because we know that it's a copy and paste of the same fucking system. But it's disgusting. It's disgusting when straight men do it to women, and it's even more disgusting when men do it to men. It's just like,
I don't think it's like a matter of tops can get away with it. I just think bottoms they accept it more. They don't stand on business and like have that boundary. Because I ain't going for that shit.
So that's
I ain't going for it.
Today. But that's acceptance.
Because I don't want no hoe. I don't care what you do.
But here's the thing.
So I have a question.
Yes.
I don't care how you fuck. I don't want you fucking.
So let's say, for example, if because I'm trying to understand this because I'm lost right now. So if you're dealing with somebody that once upon a time they were around town, like but they're no longer in that position anymore, and somebody from their past comes and talks to you and like, hey, listen, he used to do something. Are you still gonna dismiss that person because of something that they did in the past, or like you just like? Because that's kind of what it sounds like to me.
If you let these tops tell it, they basically saying like, we will smash the so-called promiscuous bottoms, but we're not going to partner them up. Like, no, we're not. Like, we're going to completely judge them as in terms of a dating prospect based upon how conservative and modest or how wild they've been sexually. And if they've been wild, they don't get to be booed up. That's what a lot of them are saying. And that's what SaySoTv is saying. And he's like, look, yeah, I know y'all gonna say that it's double standard, and it is, but he's like, basically, life ain't fair. Suck it up. It's a double standard.
That's basically, that's why I keep that.
Yeah, like, this is how it goes. And yes, we're gonna judge you, and it does matter to us tops. Like,
and Divine ain't going for it.
And I'm just like, yeah, that's just so raggedy and so empty and so vain and so narcissistic, because it's like, y'all hoes too, so it just shouldn't matter. Like,
now I will say he don't come off like he a cheater. He do seem like he stay in the house, like, just be out here topping the whole community. He do seem like he just stick with his little bottom at home.
Yeah, for sure.
I will give him that. He can have. I don't mind you having that standard as long as you don't sleep around. Now, if you're a hoe, that's why you.
No, but that would be to my point, right? Because it's like, hypothetically, let's say that your dude was a hoe, but he just didn't tell you he was a hoe in his past life. So, for all you know, like, and he perfectly satisfied in his relationship, which is to my point. Like, why are y'all discounting people who have the potential to be perfect partners to you based upon what they did prior to their relationship. They can live any fucking life they want to live prior to their relationship. If they want it to be ran through by 500,000 niggas, that's between them and them niggas. Like,
and let's be so for real. Everybody kind of do that when they first come out. We all kind of hoe around when we first come out.
Nah, I can still count all my partners.
But I did it.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not Bubs. He didn't. Okay. Okay, well, Bubs didn't.
I
Bubs
didn't when I first came out.
Oh, okay. Well, y'all was good boys.
But I am pro ho though. I'm pro ho.
Before I fuck, I'm sorry.
What's your name right there in the corner with the glasses? What's your name?
So Deb.
Who?
So Deb. After I got out of my marriage, that's a totally different situation. I mean, I had already.
Well, I know you was a problem. You was young. Well, I know you was a problem. I just look at you in that boom.
I was dating women, and then I ended up dating my ex, and then after that, we were in a relationship for like 12 years. And after that, I mean, I basically lived my 20s out in my 30s or my late 30s.
And so Deb's husband is bisexual and had a whole child and all too. So it's like
that's very interesting.
The community is very fascinating in that way. But I want tops who think like this though to just admit that they narcissistic, because that's basically what it is. It's fucking.
He won't admit that. He ain't gonna admit that. That's too easy.
Even Journey is agreeing with me, bingo conscious, and he just said I am masculine, I'm DL, and I'm bisexual. Either like what did he say? I think he's the top.
He's a total type of masculine.
Oh yeah, no, he's bi. Yeah, he's bi.
I see that
masculine and a top. So
I'm like, what?
Because I'm just like, at the end of the day, you really don't know who been with. You really don't know what a person's body count is. So,
I don't know why that would be a conversation either, though.
Because it's about power. Like, if you're going for power and ownership, and you think that you should own, like, it's the same thing. Like, that's behind like why these straight niggas be obsessed with virgins. This idea of being the one and only and being the first, and it's like it is weird and predatory and icky, and it's just like, ugh, like. What are y'all doing?
And body count, sometimes you don't really have control over that, because sometimes you will try to just wait for one guy, but sometimes he'll hit it and quit it and ghost you. So now you just got an unnecessary body count because he done hit it and quit it and ghosted you.
Quit it, right?
So now you just have that body on you.
I'm looking to all these potential partners, and they were all potentials, and now I got a high ass body count for fucking
right.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier.
Now you got this unnecessary body count because you've been hit and quit, and you wasn't even trying to. So that's not really in your control, you know.
Do y'all want to hear a little bit of this exchange between him and his boyfriend about the trans thing?
Go ahead, go play that. Play that. I'm gonna mute myself for this one.
Okay, I'm finna play. This is coming by fair use. And shout out to SaySo TV. He's providing the content tonight. So content on, my brother, man. Content on.
We're probably gonna get a video response in the next at least a week. It's gonna be about 3 parts.
I highly doubt it, because I highly doubt it. But I'm not gonna say why I doubt it. Yeah, I ain't gonna say it out loud. I'll tell you behind the scenes. So I hear that.
I'm not letting no sense form. No, I'm a woman, sis. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like but this is what it is with trans. What was you about to say? My bad. What was you about to say? I want to hear what you had to say first.
No, go ahead.
What it is that you don't understand, and what our frustration is with this, is that these people don't like being who they are. Okay, this is where this stems from. They don't.
Okay, so he's about to go in on trans women.
In trans women, like, you should embrace it. If you're a trans woman, you should embrace it. To me, because you are basically a supernatural woman.
Okay, so let me provide some context here. So SaySo is responding to a clip of a biological woman who was like, "Transformers, stop calling me cis. I ain't no cis. I'm not CIS. I'm a woman. I'm a biological woman. Leave it at that." And SaySo agrees with the biological woman, and it's like, yes, like natural born females, biological women they shouldn't have to be called cis and all of that. Trans women are doing too much. They, should not have the right to call other people what they think they want to be called, because if it was reversed, it'd be an issue, and they want to be respected as trans women. So trans women need to respect bio women and not use cis. So that's what this whole thing is. And so he caught his boyfriend in to like, initially, I guess to get him to co-sign, but the boyfriend pulled a reverse Uno once he got in the room and got into the conversation. It was like, well, cis is a medical term and all of that. And I don't think that trans women are using cis to be disrespectful. They're not using it to change anything up, because if anything, it means that a bio woman is a bio woman. That's what cis means.
He was trying to say that trans women are jealous because they have to put the trans adjective in front of their identity.
Yeah. SaySo is being contrary, but the boyfriend. So this is a perfect versus match, because the boyfriend is being pro-trans and being pro-reality. He's calling it how it is. Cis is not a slur, and SaySo is on the side of it is a slur and it's made up by the trans community, and they are out of fucking order for pushing this shit on bio women. So I've been saying that because
his own boyfriend that studies psychology. His boyfriend studies psychology. The crazy. How you argue with him?
Because he SaySoTv.
Right.
He's Apex.
Know it all TV, goddamn.
Biologically does not have. A man goes for you who wants you because you have what a woman doesn't have. He's going for you because you have a penis and stuff. Otherwise, he would just go for an actual biologically born woman. So you should want to represent who you are instead of trying to.
And that was not also true, because there's something called pre-op trans and post-op trans. So not every trans woman even have their genitals. So this talking point that men are only dealing with trans women because they have their pieces, when there are post-op trans women who don't have their genitals. What are we talking about? Like, once again, it be them broad strokes. He be making them broad strokes.
And everyone else, like, do what you had to do. Like,
also, he totally forgets that straight men get pegged by bio women. Like, so being interested in a phallus in and of itself doesn't make one same gender loving, because that phallus isn't connected to somebody who exists as a man in the system, whether it be a strap-on on a bio woman or whether it be the phallus on a trans woman.
Yourself trans because you just don't. It's like the kid at the playground who.
This is where I'm just not understanding, because I understand what you're saying. I feel like I'm right in some aspects. I feel like you're right in some aspects, but even though like it doesn't really fucking matter. Like, does it honestly really fucking matter? Because the people who disrespect you or who call you something, who dead name you, who, you know what I'm saying? Like, I might play around with the he, but you know, like, I don't even like the F word. Like, don't be calling people that shit. That's not okay. Like, I just feel like if the people who fuck with you, as long as they're respecting you, does it really matter what other people think? Because they're going to think and call you whatever they want. Their opinions and their things, like, that's none of your business. Now, definitely stand in your self-respect and don't, you know, correct them when they need correcting. But who fucking cares? Like, you're a woman, you're a woman. Be a fucking woman. Like, all of this shit going on and niggas is worried about who's fucking biologically a woman and who's not. Like, if it matters, maybe ask. Maybe have a conversation, communicate. That's what mouths are for. But if you're just, I don't know, like, it's causing controversy where there's no controversy needed. Like, biological women are biological women. You can still have kids, you got cervix, you got a uterus, and you bleed, and you go through a lot of these problems, and you have hormones that us men will never know about. Even if I don't, and I can't speak from this because I've never taken hormones. Actually, I've had to take testosterone, but.
And what's funny about this is I've noticed that his boyfriend has painted nails. The boyfriend's nails are painted black. So that's cute. That's cute.
Like, I can't speak to what a trans woman's journey is like and what their hormones are like, but it's not the same. Because you're never going to have to worry about getting pregnant. You're not going to have to worry about having a period, having to go through menopause. You're not going to have to worry about, well, men do get breast cancer, but like ovarian cancer, cervical polyps, fucking all of these things that like, even just with I find that a lot more, just in my world, I find that a lot, like even with the, with your Hashimoto's, it goes with.
I'm just going to
the
scan
part of
through.
this discussion is that for women, this is going to be a deeper topic. Like for men, we're not going to care that much. We don't have like, for a woman, it's like you're trying to claim the owner, like the like women. Hold on. Let me say this. But wait, how are you gonna cut me off though?
You stay cutting me off, and it's on camera. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Clock it, boyfriend.
If this camera wasn't on,
you know,
that's what it's giving, and that's exactly what it's giving. If this camera wasn't on,
and I feel like this nigga would give him a run for his money.
Give birth to humans and shit, you know, like that.
Tired of his shit.
So,
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some want a house in the desert. Others do not. Find exactly what you're booking for.
we're paying them bills.
Booking.com, booking.yeah.
We getting them paid. Yes, God.
Please.
Oh, you saying that I'm now all of a sudden I'm a cis woman when I've been a woman all I've known to be as a woman. All the girls, the generations before me have been known to be a woman. Cis just came out last 5-10 years. Let's be 100.
Well, like society, but it's
You know what's so funny about this argument too is that trans women are not asking per se bio women to adopt the word cis. They're just choosing to use the word cis themselves. So, I mean,
I'm just saying, like we've been using it in our vocabulary in society for the last 5 years.
But some doctor somewhere, like that's the thing, like even when we call a cis woman, like sometimes the words already called you a cis woman, like when you were born, like cis woman, like you're type. This is what you're born as. This is what we're putting you down as, like.
No, they just refer to it as a female, you know, like it was just female or male, you know.
Well, medically, like there's someone doing a medical report, like you know, very specifically. So it's like you medically in records and very specifically detailed been referred to as a cis woman in some type of medical capacity, and that's why I just kind of keep it.
But that would just
like,
say female.
Some might, but if you're writing a very specific medical report, like if you're doing you biologically do have the strength of a man. So your friends, like all to be someone who can hang with the girls and do all that beauty, but protect your bitches for niggas trying to do too much and do all of that and give them, you know what I'm saying? Take off the heels and give them that wah wah.
Exactly.
That's like, I love that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you are going to be aggressive and you are going to do that, do it when it matters.
Exactly.
Do it when you should, because I think innately, like I think innately, like in a man, sometimes for issues within the community, then these fucking.
I call myself a cis woman. Well, then don't call yourself a cis woman. Like you don't have to.
You don't have to. And if somebody calls you, then you don't have to answer to it. You can check them,
but you can check them and keep it moving. Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, but to me, I like all of this, and I feel like you want this video is good for conversation because you know. It's nice to have different perspectives, but it shouldn't be causing division. It's a conversation. It shouldn't be such a controversy. Like,
hold on, I want to find.
Thank you.
I want to find out part of where he clock his nigga because that shit was funny as hell.
And if he does, I mean, he just clocked.
He low key been clocking him the whole time.
That's what I'm saying. He had to find a cheap ass way. Well, you were saying this behind closed door, but nigga, we saying this publicly. So
you're trying to deflect.
What's trying to dark is done to the light, and we both performative ass niggas. So bitch, at least I put on.
They're gonna still be called trans women.
Mm-hmm.
They are that.
We're gonna perform, motherfucker. We're gonna perform.
You say I'm a man. When you say I'm a man, right, and then a trans man will come up and say, no, if you tell a trans,
should be like, why are you walking up to people? Like But if you guys are talking, they're talking about something that has to do with like medical stuff,
environments around trans people like that. This is what they're doing.
You've been in a community, so
I'm telling you.
So with your experience, have you?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't want to use this word biological woman because that means that they're less than. This is all about trans women wanting to feel equal to actual biologically born women. So if they say that you're a biological woman, they don't say that because that's the same thing as cis women, right?
But what do
they don't say that. They don't. Equal meaning they want a woman to basically acknowledge them as equal. They want a born woman to say,
"Look at him going up an octave."
Because you're a trans woman, like we're all women and we're just two different kind of women. No, like I'm a biologically born woman. You are a man transitioned to a woman. Like
I mean, that like either you're born like a cis, like with the cis woman, like if you're just born.
And like you just said, that you said it right there. You can't be equal if you're not biologically born.
Well, because you have two different playing fields.
Exactly.
Like, it's just different. Like I'm not gonna say like makes them less of a woman. I think with their experiences and their identity, like I think if that is how they feel, and when you are a woman, then be a woman and present yourself as a woman. You say I'm a woman. You know what I'm saying? Definitely in certain situations.
But then women were telling them, no, you're a trans woman. Women were saying, no, you don't need to just, baby, put yourself in their shoes. If trans men got to go around talking about telling us, you as a man, telling you, when you say I'm a man, right? And then a trans man will come up and say, they don't want to be called nothing different than a fucking man or a woman.
With being called cis?
Yeah, they're like, no, not being called cis. I'm a trans man, I'm a men and women. They want to just be called men and women.
They don't have in those, yes, and that, but just
as a woman, and you're talking to men, and they think that you're a biologically born woman that can have kids and shit, and then you don't tell them that just because you say you're a woman, and you don't say you're a trans woman, you have misled that man. They made it a conversation simply because trans people were just walking around saying that they were just women and men.
That they're women. They're women.
Them niggas know.
It's not working.
Because I like how they like to pull the niggas ain't shit when it's convenient for them, but then when it comes to this conflict between men and trans women, all of a sudden now niggas is the victims of everything, and niggas is
like which one is it? Can you tell when a person was born a man or they clockable? Or you getting deceived? Which one is it? Like how can you be tricked? But if you know what a man looks like y'all, this conversation's so damn tired.
Because if you also let the same society tell it, trans women not even passing, they're clockable. Oh, you look like a man. Your shoulders.
Exactly.
Your
oh, I could tell.
Yeah,
you can tell so much that you get deceived.
And then I don't like how the onus is never on men. It's never like, okay, you niggas can also ask women what their gender is. They can ask them. I mean, if you know that you live in a world now where trans women are daywalkers and they live above the sewer line and they're walking amongst the mortals at this point, then as a man who's interested in women and who pursues women, like you can also ask before you even get to dancing on a woman at a club, buying her a drink at the bar, before you go up to her in the store to ask her for her number, you can ask her, hi, I'm interested in you. I think you're attractive. Are you trans or are you a bio woman? So that, you know, we can just already have that accepted out of the gate. Like, but niggas don't even think they should have to ask. They literally just feel entitled to like trans women just like announcing their gender.
They don't even ask if you're straight. You could be a whole lesbian. They'll still try to catcall you.
Because because the reality is niggas don't care. They only care when niggas don't care when other people find out.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas fuck everybody and fuck everything.
And certain things don't got to be disclosed off rip. Like
there is no bar. Yeah, and trans women have said that. I'm not about to tell a nigga that I'm trans just because you buying me some fucking Hennessy at the bar, bitch. I don't know you. And I didn't ask you to buy me. And I didn't ask you to buy me no motherfucking drink. Like,
if it don't lead to the bedroom, it don't have to be disclosed.
Like I'm on the dance floor and you see a fat ass in a small waist and you choose to come up to me on the dance floor, bitch. I'm not about to like just disclose that, knowing that you niggas got fragile ass masculinity and you niggas can't even take the truth, even if the truth ain't got nothing to do with you. So you don't even set it up so that trans women can feel safe and fluid enough to just be like, hey, I can wear it on my forehead. If you want me to wear it on my forehead, then you niggas need to be a lot less dangerous so that I can wear it on my forehead. If you niggas weren't so fucking fragile and so weird and so interested in sucking up to fucking the status quo, and if you weren't so interested about what the fuck other people think, we could just say it out loud and not have to fucking worry about it, because you niggas take it so personally and you're so invested and you think that my transness got something to do with you. Yeah, no, I gotta work it. I gotta work the moment, bitch. I gotta discern. I gotta figure out what.
The same way you would if you had a STD. The same way you would if you had a wife and kids at home. You were cheating. Like you're not just gonna disclose certain things over it. Like that's just
exactly. And yeah, and at this point, just ask all women. Just ask all women what their identity is. Are you trans or not? Since y'all can't tell the difference now. If we let y'all tell it, so just ask all women. Just make that a part of your protocol as a man when you out here in the system, dating on apps or in the bar, in the store, or interacting with women. Just out of the rip, girl. Hey, ma'am, cis or trans, bio or trans. Like,
right.
It's okay to do.
A trans woman. So
I'm just trying to
say this real quick. I can't so baby, you are doing
what T.I. said. Let me ask for the baby pictures.
Hold on. He finna clock his nigga now. He finna clock his motherfucking nigga.
Let me see, y'all. Little bubs.
A trans woman. So let me just say this real quick.
I was cackling.
Baby, you are doing exactly what I be saying a lot of people be doing on this internet, where they pander to people because they know who's watching. And baby, I've literally sat here and heard you, baby, because you know I'm recorded. Baby, you have literally sat here and been like, called these motherfuckers he, she's and shit. And now you're saying that all of a sudden now they supposed to get the exact respect.
Mad as hell.
I don't call me as this man. Like,
and his nigga don't even deny that he be cutting up like that behind the scenes. You're like, well, I mean,
yeah, but see, his boyfriend knows he has an audience.
Being called a cis man personally, but
because he's aware that he has an audience.
Now, here's the question: is his dude? Where is the performance at? Is he behind the scenes just yes man and say so to death just to get it over with, or does he really? Or is this the truth? He really does. Because I feel like this is really the truth of the boyfriend right here. Because the boyfriend really standing on 10 toes. And he seemed like he kind of have this shit kind of mapped out of his mind in terms of how he feel. So I'm more inclined.
I think that's why he did it on camera. Just like he did it on purpose.
So I'm more inclined to believe that this is how he really feels. And that shit that he be doing behind the scenes just be him pandering to say so. So it's giving him pandering to the audience. But really your man pandering to you.
That's probably what it is.
Because no shade, if your nigga is out here creating the space for him to say what he wants to say, shouldn't you feel safe to be able to reiterate it if you feel the same way he does? But again, because this is public and because his boyfriend is more educated, no shade, if what SaySo was saying was the truth, then whether his boyfriend was playing the opposite side or not, the truth would have came out anyway. And he still failed in that application. So his own nigga, the one close to you, your blood of your blood, flesh of your flesh, in this whole situation, girl, is the one that also was able to speak truth to power. And you couldn't handle that, which is why you had to throw him under the bus. Because regardless if he said it in private, he's saying this publicly. How is your response going to cap what he is saying publicly? And if you got to bring up private shit,
because you gotta remember,
and Bub just goes to show you that he knows what he's saying was uneducated, so we're not going to reiterate that on camera.
But y'all got to remember, he SaySo, ain't we just kind of had a conversation about how he not going to step out of that pre-recorded ring and get into an actual conversation with nobody? So clearly, he only called the boyfriend in because his expectation was his boyfriend was going to agree. He didn't call him in there with the expectation that he gonna go opposite, which is why he clocking him, because he's like, hold up.
I heard him going up an octave, trying to raise his voice a little bit.
My shit, because I thought you was gonna come in here and stand on business. Like
I'm like, bitch, I thought you was fucking.
I didn't know you was gonna pull this Oscar winning performance in front of the cameras like this. I only called you in because I thought you
right. Did Divine put you up to this bitch?
Well, maybe he wasn't in his alpha top energy like he should have, because if he was, his nigga would have understood the assignment. Just like Tank said, you tell me to shut the hell up, I'ma shut up. But when he leave, I'll be talking again. That should have been the opportunity for him to do that. But he had to come on the panel. The panel came to him in his recorded video through his name.
Yeah.
Look at the universe. Incredible Shande.
Yeah,
and he getting defensive, but he was trying to be respectful and educational and informative.
He had to look at him. He had to stop for a minute and be like, "Nigga, you know I'm recording, right? And you still gonna say this to me? Okay, let me play the game." And couldn't. So to your point, CTV, I agree. Like, yeah, if he came over here, there's no way to get out of it because you don't know what we said.
That's why I'm cackling. You talk about getting this man at 4K. Good luck on that stage you speak of. Okay, good luck.
Oh man.
Whatever. Like, I personally don't care.
You don't personally care, but what if you did? If you personally do care about that, are they supposed to be forcing cis on you when you want to just be called a woman?
Well,
or just a man?
How can they force cis on me? Like, it's almost like, oh, you're a cis man. Like, that's not even something to give energy to. Like,
I agree. I do agree in a way about.
Okay, so yeah.
He sounds like somebody that I used. Oh, my goodness, I cannot deal with people like that.
I think that we all know somebody who's a little bit like SaySo. We all have a SaySo.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, that's what I'm saying. Because I do agree with, like, I forgot who was saying it earlier, that like his boyfriend probably is like a yes man, yes sir, yes daddy, whatever. You know, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's what it is. And the moment that he has the time to like say something different, that's why he has an issue with it.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? And he feels threatened by it because everything that he's putting out on the internet, you know, is being contradicted by the same person who's supposed to be like, you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just he's stressing me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mad as hell.
It's also so weird because it's just like this is why the femme part of the community think you got a problem, SaySo, because like you is really capping hard for the dominant society here. You're capping so hard for their world. Like their world don't include you either. As a matter of fact, they hate you the most actually because they feel like you got some audacity being capable of being into women and still be dipping your toe off into the opposite direction. And y'all know that there's a deficit on black women and available good black men, and y'all gonna be gay and like they hate you the most. Like black women would be more open about wanting to full out be with a gay man than be with a bisexual man, which is also like cringy and upside down and ass backwards as well. But I have heard like black women be like, hell no, I ain't going. I don't want to date no bisexual ass man. So their world don't include you either, SaySo. So why are you pushing so hard for their world?
That's what I said. Respectability politics. Exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, it's already bad enough that we gay. The least we can do is be real men. You know, the least we can do is, you know.
Yeah, and if you have somebody on your corner being like, yes, okay, yeah, boo.
It's a very quarter zips Nike Tech mentality. It's like a very quarter zips Nike Tech mentality.
Yeah, because he's not used to being rejected. He's not being used to people being opposed to the things that he says.
Oh, that's why he gets mad about it. It's a trigger for him. He's actually coming.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a difference if you're dealing with that like online versus in your. I'm talking about his personal, like in his own circle. I don't think he has anybody that's actually like clocking him like he needs to be clocked.
His boyfriend just wants some D. He ain't trying to argue. He just want to fuck.
That's
still in his bed, Papa.
But that's what I'm trying to say. He does in his actual real life. He doesn't have anybody to keep him in check. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why now that the boyfriend is doing something that's supposed to like, or from everything he's putting on, like he needs to put him on blast. He needs to do a little to make him look a certain way. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
my friend used to do the same thing. Like, oh my god, bro! Like this is, it's pretty simple. Nobody is telling him anything.
But here's the thing, though. He is a content creator, so he does get reasonable exposure to the community, and he could use that to open his eyes, too.
Instead, he deflects and thinks his life is the end-all, be-all. Can't nobody tell him nothing, Eric. Can't nobody tell this man nothing.
But instead, he's going to be like, you need to heal. You need to heal. Y'all need to heal. Y'all just need to heal.
That's all he got. I'm making a hole. He don't clock none of my points. Nothing. He just go heel.
Yeah, because we don't even know. We don't even know. And I'm not saying this to sound like, but from what I'm seeing, we don't even know if everything is rainbows and sunshine and ponies and unicorns behind cameras. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because the boyfriend could just be like, yes, okay, boo, yeah, I got you. Whole time you're like, oh my god, I can't stand
And that's
him.
probably why, because all he do is deflect. Look at how he treats his damn audience. Shit. You try to wake his ass up and he's still like, no, I'm asleep, bitch.
And on top of that, he was a top who came about him for who? For him. Like, isn't that something? And the fact that he was able to do that, he feels that he has control over the situation and over this person as well, because he was able to turn somebody from one thing to another.
The boyfriend shook the room like that. Like, that's why he opened it up with, "Baby, you be doing exactly what I be telling you that these other people be doing." It's pandering. And see, he done brag on his boyfriend in past videos and have been like, yeah, my dude is the only one that I feel like is on my level and that really understand me and that. So the boyfriend really like sent him a curveball in this live because he knew his nigga was gonna come in that room and stand on business. He was not expecting none of this. He was like, I don't even know where all this coming from because you be popping it on the trans girls. You be
because he's been on one lately. Like at first his content was more diverse, but now it's just been like anti-fem, like just strictly anti-fem content, and I just don't know where the hell it's coming from.
Well, you know what? To that point, I think that because I have heard tops over the years complain about a lack of so-called masculine male queer representation in the community, but the clap back to that is the films are like, yeah, because when it comes to TV and when it comes to Hollywood, like, bitch, we're just more entertaining. Y'all don't hardly have no fucking personality. Y'all don't have no get up about yourself. Don't nobody want to watch y'all.
But that's still false because Empire, we had Jamal Lyon, we have Dr. Beauty and Black with Attorney Varney and all that. They're all masculine on Tyler Perry.
No. Like what y'all are talking about are right now, all those are like isolated incidents. Collectively, it is true that flamboyant gay men get far more visibility and are kind of the face of the LGBT community. It's not the masculine, that's the face of the community. Like when you think about gay men and you think about like the pop stars and the public figures who are queer, y'all, like we're thinking about the RuPauls, we're thinking about T.S. Madison, we're thinking about Todrick Hall, we're thinking about like, you know, like the very visibly queer, open, unapologetically queer men and trans women, and there is more of them than there are the masculine. Now, the masculine got a good thing going, to your point, Divine, you know, the Beauty and Black thing, and we're gonna see a little bit of all of that as time continues to move on. But I think a lot of the masculine, whether gay or I mean, not gay or straight, but rather top or bottom, the masculine of the community, I've heard them complain about that. Like, they done made y'all the face of the movement, and he done uttered and echoed the same talking points like, y'all niggas think y'all something because somebody made y'all the face of the movement. I don't know how the hell y'all became the face of the movement, but boom, 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 boom. Y'all might be the face, but y'all lonely as hell. You can get no man though. Y'all can't da. So I'm like, but it is TV, and I mean, naturally, like,
and I don't really agree with that. Like, because I feel like, okay, yeah, we do have a RuPaul and we do have like a T.S. Madison and stuff, but like the gay bit that I've been seeing on TV shows and stuff,
it's like all of our major
even on Empire back in 2015, like Jamal was masculine. Like, I don't feel like I mean, outside of logo
we're
and
not
fucking
talking about like, but you're still talking about a minority. I can easily run down 20 fucking like flamboyant gay public figures to like, you're gonna struggle to get to 10 in terms of masculine, popular, very visible, public, famous gay men who are on the masculine side. Give me 10.
Yeah, that's new because we didn't have that before.
Yeah, but the ones that are masculine, they're more like low key and stuff. They don't really, pop out. We've had sports, athletes, come out and they've never really done anything with that. They just come out and quietly move on with their lives. The flamboyant ones, they capitalize on that shit, kind of.
I mean, because it's entertainment. Like the entertainment business is for entertaining people, and masculine gay men just are going to get chosen over. I mean, they're not going to get chosen over their more flamboyant peers because, I mean, people find masculine gay men just to be blah. I mean, not that they are not important,
They're
but
just too low key.
But it seemed like there's some envy and some tension there because masculine tops are feeling away like, oh, like they done made y'all gay ass, wig wearing ass, makeup ass, wannabe girl ass niggas the face of the movement. Who made y'all the face of the movement? I mean,
and then on top of that, I think it kind of plays into the fact of to what SaySo said and other people have said, and even hetero men have said, because CTV and Reckless and myself have been in red pill spaces where they get mad at gay men because they feel like gay men are the face of the black movement. Oh, well, y'all not that scary to society, so they fear us because we're masculine, but because y'all feminine, y'all soft. It's like this blanketed thing that's being put on there. But I remember Hope Giselle said the exact same thing years ago, like decades ago, where they said, no shade, masculine men, y'all blah. The only thing, and kind of what SaySo said, which also plays into the problem as well as far as patriarchy, is the fact that the only time that the masculine aesthetic is appreciated, no shade, is through a sexual means as well. Because we see that masculine man, it's always, ooh, look at him. It goes straight to the actual aspect. When I used to go to the club, and I have a nice build or whatever. So when I used to go to the club, there'll be plenty of times where I would walk through the club and there will be people who will randomly just touch on my chest. Ooh, his chest. And I'm like, you're not asking me what your name is, nothing. It went straight to the physical objectifying aspect. So when it comes down to feminine gay men, they happen to be more charismatic, to be more creative, and they're walking in their truth. And I think that is something that people like energetically. When somebody's walking in their truth, that's attractive, which is why I think those individuals who do assimilate end up fucking with them and fuck with them on the low, because when it's behind closed doors, they also get to walk in their truth, and they're able and they're afraid to walk in that, unlike the person that they fucking on, if that makes sense.
Also, I feel like a lot of the masked gays, like, well, not all of them, because there are some who they're genuinely masked and they're comfortable in their masculinity. But I feel like there are also some of them who are really comfortable with how they present, and they just kind of do it because to get by, and there's that too. So, but I do feel like this is a stride in representation. I do feel like they do need representation, but I do feel like I don't feel like it's as scarce as
represent
teams.
But represent each other without sliding the femme, because the femmes don't do that. The femmes don't be out here on a square at the expense of tops.
And masculine is put on a pedestal.
And the masculine, like, it's so funny how it's like literally the same shit, but just in the gay black community. Like the way that like black men can't like big up themselves or big up white women or any other race of women without sliding black women. It's the same shit like in the black gay community, where it's like masked black queer men cannot like just liberate themselves or big up themselves without it being at the expense of like the femmes. And it's like, y'all don't have to denounce, deny, or degrade the femmes just
and
to have
my problem with SaySo.
Like y'all can, yeah, because like SaySo is a prime example of that. It's like you be like sliding on the films, you be all like look at all this anti-trans even shit that you're doing. Like this is what y'all always do. Then y'all wonder why the community don't really fuck with y'all. I mean, like this is why the community, because y'all be acting as sellouts and y'all not trustworthy because y'all have hang-ups, and it do be given that a lot of them be suffering from anti-queerness themselves, and a lot of them be masculine for survival sake, not natural sake. Their masculinity is an armor and a suit and a vehicle for them to navigate this space in a way that's more palatable. Kind of like how mixed race people would just go ahead and identify maybe as white to navigate Jim Crow and racism. Like, like the masculine gays, a lot of them are not naturally masculine. They are performatively masculine. And I mean, I can't really blame them. I mean, it's a harsh ass world. I mean, like, I have compassion for the DL community, just like I have compassion for the performative masculine gaze, because it does take, to Bub's point, it takes a lot to be who you really are, especially to be openly gay and to even embrace any feminine tendencies you may have, especially as a Black man, to do that on the straight or gay side. Like, you gotta really be gangster as fuck to really be fully show the fuck up. So I get why people hide, because there's a lot of social equity in having passing privilege. And I always use passing privilege, not just when it came to the trans community, but I use it even when it comes about masculinity. Like, masculinity is a privilege, and the more you can pass as a masculine person in the community, the easier that you're just going to have it socially. And you kind of get enough social cues from the dominant society to confirm that, because even they sometimes they'd be like, girl, you know, we prefer the masculine gaze over the flamboyant gaze. Like,
I hate that.
oh, I don't got a problem with you being gay, but why you gotta act like a girl? Why you gotta be feminine? So it's
I
kind
used
of
to that compliment. I used to say that as a compliment when girls would tell me that, oh, you don't cross dress like you're not like the other gays. And I used to think it was like, oh, but then I started thinking, like, even if I did, like, I don't stop being a man, and that's the problem that I have with this, like, the gay side. Is like girls don't do that to each other. Like, you don't stop being a woman all because you're a stud, or your womanhood still respected. I feel like with men, like, as soon as you have the wrong tendencies or the wrong mannerisms, like, you're no longer
you're
a
not
man.
even a man no more.
And that's why, and they get mad at you for being femme, but it's like, if you're always pushing me out of manhood, where am I supposed to go? You're always pushing me out the conversation. Women embrace me, so I pick up after them, and sometimes, and maybe I'll go down a rabbit hole where I may want to transition. I may say, fuck it, maybe I should be a woman. But you never let me in. I may actually embrace that masculine side of me. We may have more masculine side to us if we're allowed to, have a seat at the table. But y'all don't even want to shake our hand. Forget dating. Y'all don't even want to shake our hand and be cool with us. So there's that.
And that's why it's niggas out here being like, you gotta be matched just to even be my friend. Like, what? Are you okay?
Yeah, you gotta be matched just to be friends with a person. So it's like,
friends with a motherfucker. Like, are you okay? No. You're
and
not.
some guys can't handle just saying, you know what, F that. I don't care. You either gonna like me for who I am or not. Some people don't have that. They don't have the balls to just say, I don't care who likes me.
Because it's going to circle all the way back around to that very thing. I'm going to have to be confident in myself, something I don't want to have to achieve. I'd rather take the cheap backdoor route and just pass and blend and conform, because that's easier than actually not giving a fuck. Not giving a fuck would have to cause me to be willing to die about this shit, and I ain't willing to die about this shit. I ain't willing to fight about this shit. I ain't willing to throw hands over this shit. I ain't willing to have no blood drawn out of me over this shit. So, like, niggas really be scared as fuck to really show the fuck up.
They need to stop letting the other men tell them, like, oh, what kind of man they are. You need to start just telling other men what kind of man you're going to be.
But in order to do that, because it's not about just about being like bold enough when it comes to other men. You have to be willing to not. You have to be willing to be okay with being in danger. Because we're not gonna act like being gay is just about niggas calling you the F word. Like, niggas really do be also trying to physically hurt niggas over the way they identify. So your life can end up on the actual line by showing up fully. And so unless you willing, that's why I will always respect all trans women. I will respect all trans men. I will respect all motherfucking femme boys, androgynous people, because baby, dumb is the most gangster-ist motherfuckers of the LGBT community. The dumb is the motherfuckers who have, like, their bodying this. I mean, a prime example, look at what TA's going through with DL. How the fuck is me as who the fuck I am? You internalizing it to the point that you want to harm me. You want to genocide all T girls. You want to genocide all of the dolls. Look at how a motherfucker will make your identity that personal to them. That's the scary predicament that LGBT people are in. That's a scary predicament that women are in a patriarchy. Like, girl, just by very way of my sex, you want to grape me and feel like I'm disposable? Or that's the same scary predicament that Black people are in. Like, girl, your racism will force you to dehumanize me in a way that just because of my Blackness, my life don't mean shit, and you can just shoot me off the road. You can just set my house on fire, kill my children without no remorse because I'm simply black or because I'm simply gay or because I'm simply woman. Like, this is the scary fucking predicament that minority motherfucking people are in. So I too be questioning, like, when these niggas be like so-called masculine. It's like, I've met genuine masculine gay men, but I think some masculine gay men also are not as masculine as they think they are. And you can tell that because and it's more of a performance and it's more of a shield that they wear because it's easier. But once again, I wouldn't even fully blame them for that. I'd rather blame dominant society for the situation they've created. Because if you give motherfuckers something to be afraid of, then motherfuckers gonna be afraid. And if you're gonna make it that difficult for people to be who they are, then you cannot blame people for adapting in whatever way for the sake of their life and their livelihood. I don't blame people for doing what they have to do to protect themselves.
Yeah, that's why I don't expose DLs. That's why I understand DLs and stuff. I used to criticize people for being that way, but after, honestly, the shit that I go through for being open, it's not for the weak. This shit is not for the weak. This openly gay shit is not for the weak. And I understand why some people just like, you know what, I'm just not going to disclose this information. It's easy. In a perfect world, yeah, women, y'all will get the truth, but it's shit. It's a lot. If you would just know the truth and let me live in peace, that's one thing. But they don't live your life in peace. They gotta harass you physically, verbally, and stuff. Gaslight you, telling you you're forcing something down their throat.
London, a beard doesn't make one masculine. A beard is a biological trait. Saucy Santana can grow a beard, and I'm sure it's against his liking because I'm sure if Saucy could not grow a beard, Saucy would prefer his face not to grow a beard, but it does. And he ain't gonna shave it because he don't want to have to fuck his skin up with a bunch of razor bumps. So he has accepted his beard, but continues on in his femininity without giving a fuck. As feminine as Saucy Santana. See, the thing about it is that there's a redeeming quality to being feminine. So it's hard to kind of invert my argument and be like, well, it's a lot of niggas performing femininity. People can perform femininity, but there are more gays who are genuinely feminine because there is no redeeming quality in being effeminate. It just puts you even more on the radar for homophobia and transphobia and queerphobia. Like, it's not like you're rewarded outside of the entertainment industry for being femme, but that's more likely to be genuine than niggas being masculine. And to Pisces' point, my point don't even also just apply to gay men. It applies to straight niggas too, because like a lot of niggas, hetero niggas, have hella feminine tendencies. If you get them into a safe space, hella feminine. Niggas twerk, niggas are homoerotic, niggas are all other things. Like, and that's why I always say, like, I'm so glad that I'm just so glad to be free. I'm just so glad to be like authentically me, because it just must be exhausting to have to like carry all that shit around, like to have to no homo. Like, I can't even hug a man with both my arms. I gotta dap him up with one arm. I like, it's just like, oh, I gotta walk this way. I gotta lean this way. My voice gotta be this big.
And that is so childish too. The no homo stuff.
Carrying all that shit is crazy. Like, I'd rather let my voice be what the fuck it's gonna be. Let my walk be what the fuck it's gonna be. Let my wrist limp. I ain't about to perform nothing. It just is what the fuck it is. And bitch, if you want to come get you some, ho, because I ain't ducking no motherfucking smoke for any nigga who need that over the way my wrist limp.
No shade. No shade. That's how I am now, especially with me, because for me, dating men who are feminine, I think it's probably another reason why I'm attracted to feminine men, because there's a level of courage there. Because no shade, Like, I think someone in the comments said, like, it seemed like feminine men lead with their sexuality. No, that's how dominant society labels or sees gay men. If I hold my man's hand, where is the sexual part coming into play? If I talk a certain type of way, have a mannerism, where is now the actual intercourse coming into play?
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's what gay has been identified through the lens of heteronormativity. And then on top of that, it's applied to the feminine aspect. So when you do have feminine men who are willing to express themselves, and no shade, not every man who is feminine is gay. There are plenty of feminine heterosexual men. I know one right now that's in my inner circle. Nigga has nails. Nigga has mannerisms, light voice, all these things that society would say, oh, that nigga got sugar in his tank or whatever. But he is attracted to women. So again, like, if we're going to talk about the symptoms, we got to also talk about the root issue. And the root issue is the ignorance that's placed on queer people, which is why there are plenty of men who are DL who don't want to be identified with that because they know that dominant society will see them that way anyway if their sexuality was discovered.
Yeah, labeling them gay.
If somebody asks you, like, if like for me, I feel like, especially now that I'm older, and I've been around more people who are free. I feel like I'm more free. I say the word girl, all these other things, but aesthetically, I've been told. I know there's some people that can probably clock the gay in me, like, oh, it's there. But I've been told that I don't give that. Like, one of my mom's friends, she had to tell her and her husband 3 times that I was gay, and on the 3rd time, they was like, for real? I didn't know. But I'm gay and never been with a female. Only been with male. So again, if people just judge people about the content of their character, that would be much better. But that would be too much like right. So to SayTv's point, instead of going against the grain, walking in your truth, which is going to cause a disturbance in the system, in the matrix, because you're being free, and there are some people who are willing to defend what the system has created, it's not for the weak. And for those who did take up the mantle, did take up the cross in this analogy, and followed that individual, shout out to y'all, because it's always the feminine energy that makes the changes for everybody else. The Black community is held up by the feminine energy. If it wasn't for Black women and queer community, the Black community would have crumbled. I mean, hello, the feminine energy is always doing something. There aren't lionesses doing more work than the lion, and he the king of the motherfucking jungle? Okay, all right, okay then. And it's called Mother Nature, not Father Nature. We come from females. So if we come from them, I mean, what else do you need?
Right, and we don't stop being men all because we're feminine. Unless we transition, in my opinion, we don't stop being men all because we have feminine tendencies.
So this is the point where, like, people don't like to listen, because London, who clearly has a hearing and comprehension issue, just heard a gay man give a whole diatribe about how he was performing masculinity to a degree until he self-loved himself enough to relax, and saw that some of the shallow parts of his masculinity fell away as a result of him choosing to just be who he was. And that introduced things that can be considered more effeminate, like girl and certain, and the way he emotes. You just literally fucking heard a motherfucker body exactly what the fuck I just described, and you still got your nappy neck ass in the chat with the intention to misunderstand. Like, this shit is not rocket.
No one cares in reality. People actually don't care.
Even when the proof is proofing, even when the testimonies are testimonying, motherfuckers still like, no. Look, I can't do that with a reprobate. So baby, have at it.
London, look.
Like, have
London.
at it, girl. Have at it, because I don't be in the business of dragging a motherfucking horse to water. Masculine, and I literally said earlier, femininity can be performed too. I literally said that femininity can be performed as well. But I am personally more inclined to believe gay men who present effeminately are being more authentic to who they are, because there's no redemption in a man being feminine within a patriarchy. There's
also,
hold on, I'm not finished. There's no gain to a motherfucking man giving up his male privilege, whether that's to identify as trans or whether that's to present as effeminate. So what would be the end fucking goal of a man presenting effeminately within a system that's going to punish him for being effeminate outside of the entertainment industry? And most queer people are outside of the entertainment industry. Most gay men are outside of the entertainment industry. So it's less likely to be that gay men are performing femininity, and more likely that gay men who are masculine are in fact performing, because there's more to gain by being fucking masculine in a patriarchy and in a quote unquote man's world. Yeah, to look like a man, quack like a man, identify as a man is more likely to make it easier for you socially in this system than to be a man who presents like quote unquote a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Look at most of the fucking hate crimes are either being committed against trans women or individuals who are notably gay due to their tendencies or their known orientation plus their tendencies. And I did not say that all men, all gay men who are masculine are performing, but lots of them are performing. And not just them, lots of straight masculine men are performing as well. Okay, go ahead, Devon.
I just hate this idea that, you know, like, because I hate when people like, why do people have to know your business? Like, people have to know your business. People are very obsessed about what you do in the bedroom. That's what all this is about. People are very, very obsessed. Even when you mind your business, they are obsessed. Okay, I have people asking me, because I'm one of those people where, because I dress manly, I guess. So until I open my mouth, you don't really know my tea. But when you find out, people are very obsessed. When I was in school, people used to ask me all kinds of questions about my sexuality, my mannerisms, and why do you talk like this? And, oh, do you like boys? And are you a top? They are very fixated. Very fixated. So this idea that, you know, people just make their sexuality their whole personality, no, they don't. I know for one, I don't lead with that. People just happen to know because of my personality, but I don't just lead with that. Half the time, people that talk about me being gay haven't even seen me with a man. So I haven't even done anything inherently gay in front of them. But they were so obsessed with me in school. So, and also estrogen and testosterone don't have nothing to do with mannerisms. Mannerisms are just characteristics that anyone can possess. Because what about women? What about Clarissa Shields is a woman? Is she producing more testosterone because she's a boxer? That's not typical. The women don't typically box. You know, she's very athletic. Is she producing more?
You guys to remember,
testosterone?
But you guys remember, in a patriarchy, even a Clarissa Shields, she had to fight to be able to be in a male-dominated sports, because once upon a time, before women bulldozed through the system, they could not even compete in sports.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even have jobs. They couldn't even have a bank account. They couldn't even own property. So yes, this system considers even her in a day like this to still be more masculine than what's necessary. Because look at how they dragged Remy Ma through the mud for a long time for being quote unquote masculine.
And when we call ourselves girls, it's like a figure of speech. We know we're not actual women. We're not.
They know that.
Okay.
They don't know each other. They're just trying to rage bait you into the foolishness. They know that. Because that same person said that they also are attracted to femme men. So look at how delusional they are. And then picking at femme men. But then talking about the first nigga they was with was like, that's rage baiting, baby. They're rage baiting you, my love.
All right, let me leave them alone. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's rage baiting.
Are you want to say those minions?
Probably.
Oh Lord.
And that's why and that's already why they done talked out of both sides of their neck, and they only been here for 5 seconds and already done kapow in both directions. Oh yeah, no, I'm attracted to film man. The first motherfucking nigga I was with was a film man, but let me also throw digs at film man. Does that make any motherfucking like shut up? Just shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Like in this world, like I don't need people to know what I do in my bedroom, but people want to know, and they do know, and I don't care if they do know, because look, why do people always say that to gay people? A straight man can be as promiscuous as he want to be until he can make a whole album about how he get all these hoes and all this, but nobody tells him, oh, why we gotta know that? Why we gotta know that?
No
the
shade.
same reason I know he gets all the hoes.
No shade, no shade. TikTok dances being made.
Why should I be ashamed? PDA is a natural thing of
kids
life.
watching the thing, mom and dad putting the music on, the movies on. We seeing it all the time. It's in television ads. It's in radio ads.
But
it's in social media ads.
I gotta be discreet,
everywhere.
but I gotta be discreet. While
we're the
little kids
ones
can be like, I used to
forcing,
be
though.
scared of the dick.
Every
Now I put
president
lips
had
on
a
the
first
shit.
lady. Every pastor had a first lady. All
Yes,
this
my wife, my
heterosexuality.
husband. Oh yes.
That's why it's crazy that SaySo would sit in the video talking about some shit being forced. No, the bitches knocking on your door trying to force Jehovah down your throat is what forcing looks like. Coming through your neighborhood, asking can they sit in your living room and indoctrinate you is what forcing looks like. Actually forcing you, actually making you fight for your rights is what forcing looks like.
They have city enforcement.
Yeah. Yeah, openly protesting against you fighting for the same human rights everybody else has is what forcing looks like. See, we are actually unforcing the system.
Honestly, if gay people have an agenda, I don't care. What Janet Jackson said, this new agenda is due. Okay? Shout out to her. Because straight people have their own agenda, don't they?
Probably SaySo show page.
Okay, they
Look,
shit.
who knows, child? It gets real spooky out here in these streets.
I mean, well, the link was dropped. So
right,
if there's any more
SaySo got the link.
clarification, you have the opportunity. No, it's in the chat. It's in the live chat. If you scroll up some, the thing is there, so you have the ability to come on and to be able to.
You don't even gotta scroll. Conscious will drop it again. Conscious will drop it again for that ass.
Here's the conscious now. It's gonna be an overlay on my screen because
SaySo, is that you? Hold on, let me get my belt.
Come up here and do no sort of corn bomb.
It ain't gonna matter if they do because it's gonna be a motherfucker overlay on this bitch anyway. So
let them come up here. Let me get my belt. Hold on.
Overlay.
Let me get my belt.
Let me
get my belt and my water. Hold on. Who want lashings?
Oh Lord, I'm not trying to give lashings.
No, I don't have a number.
Come on, Kelso.
I would never give you my number, but here's a link for you to come up here.
It's 1-800 receive these lashings.
So there's the link if you're coming because we ain't got all night. We done been here already for 6 motherfucking hours, which is absurd.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was gonna be that long.
Y'all been here since I've been here for like maybe 2 hours.
I feel like you've been here for longer than 2 hours.
And who knows? That might
maybe
be
3.
Who knows? This might be the closest we ever get to a quote unquote SaySo TV being on this platform. So
look, and SaySo is not the end all be all. If he don't come, he don't motherfucking come. But
I'm just talking about reference to his perspective and
he's welcome though. Yeah, he's welcome over here.
I had to unsubscribe, but I had to stop following him because that was just too much for my mental.
Well, I never was subscribed because somebody else kind of put me on to him, and I watched some of his commentary, and I'm like, oh, I can understand where they're coming from. Because again, I feel like if SaySo was to like smoke a blunt or something and be on a live, I feel like it'll probably be chill and probably be cool, and we can probably get to like a common resolve. But I think if he was to do that, then it would put a hole in almost a lot of his logic when it comes down to the queer community. And I don't think he's ready to have that transformative conversation. But yeah, he talks about self-love. He talks about honoring yourself and knowing your worth. But we live in a society where people are making that difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. And then the ones who are actually making that change, they get demonized and even demonized by their own community because they're making the choice to actually do something as opposed to just being stagnant and being safe. And if you want to be stagnant and safe, that's your life. Because I understand there's levels to this, but don't stop other people from ascending and getting what the hell they want. Especially if what you're doing is getting you what you want. You should be happy and satisfied, satiated. So it shouldn't even be a lot of energy for that.
I will say this. Yeah, there's talent in that because I've never, ever in my life subscribed to someone that I just do not agree with all the time like him. Like, he keeps me intrigued. It's like, this man really just, I don't know. I don't know why I was subscribed to him for as long as I was. Because I usually don't subscribe to people I just don't agree with. Like, I just, but he challenges my theories. I'm like, okay, let me just see what he thinks. Let me see where he's coming from. And I'm like, hell no, nigga, you wrong. No, you're the wrong one. I'm delusional.
So maybe you are subscribed because it's a sign of your open-mindedness. Like you're open to the fact that okay, well, like I might be wrong. There might be another alternative attitude that maybe I just haven't heard. Maybe this person who typically does say things that I don't agree with might one day just say something that like, oh, like I get it, okay, like
Yeah, because he'll make videos that like, okay, I understand his point, and then he'll make another video was like, okay, I don't understand that point though. Like I'm with them when I'm with them, but when I'm not, I'm absolutely not.
and
But it's
Pisces
intriguing.
sun.
I'm a Pisces.
Pisces
That's
sun.
I'm a Pisces.
Unfortunately, Pisces sun, it's a lot of pick me's. It's a lot of people, girl, are just being hot and sexy, and they'll throw out, baby, they'll sell their children into chattel slavery over some hot and sexy, honey. Sometimes that's all it takes, baby. That's all the body is you're cute, baby, and I won't give a damn about what your politics is, what your worldview is.
I mean,
how harmful your attitude, your ideology is, baby. Baby, some people just that dense.
Look at Prison Bay. How many people was willing to? Oh, I'll bail him out. Oh, I have his kids. Oh, I'll be ready to put money on the commissary.
Let's be particular. How many women?
Okay.
As I said, people. How many women built that ass out? Women filled that commissary up, baby. Women made that nigga go viral.
Women got that man in Tyler Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't he on one of the Tyler Perry shows now?
And then you wonder why people ain't got to change, because it's like, why change when I can get all this benefit?
Pretty privileged.
Even though your ass is most likely gonna end up in more shit afterwards.
And that's the privilege that I was talking about earlier. Like when niggas benefit from the system, it ain't no. I mean, for what? Like that's why they be wanting to uphold the system and hold on to the motherfucking system. And we got London here, so hold on.
Hey, shout out to London. Shout out
Don't
to
clap
you.
yet.
Shout out to London.
We do not clap for courage that should be inherent to men.
Oh Lord. Oh my God.
These should be traits that niggas naturally have.
Let me get my pre-roll.
Okay.
Shit.
London.
What's good?
What's going on?
You talking all that shit. What's up?
What's up? Yeah, I came to back the point you saying about masculinity being performative. We can agree that most people who walk out into this world are wearing some sort of mask. But to just say masculinity and that how some niggas use that as a shield is kind of blasphemous. Some
how is
people,
that blasphemous?
whether you
London,
believe
like,
it or not, are
when you
probably
heard Bubs the God.
What did you say?
I said, how do you feel that that's blasphemy when you literally heard a panelist up here literally talk about wearing masculinity?
Yeah, but that's his experience.
But that's who I'm talking.
And that's not. I'm not trying to deny that, but that's his experience.
But that is what you're trying to deny. Because
no, but
you are saying that my entire talking point is blasphemy, as if it don't include people like him. He represents the people that.
Yeah, but he's 1% of the people.
He's not 1%.
Oops.
He's not
0.01%.
Do you know that most gay men who came out of the closet, a part of being in the closet was them wearing masculinity? They had to come out of the closet in order to be true to themselves and embrace their feminine qualities. So most gay men began and cosplayed as heterosexual. They cosplayed as masculine men, and that was not true to who they were. That's
okay, can I say something though?
Phenomenon, sure.
Like the same thing. I'm gonna use the example of
we can't.
You're muffled, hon. You're muffled.
People who grew up in the hood, and then black people who grew up in the suburbs.
Your microphone is muffled, London. Can you hear us, London? Your microphone. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, London? Your microphone is muffled.
But that's not them faking it.
Hold on. Start from the top. Start from the top. You was muffled.
Yeah,
I was muffled.
Yeah, your microphone is muffled.
So, because I wasn't agreeing with you, you muffled me.
No, you muffled yourself.
I wasn't muffled because you unmuffled me, wasn't it?
Hold on.
Muffle you.
Chat. Was he muffled? Chat.
There's no option for muffling.
I can't see the chat.
There's only
I'm muffled.
It's only an option. It's only an option to
chat.
mute. It's no option to muffle someone.
You
okay,
tell you that you were
confused.
muffled.
You mean you couldn't hear me just now?
Because you were muffled, and we kept telling you you're
muffled. The definition of muffled?
You're muffled, and you didn't hear
muffled
us.
means covered. Muffled means covered. I know what the fuck
you must have had your phone. Look, we couldn't hear you. Okay,
so
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Hold on, sir.
Wait.
I I understand that you feel like you were talked over, but what I'm trying to get you to understand, because I'm trying to understand what you're coming from. You came up on the platform, and we thank you for that.
Okay.
Appreciate that. What I said was that when you were talking, we want to hear what you were saying, and we could not hear you because your microphone, whatever it was covered. Nobody muffled you. If that was the case, we never would have dropped the link.
And it's doing it right now.
And it's doing it right now. So we're asking to hear you this, which is why we kept saying,
Can
you're
you
muffled.
hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Now we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay, I was saying that. So the point you made, right, was about certain masculine men using that as a performance, correct? Okay, that's like saying the point I was basically trying to say. Apparently, during the point where you heard that I was muffled or whatever. Is that's like the same argument of a black person being born in the hood and a black person being in the suburbs, right? Yeah, some people aren't faking things. Some people are influenced by things they grew up around, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So if a man grew up around other men, wouldn't you think he inherited traits? Like the dude with the crazy hair on the top said, he hangs around certain women or whatever, and he develops traits from them.
Thank you.
But that's not the point, Landon. That's not the point he was making.
Then what's the point?
That's not.
Hold on.
Then what's the point?
Because we're gonna put some motherfucking respect on my name. I'm the motherfucking host of the platform. I'm the crazy dude with the hair on my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the host. That's whose house you're in. You're in the house of the crazy guy with the hair on his head.
No, I'm in my house.
No, you're in my house, and I can show you how much you can be out of my house if you need me to demonstrate that to you.
Yeah, because I don't agree with you.
See how that's my house, and now you're in my house, and now you're out my house, and now you're in my house, and now you're out my house, and now you're in my house
So
because it's my motherfucking house.
You childish because I don't agree with you.
First of all, you missing the point, little Leo. You missing the whole point. You
What'd
talk about
call me?
I said Delulu Leo.
I'm not a Leo though.
What are you?
Aries.
Oh, you an Aries? Okay, it's okay. Y'all a little spicy.
Aries,
Y'all a little spicy.
yeah,
That explains your personality. Okay,
I
shout out
only
to my
like
Aries
Aries.
out there. Shout out to the Aries. But you're missing the point, sir. That's not the point he was making.
Okay, then let me.
You're correct. You're correct, but he was adding nuance to your point. He was
I would
saying
like
that
to hear the nuance again. Then
he was saying that why? Yes, some people they say you grew up around certain men, you will pick up those masculine traits. But some men, like, okay, if you're gay, right, and I'm supposed to be like a man, right? My dad wants me to be like a man. So if I'm feminine, I'm gonna pretend to be more like him. I'm performing. But my brother may not be performing. Because I'm not genuinely masculine. I'm not genuinely like that. I'm just copying what I see. Monkey see, monkey do.
But
and I ain't talking about race.
Even if you watched your father and you inherited his traits, but you still came out feminine, that was natural to you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And I wanted to make this clear because I'm not against feminine dudes. I actually like feminine dudes. Someone like Saucy Santana would most definitely be my type. I just want to make that clear. But
okay.
I'm just saying that.
No, it's good for you. That's good. I love the diversity.
I'm still trying to figure out how is what he said. How did that negate?
How did we get here? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm trying to figure out like how
I
did that
just
negate
watched
anything that I said.
You guys talk about
Because
community.
What I said still is true. So what was said?
Like,
I mean, like what I said is still true. I don't understand.
That people are putting on performances.
I didn't say people. I said some gay men are performing masculinity for the sake of survival. That's what I said.
Some feminine men are putting on femininity for validation.
Oh, so you feel like some feminine guys are like being more performative in their femininity to like, for validation for their friends and stuff?
Makeup in a wig is pretty performative.
Well, you could be. Well, if you're not into that, you're not gonna be into that. You're not just gonna wear makeup for other people's like. If you're
it's
not
performative for a man to put on a bandana and a scully and a hoodie and to grow a beard as well.
This beard comes out. I didn't even ask for it. I loved when I was smooth.
Wait, so are women being performative? They wear wigs too. Are they being performative?
No, because that's natural to them.
Yeah,
no, that wig ain't natural. That wig
How
was
is a
stimulated
wig
head.
natural?
But it still correlates to what they do.
I mean, it is human hair.
No, how is a wig natural if it's not
A
on her
wig
head
isn't
naturally?
natural, but it still correlates more to what they are.
But it's
It
not
complements
natural
what
because they didn't
are.
grow it.
London.
But who's to say that
It's not
men
natural.
can't be?
London on
So
the
what are
track.
you talking about? But
London.
They can grow long hair.
Everyone
That's what you're
regard.
missing.
Men
They
can
can't
grow
grow
long hair
a
too.
wig. It's what you're missing because a
How
wig is
often
what
do
you
you
put
see that,
on
though?
your head.
Men can grow long hair too.
Niggas put wigs on their head too, so all those niggas
And the
performing too, they put
host,
two
Every nigga with dreadlocks, rockin' flockin'
and the host,
flames,
and the
motherfucking
host, and the
hello.
panelists have
Bubs,
naturally
Bubs got long hair.
Yeah, both host and Bubs
okay,
have
but that's not a
naturally long
wig.
hair.
A wig is still mimicking a
My
woman's
hair is longer
natural
than your
features.
mother's.
First
My
of all,
hair is
wigs
longer
are
than your
mimicking
mother's.
wigs are mimicking Eurocentric hair features. They're not mimicking black hair features, so that's still
I
not.
thought some black people had naturally straight hair.
Some people do, but most of us
And
we
men
have
also don't
4A to
like,
4C hair.
and men don't have long hair. Men
Men
don't
can have long
naturally
hair.
long hair.
What about niggas with locks and wicks that go down to their ass?
Isn't that natural to them?
Yes, but there's locks there. You can get wigs in those styles too.
Okay,
You know.
but you said my beard is performative though.
I said growing a
No,
beard
you just
is performative.
beard literally-
too.
listen to
If you
listen
can-
to hear, not respond, love. Listen to
It's
listen
like-
to receive.
I agree with that.
Listen to receive, Blue. Listen to receive. Because we ain't the enemy, okay? We like to
know
charm.
We
you're not.
might be. I might be. I might be.
Okay, Conscious might be. Okay, he Buttercup. Okay, we Butterscotch and Blossom
I
over
might
here.
be.
Okay, we Butterscotch and Blossom over here.
Baby,
Buttercup over there.
Ain't
he
no
got-
all lives matter over
Shit.
here, baby.
Okay.
Very much so segregated.
I'm
Okay.
for segregation.
Yeah, I'm pro segregation. So I'm trying to figure out
Me too.
London. Me and you both said things that are true. So is there a problem?
I don't really have
People
a
can't-
problem, but
people
I
can't
feel like
perform
people shouldn't.
femininity.
I feel like people shouldn't push out narratives without any more information put behind there.
I
That's
don't know
all.
what that means. Like,
Who did that?
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause
I
I
know what
feel-
I mean.
Besides
So
that,
wait,
I mean,
so-
it's kind of hard to tell between you two's voice, so I'm not really quite sure.
who's me or Consciousness?
I don't even
Both
think
of
he knows.
y'all's, because y'all kind of sound the same.
Well, I sound like a bad bitch. Conscious sound like a badder bitch. That's
If you a baddie, why can't I see you?
you want to see my face?
I would love to.
Don't acquiesce.
I
Don't-
actually seen the host face.
Don't
and he's
acquiesce.
Are you
pretty
flirting with me?
Because that's the problem. Like with these tops is that they want control. So don't give them that.
Oh my lord.
My face card is on 10.
I want to see because it's
Don't give them the
You wanna see my
control that
face?
they
declining
want.
right now.
Oh, okay.
You don't even got a stable Wi-Fi connection. Why are you wanting to see somebody's face?
Let me see my face. Let me see my face.
And look, he can't even see you back because his Wi-Fi is
Face.
declining. His Wi-Fi
Hey,
declining.
boo.
He's frozen.
Look at this melanin. Look at that clear skin. Ooh, look at that clear skin. Look at them eyebrows perfectly arched to perfection. How you doing? Look
See,
at that
that's my
mustache.
whole point. You sound like a female, but you look like some random ass nigga.
Okay.
Wow.
What you want me to wear? A wig? Want me to wig with?
this
But that's his natural
you
voice.
got-
That's my
So you
nuance,
can't-
babe. Look,
so you
that's
can't
nuance for
down
you.
A divine to get
Oh,
insulted.
actually, you the perfect
You can't
example
down
of a
just to be
performative.
referred to as
Look,
some
look, look,
random
look.
nigga.
That's nuance for you, babe.
are the perfect example of a performative person.
No, I don't have to. What you think I'm supposed to be masculine because I look like this? That's
Yeah.
nuance for you, babe.
I
That's
was
called
hoping-
nuance.
I was hoping you were gonna have like makeup on or something.
What? Why? You see that? Why?
Wow.
You just said we be
I was
performative.
hoping.
Because he's
So let me get this
stereotypical.
straight.
He's
I'm
stereotypical.
performative. If I wear a wig, I'm performative. But if I dress like a man, I'm still being performative because I act like I act feminine too.
Your inner is not matching your outer.
What you want?
it's supposed to match.
He
So it's,
profiling
it's
you.
so it's supposed to match.
Bro, what is going on? with this
It's
life?
stereotyping.
What you want? Okay, let me get my masculine. Yo,
Because
bro.
the
What's up,
divine
bro?
sounds effeminate to him, then divine is supposed to look like a
Yo,
girl.
yo. What's up, London? What we doing? What we doing? Let's talk. What we doing? Yo, Bubs. Yo, Bubs. What up, though?
I'm gonna just have to leave because I feel like
I'm
this
convinced.
conversation ain't getting nowhere.
I'm convinced. The conversation, London,
Nigga,
is that
you can see my header. Like I said, okay, I look masculine, but when I open my mouth, I'm feminine. Okay.
So why does your inner not match your outer?
What does you mean my inner match? Because what you mean?
Hold on. We were talking about things being natural before. That's naturally his voice.
That's what comes naturally.
He's not performing it. He's not making it higher on purpose. And if that's the case, you have to then prove it.
That is not me, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's London because it's that Wi-Fi. His connection is crazy.
Oh, God, I thought I was getting Boost Mobile.
London, it's feedback in your phone. You got feedback in your microphone.
I think you dropped your phone inside of a bag of chips.
Let me see if I mute myself. What happened?
You talk about why my inner don't match my outer. What is that supposed to mean? What is that even supposed to mean? What am I supposed to give, y'all? What am I supposed to give? It's called being an individual.
If some people want to stay in the cave man era, that's perfectly fine. But again, y'all do not control all of reality. The only reality that you control is your reality. And again, he was coming up here talking about things natural being natural. Your voice is naturally that way. Are you performing and making it? He's going to
argue. He's going to argue that it's unnatural and that he's performing. That,
but he has to then prove that.
That no real man would sound like that.
But he got a nut. He got dick and balls. So
you had a daddy, nigga. You had a daddy.
He's saying because the way I dress, because the way I sound, I should look more. I should be wearing skirts and shit, fishnets and bust down Barbiana.
Yes,
but that's a stereotype, and it's just like, again, this was the manifestation of the ignorance that we're talking about. You thought that he was supposed to act a certain way because of how he sounded, and that things aren't natural. And then again, you have what is known as butch queens. You got niggas in the gay community who are very masculine, but let Beyonce come on, and they do some quote unquote, to your point, unnatural shit. They start unnaturally twerking. They start unnaturally doing this type of stuff. I mean,
niggas is wearing pink.
They don't offend me. I ain't offended.
Skinny jeans. Niggas.
I've heard it all.
Niggas got locked down to their ass.
If hoes started loving themselves and stop being insecure bitches and stop trying to force other people to like them, to make their lives real and make those lives full of something, but actually love themselves, they might actually manifest what it is that they want, need, and desire, and actually be satisfied and satiated, as opposed to having to be in the DL community, having to play these hostro games that sometimes end with people losing their lives, who are playing the role the way they're supposed to play the role, and then meanwhile in the dark are still experimenting. But I mean, no shade. This is probably the reason why SaySo won't come over here, because he probably gonna sound the exact same way.
I'm still trying to figure out what was the rebuttal supposed to be, because
that's why I'm laughing, because like you saying, you're being performative, y'all wear nails and
makeup here to say what I already said, and what I said is true. Like literally, the whole reason why gay men have to come out of the closet, what they're typically come out of the closet to alleviate, is having to also not have to further perform.
Exactly. That's exactly why
they don't have to perform anymore. They don't have to act straighter. They don't have to act more dominant. They don't have to act heterosexual. They get to relax. They get to take the inauthenticity off.
Is he backstage?
No, his connection is what I dropped the link for him again.
And then on top of that, gonna get mad. And then on top of that, gonna get mad at us because his Boost Mobile thing was fucking up, because his cricket shit was messing up.
Well,
and
he
trying to
didn't
help him.
I already knew that the conversation was going to go down here, because he didn't know the difference between mute and muffled. Like, do you know what the fuck muffled means, sir? Like, oh, y'all muffled me. How the fuck are we gonna muffle you?
I proved his point though, because he was saying we performative. Oh, y'all be wearing wigs and stuff. Y'all like, but then I get on this camera as a regular dude, just like him, and he's all shocked.
I'm using your download brother's funds to fund my hair.
Child, or the lack thereof.
And I'm trying to understand, how would I lose against SaySo when SaySo couldn't win against his own nigga in that video we saw? So how am I lose? He had to throw a reverse Uno girl and had to write something on it that wasn't on it, unnatural shit, in order to get his nigga clocked when his nigga clocking the entire time. So how would I lose?
And then still got chewed.
He gets chewed every time I'm in his comment section. Every time I'm in his comment section, he gets chewed.
Girl, if one L is if one L, what's one L versus 100 W's? I'll take 100 W's and the one L.
The thing that was so intellectually dishonest is that you had just got finished, Bub, saying all that you had said, and the still was like still going at my.
But then call my experience an outlier or like, it's a small minority. Can you prove it, sir? Because we in the point of proving. You can't just talk. Can you prove it? Do you got some data, some stats, some statistics, some facts? Because over here on this channel,
this whole community is a small minority.
I disproved what he was saying with one. I dismantled his whole rebuttal with one thing called the coming out phenomenon.
Right.
Which most of the community has had to do.
Exactly.
So yeah, not a minority, baby. It's the majority. It's the majority.
Like Tina Turner in that motherfucking limousine. We both gonna be bloody in this bitch. Hello.
And let me.
I
think you want to say SaySo's followers because I think I saw him in the comment section now. How is it if I'm the 1%? How is it that the most of the community y'all complain that most of us are femme, right? Most of the community is femme, y'all. Most of us femme.
Most, right? Because even his cult leader, right, Devon said it's more of y'all than it is us.
Right, you outnumber, remember? So how is it I'm a 1%? Which one is it? Am I the 1% or am I outnumbered?
Majority all of a sudden now we a minority within a minority within a minority within a minority. Y'all niggas can't make up y'all math, baby. Y'all go. Look, I want y'all to look at the screenshot. Them niggas is going to do this here. They're going to do this here every time. Move the motherfucking goal post.
Every time. That's how you know you really won the argument. Baby, I'm a debate king. Okay, I'm good for a debate.
He is back in the chat. If he wants the link, there's the link. If you can manage to get your baby mama's Wi-Fi to work accordingly, London, then it's there for you, sir. He says, I want to make this clear. I support some of his talking points. I don't necessarily support him. I'm not a blind follower. I just want to make that clear. I am defending some of his talking points. But what talking points were there? Because we're not even at this point talking about
he can defend himself.
We're not even talking about his talking points. We were having our own sideline conversation that had nothing to do with SaySo at this point.
We sent him the link, first of all. He can defend himself. He a grown man. He had Apex, remember? Shit. He don't need you. You don't need no lion cubs.
Like, before you defend him, you should probably get good at defending you first. Like, you couldn't even hold your own weight. Like, you might want to master that before.
And just like him, neither one of y'all got nothing from me. Neither one of y'all can handle me in an argument. So just hang it up.
Slay the dragon, Devon.
Hang it up, flat screen. Because you and your little cult rank leader ain't got nothing for me, baby. Y'all can't do nothing with me.
But see, that's what I think. Like, this is a clear evidence that, like, the masculine, like, they really got tension and smoke with the trans girls and the femboys, and it is a little bit of envy there. Like, it triggers them up so bad. It really triggers.
Do you want to put on a wig? Be honest. You want to put on a wig, Landon? You want a wig? Let me get your wig. Let me get your bust down wig.
Triggering them up so bad that we actually take up space, and that we take up, like that we're taking up residence.
I love it.
That really like pisses them off, and but they wouldn't even have a fucking chance in hell if it wasn't for us taking up this space. We're the only reason why they also matter.
Hate is love. Hate is love.
We're the reason that they somewhat even matter in the conversation, because if we weren't doing what we were doing, there would be no fucking community to be seen.
See, Conscious Dub. See, if we don't have haters, we're not doing something right. So we clearly doing something right.
Stop hating from outside the club when you inside of the rainbow too, baby. You inside, baby. We ain't forgot.
But see, we in the VIP. They outside. It's gonna stop playing. Before you get defensive, look. Stop.
Look, it triggered them niggas right off of their seat, up to make pointless points. Like, what are you up here to? What are you saying? What are you doing? What are you talking about? You're not saying something contrary. I said what you said. I just said less of it, but nonetheless.
Someone said he doesn't have a problem with femboys. He doesn't like femboys that don't look femme. Seems to be the consensus. Well, why does it matter?
That's the problem.
Why do I have to look the part?
That's
why is there a part to look?
how
Why do I
you
have to assimilate?
how you ain't gonna how you don't got a problem with femme boys but don't want them to look femme. That's exactly why the fuck they're femme boys. Like, hello?
What? If I was kids, I would just
That's
transition.
like saying I don't got a problem with black people. I just don't want them to look black. Hello?
Like, I have to assimilate, so only women could be feminine.
Hello?
Like, hyper feminine people could be feminine. Shit.
I don't got a problem with femme boys. I just don't like when they look femme. Hello?
And then on top of that, it's so funny that we have a conversation about ownership, about shit that we're not even gonna have when we fucking die. So that's the funny part. Like, y'all trying to control other people who have a finite time here. So we don't even own any of this shit. This is all of us to experience and to borrow. It is not even ours. And regardless of what y'all believe or what y'all want to believe, God, source, universe, consciousness has allowed it to happen. The reason why some of y'all mad about it, that's y'all own personal shit. Stop projecting y'all personal ignorances onto other people. Because this is the level of response that you're going to get back. Because you're dealing with people who had to put in the work to get to where they are. Not the ones who continue to hide because it's convenient. Because no shade. All the people saying, well, you need to act this way and look this way and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. These are the same individuals, especially women, girl, who be talking all that shit about gay men, be the same ones years later on TikTok talking about how they found out their man is DL and he masculine. Like T.S. Madison said a long time ago, a lot of these women be sitting here saying, oh, see, my man, he ain't gonna be doing that punk stuff, cause see, my man, he not gonna be doing that gay shit, cause see, my man, and your man is the main one doing it and swallowing dick better than you could.
Ooh.
No shade. Just like, I forgot your name, I'm sorry, Lord, I can't even see your name.
Divine?
Sorry, Divine. Like Divine said, and I'm about to forget my damn thought. Yeah. Damn.
You was finna say, they made me forget too.
It's okay, because we've been on here for almost 7 hours, so probably that's the universe saying that this is
right. You know, that's probably just Groggity talking.
We've done what needed to be done. At the end of the day, sorry, masculinity, femininity is a energetic thing above all things. It is energy before it's anything else. So this is energy, and human beings have both masculine and feminine energy. What you do with that expression is up to you, and people have a right to express themselves uniquely. If more motherfuckers worried about themselves and loved themselves and found out who the hell they were, they wouldn't be so pressed about other people living in their authentic truth and manifesting the lives that they can't even manifest while they're playing the game by the rules. Maybe, again, that's what I was gonna say, like Divine said, there needs to be more questions instead of more statements.
The problem with the SaySos of the world is that you're trying to protect a system that doesn't want you either, but you have a false sense of security because you're able to reap a few things from a broken system, which then makes you have to coon out and try to convince all the other slaves to return back to the plantation too, just because master gave you a wife.
And no shade, there were plenty of slaves who were free who didn't know what freedom was, and they were so afraid of freedom they went back to slavery too. Let's not forget that. Some people choose to go back. Now, when you get around some Harriet Tubman motherfuckers, then y'all got a problem in the issue, because now you can't go back. You can be blown back, but you ain't gonna go back.
Oh, they're just hurt. They gotta heal. Harriet Tubman just gotta heal.
And the dynamics ain't any different now than they were then. You had slaves who found liberated slaves to be a total fucking problem because don't rock the system, don't shake the system, don't upset the power that be. Let's just adapt. Let's just conform. Let's just be adaptable and quiet down and eat the scraps from master's table, because imprisonment is always easier than freedom is. Freedom is only for gangsters, baby. Liberation only for gangsters, baby. Changing the world is only for gangsters, baby. It ain't for no pussy asshole.
Or the word of the stream, performative assholes.
Okay, that part.
Performative.
Right.
And the world has never been able to stay the same because that's how inevitable and necessary and innate the universe is when it comes to change. So it's just funny to me even watching people hold on to the steering wheel when the more you hold on, the more the motherfucking car gets away from you. And we're literally living under an administration that's trying to hold on to a system that's dying. And the tensions are now high again because we got to move forward, baby. We got to move on, sugar. And you can delay, but ultimately you can't deny the shift.
Mm-hmm. And when people talk about respectability politics, it never works. Because no matter how much you try to assimilate or prove their point, like, look, I'm just like you. It's like, it doesn't matter what point you're trying to prove. It's something about you that they just don't like. And you have to accept that. It's not about what your character, you never did anything to piss them off in the first place. All you did was just be who you were. You know, same thing if you were black. You know, you can try to wear quarter zips instead of Nike tags and try to not wear locks and tattoo. It don't matter because you didn't do nothing to spark the racism, so you shouldn't have to pacify it either. If that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. Because again, there's levels of this. There are people who again are black but was able to pass, and then there are some who just didn't have that opportunity, unfortunately, because of the system. So again, we already talked about it. The people, just like someone said in SaySo's chat, which I guess in a sense I can agree with. Some people just ain't gonna get it, and I'm just glad to know that we're the individuals who are more contextual and more nuanced. So again, they're looking at it from a shallow place, and we're not. We're looking at it from a deeper, more introspective place. And a lot of these individuals don't even know what this platform is about or the people on this platform, because again, SaySoTv has been invited multiple times and has never came over. Even on my platform, when I invited him, or somebody said, "Well, why don't y'all go ahead?" I was even willing to go onto his platform and told him, "Hell, I will come into your domain where you have all the control. I will come into your house and still have the conversation." Yeah. But again, people are just going to talk, and I'm glad that they're talking because now the truth is coming out, and we're gonna see. So, if y'all gonna be talking shit, make sure y'all come through with facts and not just hearsay and stereotypes. We gonna need some actual shit.
Because we here to break the chains.
Break the chains.
Okay, we're gonna break all the chains.
Now, if you want to be enslaved, that's fine.
We
take your jingling ass over there with the chains. Jingle tringle jing dong ding.
Right,
over
we
there.
is free.
But for the people that want to be free and want to be able to manifest the life that these whole ass niggas said that people like us can't manifest, girl, as we manifested and they struggle to manifest it, then you know where you at. So again, it's whoever can take it, girl, and we can take it. No shade. Some of us had to go through things and almost didn't survive, getting to the point of being open and honest. No shade. Some of us had to make that choice. Some of us had to make that leap that so many other people are afraid to make in their own lives. Which is why some of us are living the manifestation and some people are just hoping that it happens, even though they play by the rules.
I think that's something that I want to do for 2026 is start talking about, just start creating more of the new world. Because I don't think we've done enough painting of that canvas yet. Keep creating the new world, putting energy into the new world, and resurrecting it accordingly. Because as I done told y'all before in these conversations, I don't even know what the hell these people even be talking about, because this don't be applying to me in my bitches. I mean, I be literally every time we talk about this shit, I be scratching my head because I'm just like, I'm a whole androgynous nigga with a whole masculine bisexual nigga as my nigga, and I don't have none of these problems, and I don't know no other nigga who do have any of these problems, which is why I call it LGBT social media propaganda. Like it's a propaganda to me. I don't. It's not. It's not a reality that's a reality in the way that people give it. It's like a a thought form or like a boogeyman. It's like the figment more so of the culture's imagination. The reality is very different from that, and the world is moving on. Like the world has moved on.
Yeah.
Femmes are in, the flamboyants are in, the trans are in. The world has moved on. T.S. Madison, they hate T.S. Madison more today because that bitch is being, not only is that bitch stomping on these hoes' bodies, but that bitch is being glided in her heels by a big Herculean ass man who looks straight, who's masculine as hell, and it just be the untakeableness of it. Like the world is really mad because the have-nots have become the haves. But they Bibles told them that the least would become the first. To begin with, their scriptures told them that there's going to come a time, baby, where the last are going to be made first. Last choice going to be first choice. That's why masculine is having a whole freak out. Like, wait a minute. And when I say masculine, I ain't talking about just me. I'm talking about like the system as well. The system of masculinity is now screaming like, girl, what? Because they're losing their power, they're losing their grip, they're losing their relevancy, they're losing their desirability. The world has changed and it's going to continue to change. The chains have already been broken. People are free. People are winning. People are living their life. I mean, hell, I'm an entire manifestation of the contradiction of the whole system.
Hello.
I'm supposed to not have an audience according to the system. I'm supposed to not have a man according to the system. I'm supposed to not.
Yep.
And here I am. A total anomaly. And
according to the system, you should have been dead. According to the system, you should have been. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, the last are first, and there's a part of the world that's struggling with that, and that's just really sad for them. It's sad. It's really sad.
Femmes are in, trans are in, and all
the girls
are
in, honey. The girls are here.
And guess what, Landon? If you're watching this, masks aren't going nowhere.
Well, they might.
Ain't nobody trying to replace y'all.
They might
trying to compliment the deal.
They might be going extinct. If they don't get it together, they might be going to the same place that straight black men who want to hold on to an antiquated system is going straight downhill.
Yeah, they don't learn to
fuck. Going somewhere.
They don't wake it up. Better wake it up.
But in the worst of the universe, girl, ready or not, here change comes. Here evolution comes.
And don't feel bad. We already walked the path of change. All you gotta do is follow the footprints. No shade, because we have to go through that change. So that same change that y'all going through, we survived it.
For you, baby.
We survived it.
Yeah, like the path been paid for you. That's the good news.
We got lashes, so you didn't have to. You're welcome. Now come on over. Come on over, baby. Come on over.
Jeannie is out of her bottle.
Okay. And she can't rub the right ways.
And motherfucking, I think this was a good unpacking.
Hell yeah, it was.
It was a strong unpacking. Bubs been over there texting his fucking snake link the whole time.
I know snake link.
Texting his mask for mask, girl.
Mask for mask.
Well,
sugar in my tank.
His femme for femme.
I was screaming, no.
If London and SaySo are the representation, they are already extinct. My God, I told y'all it'd be a trickle down effect. Like the changes at the top just trickle on down the bottom, child. So look, the LGBT community is doing its fair share of divesting as well. We are ducking and bucking against the toxic ass system of masculinity, which masculinity is not. It's not a negative in and of itself, but it's without the balance of the feminine, and that's what makes it inherently toxic, because both of these things are collaborators and partners in the multiverse, and any system without the masculine is improper, and any system without the feminine is improper. So, yeah, all these improper.
Honestly, just to piss y'all off, I'm gonna wear a bust down wig down on my ass just to piss these motherfuckers off.
Oh Lord.
Look, anything that y'all have says a final say so. Divine, any final words?
Any final words for say so? No.
Or just for the topic at hand. It ain't gotta be for say so. It just be for the topic at hand or whatever. The community.
Any final words? Just femboys out there watching this, love yourself. Masculine boys, y'all are enough. Yeah. You know, this shit gonna get better. Hopefully, y'all get better representation. But we ain't going nowhere, so eat it.
Serious.
Say so if you're watching this, I'm still on your ass like white on rice. Okay, you got one more time to say some dumb shit. Okay, I'm waiting on that video.
I think that we're going to be using Say So as a reference to have these conversations going forward, because he makes for a good catalyst into the depths of it all.
He does.
Yeah. But thank you, Divine, for being up here, boo. It was enjoyable.
Yes. You're welcome.
That was our Divine, y'all. Bubs.
I kind of want to piggyback a little bit off of what Divine said as far as the whole self-love aspect, whether you are feminine, whether you are masculine, masculine. If you're, regardless of where you are on the spectrum, love yourself, and when you do, you will be able to attract energetically what it is that's going to complement you. And not only that, when you love yourself, you're going to be growing and evolving as well, which means you have to give yourself permission to just be. And it may be somewhat different than what you initially came into the situation with, because you're going to be growing with your partner. Okay, I think they say like every 7 years, a part of your personality changes or evolves. Evolution is not bad. It's a good thing. If something stays stagnant, it's eventually going to die. So you have to grow if you want to be able to continue to receive what it is that you want. So regardless of where you are, know that you are loved. And no shade to the feminine individuals, girl. Above the God love you. Okay, no shade. There are people out there who are going to love, honor, cherish, and validate you. Not just physically, actually, but the totality of who you are. And you deserve it. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. Live your life. Because you can, as CTV said, you can get what you want in this life experience, but you have to let go of the way that you think you're going to get it and allow the universe to universe for you. That's how it works. And I'm personally learning this myself. So that would be my last words. And say so, hopefully, eventually, we can get you over here pimping. You can roll something up. We real chill, real cool. It ain't going to be swinging and banging. At least for me and CTV's perspective, we not. Now, the other people, I don't know. But if you just want to have a conversation with us, girl, on the platform, if that's possible as well. Like, hey, we can roll one up. You know, I partake of the herb, too. No shade. And we can really get it crack-a-lacking. Who knows? Maybe there may be a gray area. But everybody's got to be honest. And there's some people who not being honest, unfortunately. But that's it.
I want all gay men to look at me and to believe in what's possible for them, which is everything. Because I'm an entire contradiction to the whole fucking construct that these motherfuckers, the straights, the gays, the tops, the bottoms, are trying to all hold together, baby. I am the living example that you can not play by nobody's motherfucking rules and have the privilege of having both your world and theirs. So, in the words of En Vogue, the key is to free your motherfucking mind, to be true to your motherfucking self, and to be willing to be a weirdo if that's what your authenticity, well, all of our authenticity is going to default our asses to a goddamn weirdo, because it puts everybody on their unique frequency of existence where we should have been raised to be, but instead we were raised to join in with the choir instead of being the fucking Beyonce of the group. So be your fucking self and try to humanize the fuck out of people so that motherfuckers don't got to fucking, so that you don't got to perform and you don't have to encourage other people to perform. And It's 4 a.m. in the morning, and my Dr. King speech. She's struggling, girl. But the key is be yourself. Every bad bitch got what they wanted. Like we call them revolutionary niggas for a reason, cause they revolutionize the motherfucking system. And the social construct is what the majority have agreed upon, so it's going to be there. But you know how the scripture says you can be of the social construct, you can be in the social construct, but not of the social construct. Like that's the key. The construct going to be there. But you don't have to be a byproduct of it. And there's somebody for everybody. So all you need is your people. You don't need the world, baby. You just need your motherfucking people. You need your people. Your people. Your tribe. Your community. Your boo. You need yours. You don't need the world.
No shade.
All you need is yours, baby. Don't nobody on this motherfucker got everybody. You just need yours. So that was the goal. And I co-signed what Bub said. You know, I'm a talker. You want to SaySoTv is welcome, you know. But I can understand how hard it is to listen and not feel like people not coming for you, but coming for your talking points, because people identify so strongly with their talking points that there ain't no distinction between their talking points and them. So coming at the talking points still feel like you're coming at them too. But we ain't got no smoke with SaySo. Like I said, I still stand by what I said 7 hours ago. I think SaySo is a nice guy. I think he means well. That does not mean that I fucking agree with everything that he says. And it's a conversation as a result of a conversation. That's it. That's all. I love you all. You know what I was thinking? I meant to say this when I had everybody up here. When it was me, you, Tank, Devon,
Aries.
And Aries. I said, you know what? Maybe we should do like a weekly or monthly panel. We can just do gay content.
I'm down.
We can just do community related content.
I'm with it.
I meant to ask everybody that though, because I don't know how the fuck to get in contact with Tank. As that'd be cool. We can create some content, do community related content. That'll be done. Okay, so Divine in the chat. So Divine, I don't know if you follow me on Instagram, but follow me on Instagram. Tank, if you still in the chat, hit me up on Instagram too, so I can have a point of contact.
And I'll let Aries know too.
And you know Aries, yeah. So yeah, and we can figure that out. That'll be super dope. Yeah. All right, chat. We love y'all. If you want to donate, if you want to show some love, chat, because we worked our asses off tonight, you can donate to both me and Bubs at the same Cash App, because this Cash App is down right now. So $ Consciouztv on Cash App. If it's for Bubs, put Bubs in the note. Yes. And or paypal.me/Consciouztv. And yes, email me auditor at Consciouztv. Subscribe to me on Instagram at Consciouztv. That's with the Z. Patreon, the whole motherfucking night. I love y'all. Good night.